we know we already have some people who are using apps. We are not able to tell those who are actually hoax, those who are cheating, and those who are really doing a good job. We want to use the center, first of all, to try and persuade those people who are practicing to use our center, to have whatever they are using to be assessed so that they are also recognized as part of the system that the nation is using to take care of the health issues of our people.
Kenyatta University identifies itself as a community of scholars dedicated to generation and dissemination of knowledge and inculcation of moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. This center is one of the flagship centers of excellence here at Kenyatta University. Fits very well within the vision and mission of Kenyatta University, as well as National Development Agenda Kenya Vision 2030. It also responds to global commitments, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and even the continental commitments, the Africa Agenda 2063.
The National Phytotherapeutics Research Center came as a result of a proposal written by Kenyatta University lecturers, where I was the lead to the National Research Fund. The call was about the infrastructure support to institutions of higher learning and also institutions of research in this country. And the call was in the year 2016, and we got the funding in the year 2019 to establish this center. At the National Phytotherapeutics Research Center, the kind of research that goes on around here is about medicinal plants that find use in healthcare for humans, for animals, or even anything that is associated with the wellness of a human being. Phytotherapy is the use of plants for therapeutic purposes. Therapy is wellness. Therefore, at this center, we check for quality of those products. We also confirm whether they can cause more harm to a human being upon consumption. We also support a lot of research by postgraduate students, university lecturers, from not only Kenyatta University, but also other institutions in this country, including Tibet, and also others from around the continent. We are hoping also to attract other researchers from all over the world.
This is our upscaling section. This is where we do mass production of our raw materials. So after the labs are assured that a certain plant material have the medicinal properties, this is where they come so that we produce them in large quantities. This is a machine that we use in distilling our essential oils. We know different plants that have medicinal properties or medicinal claims have essential oils. What we are distilling here is eucalyptus. Eucalyptus is known for treating upper respiratory conditions. This is called a reactor. This is a reactor that has an extraction chamber or an extraction basket inside here. That's where we load our materials. We are doing what we call hydrodistillation. Hydrodistillation is mixing the materials with the water so that they both boil, the water and the materials boil. Since we know the essential oils are volatile, at the boiling points they'll vaporize. In vaporization, we get the water boils as well, so we have the steam and the vapors of the essential oils. So after boiling, the mixture of water and the essential oils will rise as steam. The steam will be condensed to get the oil and the water still as a mixture But down here we have a separator. We all know that water and oil are not miscible. We have what we call hydrosol collecting chamber. This is where we collect the water with some small molecules of the oil, of course. So we'll collect the hydrosol from here. It's used in the industries for manufacture of soaps. We get 3 samples for this. We take one for microbial analysis and the efficacy, another one to quality assurance to check the constituents and all that, and another one to the store. The machines that we have is a fixed oil extruder. It squeezes the oil from the nuts and the seeds. Nuts like the peanut, sunflower, we have corn, we have chia seed, we have canola seed. All those plant materials or the seeds that have oil, we are able to press using the fixed oil extruder. So what we do, we load the materials, it's pressed under high pressure, so the heat is generated. The cake comes out. That cake, we use it in animal feed, or we even consume it because it's pre-cooked already. The fixed oils extruder normally is fully commercial because it can handle 4 tons of raw materials per day. This upscaling section is very important to us here as Kenyatta University because we are developing products that will be able to sell out there to generate income.
One of the things that we do here, it's called microbial load assessment of our products. The first thing that we do here, we have to make sure that the raw materials that we receive, they don't have any contaminant with the fungi and with the bacteria. This is mostly done on the raw materials. For example, we have the peanuts that we have received. Another thing that we check from our samples, we do the antimicrobial assays. This is mostly done to make sure that the extracts that we get for the plant extract, they can be used in the humans by killing some of the microorganisms that they cause the diseases. One of the equipment that has really helped us, we have the trinocular microscope. It has really helped us because when we receive samples from outside and someone wants to check the purity of the sample, we can be able to check the purity by focusing on the microscope, and you can be able to claim that this sample is pure. It does not have other contaminants. This is what we call the adulteration of the samples. Another thing that has really helped us is the autoclave. When I'm going to take the samples from the factory, I have to autoclave my glassware. The chemical methods of using 70% alcohol, you're not very sure that it got sterilized in all the parts inside the glassware. But when using the moist heat method of sterilization or the autoclave, you are very sure because you have the chemical methods, you have used autoclaving tape, it is indicating for sure the method was effective and your glassware is well sterilized. So it's very important to have an autoclave in the lab. Also, we have the incubator. This is where we incubate our samples. This enhances the growth of microorganisms, but without it, we can be able to get the growth on our sample even after inoculation. This is very important to maintain the aseptic techniques. So it makes sure that no other microorganism is introduced on the sample, and when it cannot harm you because of the air that is circulating on the sample, and also because of the HEPA filters on the biosafety cabinet. It ensures that no pathogens are released to the environment. So it is very much important because it protects the user, it protects the sample when you're working on it, and also it protects the environment. The importance of this microbiology section, it's for quality control in the determination of that are taken or consumed by our clients, they don't have any contaminants with any aflatoxins and with any bacteria that can harm them. Before we had these machines, it used to take a very long time before even you identify one species that is of medicinal value, and even if you identify it, and come with a medicinal plant that is of medicinal value and be able to give the results in a very short time. So it used to be time consuming and tiring. Machine, it's something that you can do with a very short time and you'll be able to come with the results.
In the wet laboratory, that's where we do extraction, separation, and anything to do with water. The current work that is going on around here is related mainly to students' work. We have students from Liberia, Kenyan students from other universities, and they are doing master and PhD level. Some of them are doing cancer research. Another one is doing diabetes research work from plants. There are quite a number of such researches going on. The machine is called a freeze dryer. Freeze dryer, in other terms, it's also referred to as a lyophilizer. The purpose of that machine is to remove water after extraction of herbal material. It works by being first the sample, and when you freeze the sample to about negative 55 degrees centigrade, the water becomes solid at very low temperatures. And then after that, then you start drying that sample. The method of drying that sample is to ensure that the ice vaporizes or actually goes into the vapor phase directly. It is so important because it ensures that you don't destroy your sample. The product that comes out of lyophilization is a powder form or oily material, depending on what is the nature of the extract. Now, that particular one has very many chemical compounds, which now allow you to do a number of things. One is to identify the chemical constituents inside that which has no water. You can use various equipment that are inside here. So it is a much sought after equipment because of the fact that
Sawa. So we want to start with a word of prayer. My brother Julius, come and intercede for us as we start the day.
Good morning. I think we can start for our word of prayer. So let's pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you this morning. We thank you for your care and your protection for each one of us throughout the night. Thank you for gathering us this morning. We do not take it for granted because you have brought us here. We are health. We give you praise and we give you honor. We want to commit ourselves today. Lord, we pray that every presentation that is going to be made today, your presence is going to be with us. You are going to continue with us, and we want to thank you for the far that you have brought us. We pray that this day shall be successful. I pray for all the presenters. I pray for all the participants that your presence and your strength is going to be with us. We thank you. We worship you. In Jesus' name we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Thank you so much, Julius. At this juncture, I want to invite Dr. David Ngigi just to give a recap of what was discussed yesterday. David, you'll do it from there. Okay.
Distinguished participant, good morning. We are very grateful for this day. May I take this opportunity to welcome you to the third day of our great conference. And we really appreciate your presence and your commitment to this great agenda for this country. Quickly, in the interest of time, I would take this opportunity just to summarize and highlight some of the key things that we had to discuss yesterday. And one of the things we had are the thematic areas around the health security and the substance abuse. And we also had to discuss the issues of STI for national security, which each and every Kenyan do appreciate that this is an area of our interest. During the panel, we were able to come up with some of the resolutions of the way forward, taking this process forward. And one of the agreements that we have is the multi-agency and the whole government approach toward strengthening security for public safety and public success, national security and public safety. We also agreed that the issues of strengthening institutional policies to address the issues of biothreat. It is each and everybody of us that we are fully aware we are facing, and it is none of the country that is really safe from this kind of threat. So there is clear need for us to strengthen our institutional policies around that. We also agreed that there is a really need for us to automate and integrate our community health information system. This has been the government agenda in terms of the universal health access, and this is the right direction. That even there is, as a resolution of this conference, we are in line with the government aspirations. And also we agreed that there is a need for regulations, of course, to harness the issues of alternative medicine. It's been a debate in this country, and we are on the right track to achieve that. The issues of cybersecurity was another very important discussion that we had yesterday, and the consensus is out there that we need to strengthen our capacities to handle and curb some this kind of threat that our country is facing. We also agreed that the issues of strengthening our readiness to address the biothreat, and even though we had a very key presentation of how our military is really would cooperate with the different agencies, the multi-agency approach to address and strengthen these. The policy on how to address the issues of the content creation, which was a very animated discussion from our young learners from high school, Mangu High School and Karori Big School. And this was one of the issues we really appreciate coming from our youngsters. They are fully aware about the issues of online content creation and the issues and concerns around there, and the issues of the GMO. Again, because you're talking about the issue of food security, this was another animated discussion emanating also from high schools. And today we're also having 3 schools. We want to invite you to candidly put forward your concern around this discussion. This is the interest of this conference, that we can have our youngsters and early learners get interested to the issues of STI as early as this. And in the afternoon, we ended with paper presentations. These are various scholarly papers presentation, and across we had a lot of exciting scientific intervention around our societal challenges. And these are the great things for our country to take forward, and providing a key opportunity for both public and private sector to cooperate in terms of uptake of this research and commercialization therefore. And that's in a very brief words and summary, that's how we were able to take good care of our program yesterday. Session chair, I would wish just to summarize that way. DG.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ngigi. Eminent speakers of today, led by the chair, Professor David Some, one of us who needs no introduction, distinguished discussants of today, starting with the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, ably represented by Madam Florence. Yeah, welcome. We have our own director, board member of NACOSTI, Madam Rachel Shibalira, and I think she's online. Yagon, I hope director is online. Then we have our very famous, the chair of the Commission for University Education, Professor Chacha Nyagoti Chacha. You will identify him by his trademark hairstyle. You're most welcome. Then you have the chairperson of TVETA, Madam Professor Florence Indede. Yes, please feel most welcome. And this session will proceed from the interministerial high-level discussions and proceed all the way through, because we found it very productive to combine them rather than separate them. So we are also blessed to have His Excellency, our ambassador in India, Dr. Willie Bett, who has come all the way from India. I think that's quite an honor for this occasion. Please, Ambassador, welcome. Online, we are expecting His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan in Kenya, Mr. Ken Okaniwa. I think he will join online. You're going to alert me when he's joined online. We are also going to have Her Excellency, the British High Commissioner, Madam Jane Marriott, ably represented here by Dr. Jordan Kiongo. I think he's seated there. So we have literally a full house, and then, if possible, we will also have, and he's seated there, we have the DG of NACOSTI of Tanzania called COSTEC, Dr. Amos Nungu. At least you can wave, coming all the way from Tanzania for this occasion. It's a great honor, and we truly, truly, truly thank you. We, at the end of it, will have, of course, my colleague and co-chair, Professor Dixon Andala, present, and myself. Maybe that could be after the tea break. But we also had, Yagon, we had a representative of USAID. I don't know whether he has come or she has come. But when he comes, I think we need to introduce him. Then online also, later on, we'll have the, online also we already have Dr. Martin Ongol, the DG of NACOSTI of Uganda. Dr. Martin Ongol is the Executive Secretary. So I think it's already online. It's already online. Yes, that is great. So we have a quite a house of distinguished eminent persons. And then for you, distinguished participants, good morning. Yes, in the mix, as we said in the first and second day, science, technology, and innovation is truly cross-cutting and impacts right from kindergarten to primary school, to high school, to tertiary institutions, to universities. And for that reason, we are seeing a colored team. And we have a team of, I think I need the names of this. We have Mango High School. Yes, you have Mango High School. Can you wave Mango High School, one of our top high schools? Yeah, thank you very much. Then we have St. Angela Girls from Kiambu. Can you wave? Yes, quite colorful. Then we have Mudurwa Girls. Could you also wave? We have had some very interesting discussions from this fraternity of young people with very fresh minds. So we look forward that even today you will excite the audience with very thoughtful questions, especially on matters that are ICT related, which is probably beyond some of us who are at our age. Then we have just to also welcome the board members in the house, the CEOs in the house. It's been quite a mixture. People from different MDAs, different sectors. I think there was somebody from Rift Valley, yes, Rift Valley Training Institute. I think the CEO is here. Could you just wave? Yes, so there are a number of you, please, if I didn't mention your name, we welcome you most sincerely. And then we have our staff from the co-organizers, that is the NACOSTI. They are also here. The National Research Fund is also here or in the booths. So the conference for distinguished participants or discussants today is a 4-track conference, which has the eminent discussions, high-level dialogue, simply to discuss on the fusion of science, technology, innovation, as per provisions in the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act. Then we have the normal academic presentations. That's the second track. Then we have the exhibitions, which we are pleased we had over 50 exhibitors outside there. Very interesting. Please, when you have time, take some time, especially for the young ones, take some time to ask and interrogate the stands. Then we have something specifically designed for the high schools, primary schools, what we are calling what used to be called the Science Week, where we have a semester displaying some of the facilities that you need at high school or even primary school. Then you have SEPU with the mobile laboratory, and we had one more. We have also the Japan Society for Promotion of Science. which has a myriad of scholarships from high school. They used to provide scholarships for masters and beyond, but now they're providing scholarships for those of you who are going to undertake Form 4. So please take your time there. So with those remarks, I'll allow me to invite and hand over to the chair of the session, Professor Some, to proceed with the undertaking. Thank you, Professor Some. Welcome. Please, let's give him a clap.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm chairing this session. It's actually in 3 parts. And being an engineer like Professor Oyawa, time becomes something that we cannot stretch. It's fixed. So we'll try and keep time. We will start this morning with giving the keynote speeches, and we'll ask each member to take between 10 and 15 minutes on this, and then we will move on straight away without any break to go to the presentations which were scheduled for 10 to 10:30. Then we'll take a break and come back and finish what is on the other side. So without much ado, I welcome particularly our guest for today, the students. Have been in universities for a very long time, so I look forward to you people coming and joining us. I'm an engineer by profession, so when they say science, technology, and innovation, you're seeing a technology standing up. But without much ado, let me welcome the representative of our Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. See there? Please, welcome. Introduce yourself and tell us what.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Florence Chamtai. I am from the State Department for Gender, and I'm here representing my CS, Honorable Aisha Juma, and also my PS, Veronica Ndufa. So as the State Department, we are so privileged, and we are glad to join you today as we meet here to deliberate on issues of science, technology, and innovation. As a department, we support science, STEM, and especially the young women. We are encouraging the young women through mentorship and training to take up STEM courses. So as a representative of my CS, she has given me a speech which I am going to read on her behalf, and also greetings from my PS, Veronica Ndufa. So this is the speech from the CS. Aisha Juma, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Gender Affirmative Action, during the second Multisectoral Conference on Science, Technology, and Innovation at Safari Park Hotel between 23rd to 26th May 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you today for your second multi-sectoral conference on how best to infuse science, technology, and innovation for prosperity of humanity as well as public good, safety, and security. I am more excited because this conference emphasizes on technology-driven and innovative-led inclusive sustainable development agenda. Kenya has continued to recognize the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach and inclusive participation of marginalized communities, promoting science, technology, and innovation for food security. When we talk of marginalized communities, those are our clients. Our clients are the women, the youth, and people living with disabilities. The government, through the Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, has developed the National Gender and Development Policy 2019 and gender mainstreaming guidelines to ensure that gender perspectives are integrated into all development sectors, including research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, in Kenya, there's been growing recognition of the importance of mainstreaming gender and affirmative action in the science, technology, and innovation system. For example, the Ministry of Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives has developed gender mainstreaming strategy to ensure that gender perspectives are integrated into all aspects of agricultural sector, including research and innovation. The strategy seeks to address gender disparities in access to resources, information, and technologies, and to promote the participation of women in decision-making processes. Another successful integration of gender perspectives in science, technology, and innovation system in Kenya is the Women in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics program, that is the STEM. This program aims to increase the participation of women in STEM fields by providing mentorship, training, and networking opportunities. The program has been successful in increasing the number of women in STEM fields in Kenya and has contributed to more equitable and effective outcomes in science, technology, and innovation system. Affirmative action policies have also been implemented in Kenya to address the underrepresentation of women and other marginalized groups in science, technology, and innovation system. For example, the National Research Fund has a gender and diversity policy that seeks to ensure that research funding is allocated fairly and equitably to men and women, and to promote the participation of women and other marginalized groups in research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, the underrepresentation of women and other marginalized groups in the science, technology, and innovation space is a problem that affects all sectors in Kenya. Affirmative action policies and resources are necessary to address this issue and ensure that everyone has equal opportunities to participate in science, technology, and innovation system. By providing diversity and inclusivity in science, technology, and innovation, more innovative and creative solutions can be generated to address the challenges facing the food and agricultural sector. Women and other marginalized groups can bring unique perspective and experiences that can lead to better outcomes and more sustainable solutions. Building capacity and providing opportunities for women and other marginalized groups to participate in the science, technology, and innovation space is crucial for their empowerment and for achieving more equitable and effective outcomes. This can be done by providing mentorship, training, and networking opportunities, as well as by allocating research funding fairly and equitably. Ladies and gentlemen, of utmost importance is conducting research to determine the current state of gender representation in the science, technology, and innovation sector in Kenya and identifying areas for improvement. Research will help identify specific challenges and barriers that women and other marginalized groups face. By understanding the current state of gender representation policymakers and stakeholders can develop more targeted policies and initiatives to promote diversity and inclusivity in science, technology, and innovation systems in Kenya. It is crucial that research is conducted in an unbiased and comprehensive manner to ensure that the findings accurately reflect the state of gender representation in the sector. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we can achieve sustainable progress only through a collaborative effort that involves all stakeholders in the science, technology, and innovative space. By working together, we can create a more equitable and effective system that harnesses the full potential of all individuals, regardless of their gender and background. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, representative of Honorable Aisha Chumwa. She did exactly 9 minutes, so really good start. May I welcome online, if you see the bottom of your screen, there are 60 people online, but one of them talked to us, the board member for Nakosti, Rachel Chibarila. Rachel, are you online? Thank
Yes,
you. I
Prof.
can. Please go ahead. You have about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished, eminent speakers, presenters, and participants. I'm happy to see Generation Z in the house. I'm a member of the board. I chair the technical committee, and therefore, as Nakosti, we lead in this area of science, technology, and innovation in advising the government, principal government's advisor on science, technology, and innovation. And the topics at hand this morning are quite relevant in this day and age, where we see the young people and employers alike increasingly recognizing the value and importance of mindset and skills that can help both sides, the young people and the employers, to adapt and to thrive into the future. And also, of course, as the demands for skills increase, so does the need for collaboration across public, private, and non-profit sectors. So Nakosti has worked and continuously works to forge these collaborations. We have put in place the kind of policies and programs that can stimulate innovation and opportunities for high-skilled jobs, and also the ones that contribute to improving the possibilities. And as we discussed today, let's see what sort of programs we can improve on to retain and attract talent in the country. And of course, as we continuously innovate and grow, we want to see the improvement of analytical knowledge that is required to support and facilitate evidence-based policies. Nakosti works across with scientists just to see that evidence is supported and science is supported in an evidence manner. Funding has also been a crucial aspect. I know Dr. Andala, Professor Andala will come later on to talk about funding. Government has committed to fund initiatives, but of course, we also have to look outside and see what sort of initiatives are there so as to attract private sector for them to be able to invest here for economic revitalization and development, so that we're also able to attract and retain the right skills. Private sector has played a crucial role in capacity building, not just in Kenya, in Africa at large, for science, technology, and innovation. Private sector has committed. We've seen over the years, private sector committing to work with government to invest in ST&I, STEM courses, so as to build the skill base for human capacity to innovate. We are happy to have, I think, representatives of Equity who have had the program on Wings to Fly. MasterCard Foundation has also come in through the years very heavily to invest on STEM programs, and just to see that this new generation is able to be skilled and to innovate into the future. And therefore, other areas where I think we have been keen on as NACOSTI is struggling with the digital area. It's here with us. We saw, for example, during COVID, that communities that did not have technology, that did not have access to technology, struggled. We saw technology coming in very handy to move food from the countryside to the urban areas, people buying online, the government creating, for example, the food security war room, where information was exchanged to say there's food in this area, and all that is technology. But investment must, of course, be put in it. We have to see that it is affordable. We have to see that it's providing the devices, providing the broadband, providing digital literacy. And all this is all about capacity building. And of course, with the Generation Z, Jay-Z, they are here with us. They are itchy. They are not, for us, we are the old school. We are able to sit in one place for a long time. For them, they want to be on their gadgets and to use visual means so that they communicate and they're communicated with. And therefore, I think we have to find solutions to bridge that, to find approaches, to be able to absorb them. We know that they form more than 50% of the labor force, which is a factor for, as employers, we have either as that we benefit from this generation as they have the desire to take success into their own hands. And therefore, I'm looking forward to the discussions today. We are going to see how to get them skilled. We are going to see how to get them we're going to see how funding is done in this and all the needed to make the welcome all to these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel, for that short presentation. It's my pleasure now to call on Professor Chacha Nyaikoti Chacha, who was my chairman, is still the chairman of Commission for University Education, to come and say a few words. If I spoke in Swahili, you'd probably be speaking longer. Prof.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think we are taking a cue from the two presenters. We have fully fledged papers here which will be availed, but let me take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to appreciate this gathering here, that we do gather here from time to time to reason together and to think about things which can make a lot of sense to us. And as we start today, I would like to share with you some basics about why we are gathered here. Science and technology and innovation plays always a crucial role in supporting and strengthening national production and security systems. That was the theme. If properly
positioned, science, technology, and innovation could transform the economy from a factor-based to a knowledge-based and inclusive of sustainable economy that is resilient and provides good quality of life for the citizens. I think I just wanted to highlight that as part of the introduction in my paper, which will be available, I think, when we publish the proceedings, because we want to try and save time. I come from the background of research. I come from the background of engagement in higher education, research, science, and technology. I have been able, during the course of my growth in profession, to share a lot of experiences through programs and initiatives that we have held. But more than anything else, I think my current position as the chairman of the Commission for University Education has allowed me an opportunity to be able to gather information from across the board, from all universities and the institutions which offer degree-based programs which cut across all disciplines, including the disciplines of science and technology. And it is on this basis that I would like to highlight a few of our challenges and the things that we require to undertake. We need to promote scientific enrichment and management of the value chain of agricultural commodities to enhance food security and other areas which are related to how we can alleviate challenges which face mankind. We need to implement innovative policy on funding measures to promote science, technology, and innovation. And we need to unleash the potential for our universities and other institutions in their laboratories as they collaborate with industry and foster innovation in the national production systems. All the speakers who have been speaking here since we started this meeting have been amplifying this particular trajectory. And it is important for all of us to take note of how we can position our universities to undertake the lead in terms of research, creation of knowledge, and focusing on how to sort out and solve challenges. Provide incentives for academicians and their students to engage in research and development activities that directly boost the national production system. Because I think the theme of this year's meeting is to focus on how all this knowledge that science, technology, and innovation avails to us an opportunity to ensure that all our livelihoods in terms of security, and the security cuts across ages. Yesterday, we had a lot of discussion about threats that we face, and one of the fundamental threats is actually food security, because when there is no food, then people will be very dangerously positioned to fight among themselves. We therefore need to bridge the gap between research and industry. We promote and leverage on public-private partnerships with the universities to foster STI, innovation, and national production systems. We need to promote the development of high-value products and services for national production systems. Before I read the conclusion, I would like to share with you the current focus on the theme of this conference. The Social Science Research Council has lectures which are called Centennial Lectures. And on 23rd of this month in New York, professor from Yale, Mushfiq Mubarak, was giving a lecture which was entitled Encouraging Technology Adoption in Agrarian Societies. And this is based on his research, which he has been undertaking for a long time as a professor from Yale, but going to field work in Asian countries, Indonesia, in Sri Lanka, and in African, West African countries to focus on why is it that human beings from these formerly underdeveloped countries or economies do not adopt science and technology and the innovation, including some which could have transformed their lives. And I want to share with you some frustrations and examples of people from the docket I hold at the universities. Some of you are old enough to remember that there was a time we were celebrating the innovations from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology when they actually had an invention of a walking tractor. And during that time, we felt that if that walking tractor had been perfected and working with private sector and the industry, put in a production line so that there would be mass production of walking tractors, it would have been a solution to the peasants of this country and perhaps Africa to ensure that they don't need oxen and the bullocks to pull their plows, that you can actually farm and plow 1 acre in a day when you are holding that walking tractor. But I don't think our adoption of that innovation was apt enough. We were not able, therefore, to translate our lives into better livelihoods by that innovation which had been created by researchers in laboratories and workshops at Jomo Kenyatta University of Science, Agriculture, and Technology. We need, therefore, to appreciate that without us creating a synergy between science, technology, and high tech with social science, so that sociologists can tell us why it is very difficult for people to accept innovations, why it's very difficult for people, even right now, we are talking about GMOs. My paper raises these issues in detail. If it is eventually produced in the proceedings, you'll be able to see my concerns. That some of the debates, as these discussions from 2 days ago have evolved, are debates which are based on misinformation. And sometimes it is very good for us to engage other sectors in order to address the misinformation. Since I promised that I'll not stay here for long, I would like now to move to the conclusion and say that in conclusion, the infusion of science, technology, and innovation into the national production and the security systems is an important step in helping countries to become more competitive in the global market through transformation and solving generic and location-specific challenges. STI can help to increase productivity and efficiency. It can help to reduce production costs and improve the quality of products and the services in the inclusive formal and informal sectors. Additionally, science, technology, and innovation can help to protect citizens and the businesses from potential threats. I think we have been talking about that at length. To support and strengthen the national production system, governments, academia, research institutions, and industry, private sector must come and work together so that in the long run, what is produced by the scientists and the researchers in the laboratories and workshops can be mainstreamed into products which can be available in the market and which can solve some of the challenges that we are facing. Because without interfacing these systems, we will be dealing with what was raised the other day about individuals working in silos, so that when you are in your workshop or your laboratory, you are only interested in doing what you are supposed to do, and you are not concerned about how it relates to the other person who is next door to you. I think it is important for us to use an opportunity like the one we have here to talk about the sum total focus of what research is meant to be doing for humanity. Because right from the time human beings were thrown into this world, we have had innovations which have made our lives easier. But I want to share with you my comments, which have been my obsession, that if you want science to help mankind, then that science must be precise. It must be science which is aesthetically appreciated by the people who will be using that science. And at the same time, it must be affordable, because all these are impediments which have created barriers between how to adopt and how to take scientific discoveries into functional utilitarian value and a stage for our livelihoods. I trust that this opportunity that we got during this conference will continue to motivate other institutions to continue doing what they are doing in their laboratories, but at the same time to realize that what we do in our laboratories is meant to help the people whom we are thinking about. You recall that this country has had very many successful undertakings which were left hanging. There was a time, for example, we had a pioneer car which was spearheaded by the defense people and the universities, Moi University, University of Nairobi, etc., etc. We wish that some of those things could continue. It takes long for an innovation eventually to be rolled out as a product. So we shouldn't give up. I think we have been giving up because there was a time, for example, when I was working at the Inter-University Council for East Africa, we supported the research which was on biosafety, biotechnology, and bioscience. And it had a focus on how to ensure that some of the products which were coming out of the researchers' undertakings could be rolled out as products which could be put into the market. But up to now, it appears to me that many of those professors got promoted because they published numerous papers from the research they were doing, which was very successful, and that is why it ended. I think we need to go a mile further beyond just publishing for promotion. We need then to do research for sustainability of our livelihoods. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Chachai. You saw me stand up. The 10 minutes, you borrowed a little from Rachel, but that's very nice within 10 minutes. Actually, when you are talking about innovations by Kenyans, I just remembered that there is an organization under the Research, Science and Technology called Kenya National Innovations Agency. If you innovate something, don't tell anybody else. Tell Kenya National Innovations Agency, because somebody may have also done it. They're the only people who keep those for us, and so that you don't tell our friends from China as well. Now it's a pleasure to invite Professor Dede Lawrence to come and talk to us. Chair TVETA, Technical and Vocational Education.
Thank you very much, the moderator of this session, Professor Some. I'm indeed humbled to be one of the speakers this morning after my lecturer, Professor Chacha Nyaigoti Chacha, and senior members of this nation. Madam Florence, representing CS Gender and Affirmative Action and Public Service Commission, and Ambassador Bet, yes, and Jordan, sorry, I was forgetting the names, and our guest speaker, Jordan. Guests seated here today, we've been here from Tuesday listening to various information concerning science and technology. And I'm humbled to represent TVETA, that is the TVET Authority, as a board chair of the authority. I want to acknowledge that TVET Authority is one of the very key or important authorities in this country as a state corporation. And TVETA is a regulator to the TVET institutions. So I would give some little background on the TVET, what TVET does. TVET plays an important role in addressing multiple economic and societal demands by producing graduates with relevant skills for employment, decent work, and entrepreneurship. UNESCO and International Labour Organization 2002 refer to TVET as aspects of education process involving the study of technologies, related sciences, and acquisition of practical skills. TVET is a major driving force for sustainable development and regarded highly in strategic and operational priorities of all nations and international organizations. Colleagues, we will not underscore the fact that TVET is a major player in the growing economies, and the big economies across the world have relied on TVET institutions to grow their economies. The importance of research and innovation in TVET, we realize that due to rapid technological changes, TVET providers have realized the need to integrate research and innovation in their training to adequately prepare their graduates for both current and future labor market needs. The integration of research and innovation in TVET programs have enabled graduates to acquire crucial skills required for the future labor market, such as workforce readiness, technical, critical thinking, problem solving, leadership, and entrepreneurship skills. So we realize that it is very, very important for us to assess our programs as per the market needs so that we are able to align our graduates to the economy or to the market that is required. Let me shortly speak about the mandate of TVETA in promotion of TVET research. As I already alluded to, the TVET Authority is a regulator, and some of its functions include licensing and accrediting institutions, collection, examination, and publication of information relating to training, approving introduction and or review of existing training programs in TVET institutions, establishing a training system that meets the needs of labor market, and also advising and making recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary on all matters related to training. TVETA accreditation and quality audit tools require institutions to establish research and innovation departments. TVETA undertakes research on priority areas in TVET to provide information for decision-making and policy formulation. The authority publishes the Kenya Journal of TVET annually to improve dissemination of findings in TVET research. TVETA spearheaded the admission of Kenya to the World Skills Competition and organized the participation of Kenya in World Skills Africa in Namibia, where 2 Kenyan TVET trainees were awarded a medal each. We had the gold in restaurant services and bronze in cooking. So we can understand that we are not just but a regulatory body, but we also play a very, very important role in spearheading competition skills and especially encouraging our youths to showcase their talents. So the students who are here, we encourage you that keep up with the talents. The little talent that you have can be harnessed. And as I already alluded, we had 2 who competed in cooking. Cooking is not only for women. Right now, we have good chefs who are men. So this is a skill that can be undertaken by all of us. Also appreciate the fact that our main discussion in this forum relates to food security. Ladies and gentlemen, in my culture, when a woman goes to marry, we say she has gone to cook. So literally, you have gone to cook. And if there is no food to cook, what will you then cook? So, Professor Oyawa, I appreciate the fact that we are looking for what women can cook when they get to the homes so that they are not sent away. So this food is brought about by various technology that can make us really have enough food. The participation of Kenyan TVET trainees in the competition is expected to improve the innovation of Kenya's TVET trainees and graduates to international standards. TVETA also partners and collaborates with the public stakeholders such as ZIS Africa Foundation, Directorate of Technical Education, Kenya National Bureau of Standards, KIPRA, and other partners. In mainstreaming TVET in institutions, research and innovation in institutions, we realize that nearly all the national polytechnics and a significant number of TVCs organize annual and biannual research conferences and skill shows where research findings are discussed and innovations are displayed. I hope that the organizers of this conference invited some of the TVET institutions to come and learn and also benchmark from the exhibitions that we have within the premises of this workshop. Within the TVETA and the TVET research sector, we face challenges as usual, and a few challenges are anchored on fragmented publications of research findings, the negative attitude towards TVET, which I appreciate so much that right now it is changing. Our TVET institutions have greatly transformed. Right now, we have very many students who are opting to join TVET institutions, and TVET is no longer a dumping place for failures. We have poor coordination of research activities. Of course, we have limited funding, and we call upon again the National Research Fund to continue collaborating with us so that we can be able to improve on our research capacity. We also have reluctance by labor market to participate in training research, and this is something that we are also improving on, as I already alluded earlier, we do needs assessment and we collaborate with industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude by saying that embracing and improving collaborative multidisciplinary research within and between TVET institutions, universities, and industry to improve skills and competitiveness of the graduates, not only locally, but also globally, enhances our research innovation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chair Tiveta. From where I sit, and I sit at the moment at the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, which we are about to conclude in the next 3 weeks. TVET is actually the future. It takes bigger numbers than university. So for our youngsters, if you thought university was the destination, think again and see whether TVET is the destination. Thank you very much. We will continue with the presentations, 2 more, and then we take a break for tea. I want to take the privilege of welcoming our ambassador to India, Ambassador Willie Bett. I've known Willie for a very long time. He has been in agriculture as the former CEO of Kenya Seed, so he knows very well what goes on in our country. But that's not what we want to hear from him. We want to hear India. Welcome, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Prof. The conveners of today's conference, NACOSTI, the National Research Fund, and Concert Technopolis, eminent panelists here led by one and only Chacha Nyaikoti Chacha, and distinguished delegates equally led by the students from the various secondary schools, and that is what makes this conference different from many other, because we are looking at the potential and the future of these young minds. So allow me, and as Prof has introduced, my name is Ambassador Willie Bett. I currently serve the country through New Delhi, and I want to believe the wisdom of NACOS to invite me was to share the experiences of India as far as technology, science, and innovation is concerned. And therefore, I'm very happy to be with you this morning because the issue of science and technology is very critical in our lives. It is the main contributor of most developments globally. And I've been asked to discuss something about collaboration and partnerships. And so, let me say, the role of science, technology, and innovation is essential to achieve socioeconomic transformation and sustainable development. STI plays a significant role in fostering multisectoral development globally through scientific and technological advances. STI acts as a key determinant in addressing socioeconomic challenges in various sectors, such as health, environment, education, food security, and many others. Basically, what is involved in society. Now, trying to look at the collaboration.
Academic collaborations and partnerships is a very valuable tool that not only accelerates the progress, but also enhances the quality of education. Academic collaboration is beneficial to faculty in learning new technologies and methods of teaching, and to students also in increasing their wealth of knowledge. And therefore, to achieve development, science and technology is important. There are many technologies developed globally, and there is no need for countries and institutions to reinvent the wheel. And therefore, collaboration and partnership is so critical that we could share this information globally so that we fast-track development in our countries. The imperative of academic collaboration are many and varied, and include generating resources, developing academic capacity, exchanging experiences, and enhancing institutional profile. On the first day when we were here, that is on Tuesday, I had the opportunity to discuss something about the agency, the space agency. And the CEO of the space agency was talking about the strides the country is making in ensuring that we take part in space science, say that we use satellites to help us in improving in areas of agriculture, in areas of environment, and in areas of security. And so if you look at space science, we may be lacking some capacity, both in human resource and also capabilities in terms of technology and equipment. And so they are forging serious collaborations with other countries so that we, again, do not invent the wheel, but to learn from them and to do exchange programs so that the engineers from Kenya can go to countries like Egypt, India, to go and learn new technologies as far as space science is concerned. So as we pursue science, technology, and innovation, collaboration partnership is so critical because there's no one body who has the monopoly of knowledge. I would draw most of the examples from India. India, to reach where it has reached at the moment, is because of science, technology, and innovation. You all remember the Great Green Revolution in India. Where we sit in India, we have a population of 1.4 billion human beings. And every human being in India is being fed. Nobody sleeps hungry in India. It gives us a challenge as a country where a country of 54 million people, but we really have serious challenges when it comes to food security. So technology has worked for India. The Green Revolution, for example, took advantage of technology in seed production. Before the Green Revolution, Indians were having challenges with food security, and many Indians were dying because of hunger. But with the technology in terms of seed, which was introduced in that country, especially rice seed, and the technology in terms of farming, agronomy, and the technology in terms of irrigation, that country solved the problem of food security. And therefore, as a country, we need to see, and it gives me the opportunity again to say, how do you partner? You cannot partner with anybody. You have to be purposeful when you are looking for partners. Partners who have undertaken or innovated in the areas where you have interest, or in the areas where, as a country, we have priority. And therefore, if we are looking for partnership, even in research, in terms of seed, in terms of agronomy, what comes to our mind is, what is it that this country, who is my host, has done to ensure that they achieve food security with such a high population? Therefore, choice of partners is very critical. And still looking on, because I have a background in the area of agriculture, the kind of mechanization which India developed, for example, is the appropriate one. You know, you can choose to partner with institutions and countries whose technology, by even sheer looking at it, you give up. Here I'm looking at Europe. When you look at the technology of agriculture in Europe, you cannot bring it and plug it in our environment. But we need to look at technologies which are more appropriate, which are more adaptive to our situation. And so we need to create partnership with destinations or with countries and institutions whose experiences are more similar to ours. So how do we create this, or how do we enhance these partnerships? And therefore, so what I'm telling NACOSTI and all other agencies who would wish to have partnerships globally is that use our missions abroad. That is one of their mandate. Use the missions abroad to build partnerships with the countries you intend to collaborate with. And the missions abroad will help you in terms of the frameworks, because we need to build frameworks with either institutions or the country itself so that you can pursue the nature and the type of collaboration you are looking for. So I would want to volunteer our missions abroad, because I am here also representing our missions abroad. Because when we look at technology, technology cuts across. So utilize them, because that is part of their mandate. So when the framework is developed, and then it gives room now to signing of agreements between either the institutions and the various institutions abroad, or even within the country. Say that collaboration is not only between our country and abroad. We can also collaborate between research institution and industry. Our major challenge as a country is resources. I remember when I was in the Ministry of Agriculture, I had issues with resourcing KALRO as a major or as a premier research institution in the area of agriculture. When you look at the Act, there's a provision, and it was discussed extensively on Tuesday, a provision of 2% of GDP to be used in research. But that has never been achieved, which calls for research institutions to collaborate with other partners so that their research can actually continue. And so, what I challenge research institutions is not only to establish collaborations with funders outside, establish collaborations with industry. And the only way to establish collaboration with industry is for you to come up with research proposals which are solving industry problems. Because if your proposal is not going to offer a solution to my problem, it becomes very difficult for me to associate with you. And so it's our major challenge that we need to approach industry and prove to them that the kind of research you're undertaking is going to be a solution to their problem. And you realize industry will be funding your programs. Having said that, we also look at giving the example of my host country, India. ICT is big, pharmacy is big. So again, when we are looking at partnerships, especially in the area of ICT, it is good to look at those destinations and institutions who have implemented technologies in the area of ICT. We know India is big in ICT, and therefore I call upon collaborations in that country. They are ready to collaborate with any institution or our country so that we can progress in the area of ICT. Pharmacy is big. You are all aware that a good number of Kenyan population are trooping India now for medical services. And the reason why they have done that is because they got something right from the beginning, from the primary, secondary education in terms of science and technology, to the extent that they even have established innovation centers in their institutions. Most institutions in India have innovation centers. Universities are skill-based universities. You go to any university or most universities in India and you realize they're just not teaching theory. They have built collaboration with industry so that when they are doing engineering work, Toyota, John Deere, and these other car and machine manufacturers collaborate with the institution, say that they even get new technologies from the institution which improve on their machines. That is a similar thing which we need to establish in this country. And as a conclusion, let me thank NACOSTI that this Science and Technology Innovation Conference could not have come at a better time. It has come at a time when we are really facing serious challenges as far as food security is concerned. And unless we will apply science, technology, and innovation in our food production, we will continue facing the challenge of food insecurity in this country for a very long time. And I'm happy the young people are here so that they can adopt technology, because that is our future. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Willie Pett. If you see on our programs, we actually had 3 presenters whose initials start with HE, HE standing for His or Her Excellency. Unfortunately, I think the next ambassador, extraordinarily and plenipotentially, Chacha would actually read these words better than me, is not here. So let's call on the representative of Her Excellency, the British High Commissioner to Kenya, Chen Marriott, who is represented here ably with the gentleman who will introduce himself and give us the presentation. After him, we will take a break for tea and then come back to continue.
Good morning. Good morning. Your Excellencies and the eminent panel that is present here. And I will follow one ambassador to say, led by Professor Chacha, who, when I was a young man running to and fro from school in Kisii, was a name that I was already hearing. So it's good to see many years later that he's still consistently doing what he does best. And distinguished guests, including our brother from across the border, and I'm especially excited to see the young people who are here, because this is exactly the kind of thing that we want to see. I'm here representing the British High Commissioner to Kenya, who unfortunately was not able to come, Ambassador Her Excellency Chen Marriott. And I'll speak to strategic investment in science and technology and innovation systems for inclusive, sustainable development. According to the recently released report on progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs are in deep, deep trouble. At the midway point to our 2030 goals, an assessment of the roughly 140 targets with data show that about 12% are on track. Close to a half, those showing progress, are moderately or severely off track. Some 30% either see no movement or regress below the 2015 baseline. Part of the solutions that are proposed in this report to course correct, including acting on the commitment to leave no one behind by creating job opportunities in the digital economies and leveraging digital technologies to close the digital divide. Governments are urged to strengthen the national and subnational capacity, accountability, and public institutions to deliver accelerated SDG progress. Convenings such as this one offer the perfect opportunity to reflect on our collective progress, identify opportunities to strategically apply the tools that we have in science, technology, and innovation for common good in Kenya, but also beyond. The Kenya Science, Tech, and Innovation System has a lot going for it. Kenya's gross domestic expenditure in research and development is, as one ambassador said, at almost 8% of the GDP. So it's slightly below our ambition for 2%, but it's still 95% higher than the average for sub-Saharan Africa and 4 times the average for low-income countries. It has one of the largest higher education systems, and we are represented about that by many people in this room today. It is a regional tech and innovation hub with significant investments from international tech organizations, as well as homegrown innovations, but it also includes a budding, skilled, and youthful population, which is represented here as well, a growing digital infrastructure, from internationally acclaimed and UK-supported mobile payment systems such as M-Pesa, to being home to some of the most cutting-edge startups on the continent. It is a country that has a thriving tech scene and offers a myriad of opportunities across the science, tech, and innovation space. Please allow me a couple of minutes to give you a couple of examples of how the partnership between the UK and Kenya is supporting inclusive sustainable development. Earlier this week, we launched the Sasa Kazi platform, which is a digital apprenticeship program that on one hand provides training, mentorship, and job placement to young tech professionals. So young people, take note of this, and please look it up. But on the other side, it offers tech support to MSMEs in their digitization efforts. As the world went into lockdown in 2020, the UK partnered with Eldo Hub in Eldoret through the Africa Technology and Innovation Partnerships Program and the UK Kenya Tech Hub to pilot the digital apprenticeship program. This had a huge impact on job creation and business digital transformation, with job absorption rates of over 90% for the 90 men and women tech professionals that participated, and realized 100 digital projects implemented in 85 host institutions. It also demonstrated that apprenticeship is a valid route for sourcing for talent and solving business and government challenges. So what our colleague said here about the importance of linking industry and the innovations that we have. So that's quite important. The UK has over time invested 25 billion Kenya shillings in research in Kenya, and this is only since 2014. This has resulted in over 300 research collaborations, including producing almost 4,000 publications, of which 78% are importantly open access. Through the Kemri Wellcome Trust Partnership, founded in 1989, where Wellcome has invested over 2.5 billion Kenya shillings annually, supporting 800 staff and 50 PhD students in Kilifi and in Nairobi, publishing over 260 scientific papers per year. Kemri Wellcome, going beyond just publications, Kemri Wellcome led on COVID research in Kenya, including the COVID genome sequencing work to identify different variants that you probably saw on the news over time during that period. It carried out the first serosurveillance study on the spread of COVID in Africa and analyzed the cost effectiveness of vaccines to COVID in Africa as well. Through the RISA Fund, the UK is currently partnering with NACOSTI, the National Research Fund, ISAR, and other stakeholders to develop a much-needed national research policy that will provide a conducive regulatory environment for impactful science, tech, and science innovations. Through the British Council, we are also, the UK is also supporting the National Research Fund to develop a national research repository that will be a key source for evidence-informed decision-making at national and county level, as Professor Ndede said is important. On a broader scale, we are living through a period of rapid scientific and technological change. The explosion in general purpose technologies, from artificial intelligence to engineering biology to quantum computing, is creating enormous population and potential to tackle the escalating shared challenges that we face, from climate change to food security, global health threats, but also extreme poverty. But as much as it is creating opportunities, it is also creating challenges of its own, such as how we navigate the sensitivities and risks around some of these technologies and how they are playing into wider geopolitical competition. Most of the people in this room will have heard of ChatGPT. I'm sure most of you had, but maybe a smaller number have heard of Chaos GPT, which is an AI tool that was being experimented to give chaotic and unpredictable outcomes, including destroying humanity, establishing global dominance, and attaining immortality. So this is one of the bad sides of, or the dangerous aspects or the perils of this kind of technology that are emerging. That experiment was aiming to research on nuclear weapons, to recruit other AI tools, sending tweets, and other things. But on a lighter note, I recently saw on Twitter a restaurant that is called Chai GPT. So there's a lot of good that is coming out of this technology, a lot of evil, but also a lot of innovation that is coming from the Kenyan population. In the UK, we have been reflecting deeply on this and the role we want to play internationally. The UK government is updating the Integrated Review of Security, Defense, Development and Foreign Policy, which holds science and technology as a key objective, and has recently published the International Technology Strategy. As we contemplate this rapid change, we want to continue as a partner, to be a partner to Kenya in science, tech, and innovation. We want to expand the partnership to thinking about how we can work together to navigate the risks as well the opportunities that are offered by technology. How can we create the right regulatory environments to enable this technology to be harnessed while mitigating the risks that can cause harm? How can we establish democratic open societies, and work together to shape the global risks and norms that guide the adoption of these technologies? How can we think ahead to how technology might change society and work together to foster the future that we want to see? And this very much links to the vision for our international development and international technology strategy. In our recent UK international development strategy, we set out taking a patient approach that prioritizes lasting systemic solutions at all levels, from local to international levels, over sustainable quick wins. So as one ambassador says, it takes time, and as a Professor Chacha said, it takes time for us to realize the benefits of these investments. So how we look at it is, how can we think together in the long term rather than just look at short projects that start and stop, and then there's no sustainability after the donor pulls out. We will do this by sharpening our focus on equitable partnerships, centered on the power of free people to participate and determine their futures, on open markets to finance progress, on free flow of ideas and innovation to shape good policies and adoption of technologies, on effective institutions to drive research, innovation, and evidence-informed decision-making. To conclude, in the UK-Kenya partnerships, we have a shining example of this approach. Let us make this a springboard for deepening our commitment to equitable partnerships on development, so sharing both our concerns and the priorities of the local government on development, science, and innovation. Together, we can navigate the changes and challenges of the fourth industrial revolution. We can turn the shared power of the Kenya-UK innovation to new opportunities of science and technology, and bring our international partners along with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative of Excellency, the High Commissioner of the UK to Kenya. I think now we can find a few questions before we take the tea, because maybe after tea, some of our guests may be actually leaving. I would like to make it really simple. I'll take 2 questions from each of the rows, and we have 5 rows. And as usual, we start with the row that has uniforms. Any 2 questions? Please, presenters, note the questions out. If you have a question, put up your hand. I'll be able to see you. A microphone will be brought to you. The first row is not. The second row, we have a hand up here. Yes. 2. That's. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is directed to the good Professor Idet Florence of Tibeta. I note that the authority inspects licenses, registers, and accredits training institutions. We have livestock training institutions which also award diplomas and certificates. That is the DTIs, the IETs, but they have not been registered by the authority. And now there is a conversation towards recognizing them through the Livestock Bill 2023. How did we arrive here? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please note, there are 2 hands on the same row. I'll borrow some. Right at the back, you have the microphone. State your name and ask the question.
Good morning. My name is Lovett Charles from Mango High School, and my question goes to Professor Willie Bett, and he talked about funds as a country being an issue in research, and he talked about an example of when he was in the Ministry of Agriculture, that he had trouble finding CalRO in research. So my question was, what has been done as a country to ensure that the funding is fully achieved?
Thank you. Next questioner.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity, and I just have one question.
Your name?
Oh, my name is Yano Mbungu. I'm from Mangu High School. I have one question to Professor Chacha. We know that there are food solutions available in the country, and so therefore saying that there's no food is a bit of an exaggeration. The only problem that we can note is the marketability of the food solution. So my question is, why can't these food solutions be integrated with social sciences who have done precise research on, or who can do precise research on the reason as to why a food solution is not marketable, to find out a solution to the marketability problem. Although the change or acceptability rate may not be instant, I feel as though it could make a difference with enough funding and technology and time, as the solution will be cheap and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now on the row, facing me, any question from this row? Yes, one hand, two hand. Provide the microphone. Microphone.
Good morning. Good morning.
I actually didn't give you the name, but please make it short.
Okay. My name is Dennis from Mangu High School, and I have one question to the STEM representative. So I really love the progress that you have made in ensuring that women are progressing in this country. So what has STEM done to ensure that refugees are progressing as well?
Thank you very much. The microphone, please, to the gentleman on this side. Who is bringing the microphone?
Sir, allow me, first of all, I'm Colonel Dr. Mbiaha Charles. I work at the National Defense University, Kenya. My first question, I have two questions, very sharp ones, sir, if you allow. The first one goes to His Excellency Ambassador Bet. Maybe if you have any experience of how the Indian military is participating in STI or general development of India, sir, you could share with us so that from our military end, we can be able to benchmark from such thoughts, if you have any. And if not, sir, maybe it's something we can discuss on the sidelines. My second question goes to my mentor and good father, Professor Chacha Nyaikoti Chacha. And this goes to the regulator, CUE, sir. Maybe you'd also share with us experiences that the regulator is doing to reorient university education so that each of the institutions sticks to the niche. Because the experience we've had in this country is universities are accredited as technical or science-based, and then they divert into other fields. So as a regulator, maybe strengthening science, STI, by emphasizing and sticking to the niche area of these universities. Those are my two questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, at the back, yes.
Yeah, my name is Finyange Pole from Calro. Mine is not actually a question, but a comment on how we need to grow our science, because we have had since Tuesday here, there are so many technologies and innovations that have been researched on and are ready actually for the market. But we need to commercialize and upscale. But we also, as Kenyans, need to change our mindsets towards what we do produce as a country. Because most of us, once we go to the supermarkets, we always look for products that are coming from outside this country. Those ones which are made locally, it's like they are not appealing, they are not good. So I usually ask myself, now do we make these products for? If we are not going to promote them ourselves. So we need to embrace, we need to commercialize, and we need to take them ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And then the one is, a comment is also funding for research. The way we get funds from the government as a research organization, and Ambassador Beth said it clearly, rightly, is that we as a research organization have to hustle for funds through grant-winning proposals. But these donors have their priorities also. They do not fund research on some of the crops, like especially the industrial crops. So once they come, because they want to also make an impact, the funding for research has been maize, beans, the short-term crops, but not for things like coconut, cashew, and these many other crops. So I think that government has to make a deliberate effort to make sure that they fund the research on these other crops, because this is where we can industrialize with some of these crops which have no funding.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two hands on this side, the gentleman and the lady. Okay, and two others. Then we get the answers, please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mwikamba Kaibui from Jomo Kenyatta University. I am the director of linkages. I am very thankful for what Ambassador Beth has said. I think there is need to streamline, especially on issues on collaboration. But His Excellency, my issue which has been there is sometimes the protocol when your office or the office of the ambassadors write for those requests, sometimes I think it takes too long to come from the ministry to reach us downstream. What is there that needs to be done so that at least the offices, concerned offices, can get those communications early enough? Can you easily communicate directly with the various institutions depending on what you do? What is it being done so that at least they are able to do? Sometimes we get letters saying they need this when it is already too late, and that it becomes a challenge. Number two, I think one of the problems we have is that why is it that we have so many researches which have been conducted, but they have never been reached the target population, but it has rather become academic researches which are put in the shelves? What can the government do to ensure that those researches are able to reach? For example, those which have been able to reach, like in Jomo Kenyatta, we have got the tissue culture banana. It has been able to spread out. How about what policy does the government have to ensure that those researches which directly affect the society can be able to be disseminated and able to do on? Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Caroline Oyuer from Jomo Kenyatta. My question goes to Madam Florence, the representative CS Gender. You've talked of your ministry supporting the STEM, and my question is, does your ministry support the people who take social science courses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd allow two more on this side, and then we get the answers.
Thanks a lot, Prof. Prof, thanks a lot. My name is Mutwiwa. I'm a professor in JKUAT. I think this is like the best forum. We were waiting, you can see from the responses, but I will not be long. The first one, we heard about the walking tractor. I want to concur with what Ambassador Beth said. We have an appropriate technology transfer from India. Now, a tractor made from a motorbike. It was a collaboration with India, but now we've been looking for funds to take it to the next level, the industrialists. So because it has come and it works very well, I just want to request him, kindly consider, Ambassador Beth, to organize or support a scientific tourism. You know, you look at the engineers, they just go looking at what is key. Those low-cost technologies, that would be very good. And then my senior Engineer Some and Professor Chacha, because you interacted with the curriculums, I'm sure you know very well, there is always a research project at the end of the engineering training. And the solutions we develop are very good. How can we then look at them and bring them up to the industry? I think there is a miss between what the scientists develop and those who can finance it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lastly, the lady at the back, give her a microphone. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. My name is Tabitha Gisheru, working for Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. And mine goes to the representative of the British High Commissioner. You've talked about the Sasa Kazi platform. And to me, I felt like you're touching our fingers because it's about technology to the MSMEs. And that being our space, and us being I'm the focal person who is championing the integration of the STI through the authority. So my issue is, or my question is, how can we be getting this information about the Sasa Kazi platform, dealing with the Juakali people outside there? They need this information because technology is the way to go. And if they have the products and they are not able even to export because maybe the technology is very low, can we get more information about such kind of platforms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me allow the gentleman who has been up for some time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my former Vice Chancellor, for seeing my hand. Kiliku Sepu Seku. Kwa Balozi, and thank you very much, Excellencies, for your presentations. Balozi, you told us that in India, a lot of innovation in the field of pharmacy. Now, we saw the innovations, a lot of places in the world that happened during COVID time. What lessons can we learn from India in terms of innovations in traditional medicine in Kenya? To my lady from Tiveta, what exactly can Kenya do to ensure that there is more elaborate collaboration between the institutions and the industry? To come to close to what happens, for example, in Tanzania, a very good example is Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology and how it has collaborated with the industry to come up with, for example, the design studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll give opportunity for responses. If we could have somebody with a microphone up, please. Could you bring the microphone to? I think we'll go around. We'll start with the British High Commission, then we go around to anybody who wants to respond to the questions.
Thank you very much for the questions. I realized that I forgot to say my name. So my name is Dr. Jordan Kiongo, as a research specialist at the British High Commission. So to the lady who asked the question, so I'd like to say that for the Sasa Kazi platform, like I mentioned, it was an initiative that started with Eldo Hub in Eldoret town, but the recent launch has opened it up to other counties across the country. And you can actually find that information online. So if you just Google Sasa Kazi, you will see the platform where you will see what opportunities are available. There's need, and we are trying to make efforts to scale it and make it available across the whole country. But to add on to that, so that is just one of the projects that we're doing. I'd like to encourage you to also look at an initiative that we're doing with what Professor Soma mentioned, the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Is what we call the Innovation Bridge, which is basically an online platform that allows for inventors, investors, and everyone who's interested in innovation to come and register, so that if you have an innovation that you'd like to be seen and funded or expanded, you can register yourself there, identify the field in which you're specializing, and then the people who are willing to invest can see your invention and help you to scale it up. So those are the two platforms that I would encourage all of us to look at. So there's the Kenya Innovation Bridge that is funded through Kenya, but also the Sasa Kazi platform, both of which are available online, and they are aiming at the Juakali people that you're saying, the students, and all the organizations and institutions that provide innovations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Bed, I think a number of questions.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the question by the young researcher who was talking about the funding. I think I didn't hear quite well, but I think you are talking of what is the government doing to increase the funding in research now that it is a serious challenge. It was a similar question which was asked on Tuesday, and the answer was that the government now is working on its budget because it is reorienting now, realizing that there is no way we can develop without research. And as it is now, we have not achieved the 2% requirement of funding research, and so the government is working towards that. That's what we were told, because I am not an authority to say exactly what the government is doing to increase funding in research. So that's much I can say as far as that is concerned. Military research is very interesting, and it's something which I have actually told the defense advisor in New Delhi. What is happening in military in India is that they have a strong wing of research, Military Research Institute, where they keep updating their technology in the military. You will be interested to know that India is now manufacturing its own war equipment, including fighter jets. And this has come as a result of a strong department of research in military. This one has managed to succeed because of the collaboration between the military and industry. It is interesting that the technology and the designs come from military, but the manufacturing and production is from industry. So that there's a very strong collaboration between military and industry. What this company, there is a, I've forgotten, they are manufacturing military equipment. And that the military equipment they produce is coming from the technologies developed from the military institute. And so, yes, we have a lot to learn with that. I am aware there's a lot of collaboration between the Kenyan defense and the Indian military as we speak now. And I'm sure that that is part of the collaborations it is going on. That one I'm aware of. Commercialization, I think that is not time taken. There was a question of time taken in communication between missions and institutions here in Kenya. I agree 100%. Some of the opportunities we see out there, we are quick to capture them and communicate them back home because we analyze and we realize it's going to benefit us in one way or another. But what we realize is it takes extremely long or no response at all for those communications even come back to the mission so that we can further the collaborative action we intend to do. What has happened now is the government, you realized the other day, the Minister of Foreign Affairs keeping up some of these things and saying we can now communicate directly. And that seems to be working. It is both good and bad. Because in diplomacy, if the nodal unit is not aware of what is happening, a lot of mess can come around. And therefore, it will only work in ensuring that communication is fast-tracked, but it can also be counterproductive because the interaction between institutions or missions here in Kenya and institutions might not be in accordance with the protocols which have already been signed between Kenya and other countries. And so there is that authority now that we can communicate directly as a mission to institutions directly. And we have seen good results. Like we have institutions and funders headquartered in India who ask for students or give scholarships, and they want students to benefit from those scholarships. What we have done is to communicate directly, and we have seen many Kenyan students now benefiting with that. In the past, those scholarships passed without any response. So we are seeing progress in that area. Lastly, I think it was lessons learned in the area of pharmacy. India is the pharmacy of the world, and we have everything to learn in the area of pharmacy with India, both conventional medicine and traditional, the Ayurvedic medicine. India has gone a very long way in mainstreaming traditional medicine into conventional systems. And therefore, Ayurvedic medicine in India is now an alternative treatment system, which is recognized, and research is being done by specialized medical professors. And so it is an area which we have already developed an MOU so that similar things, because we have our traditional medicine men here, and those medicine really work very well and it's cheap. And so if collaboration is built in that area, you can imagine the kind of treatment and the kind of affordability our medication can be, so that we can stop Kenyans from moving from Kenya abroad for medical services. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Professor Indeche.
Thank you very much for the two questions. I will start with the collaboration with the industry, or comment or question, what can be done. You realize that we are supposed to start right away from the scratch to relate with industries where we feel that our trainees can have an opportunity. And this can be infused in our training programs so that we relate with the industry. We can ask them so that they can also give us some information on what is good so that this is infused in our training programs. We may also do it through attachment, sending our students to various industries and going there to assess how they are performing. And that one gives us a good relationship with the industries. And also have field visits to various industries so that the trainees can be able to see by themselves. When I was training as a teacher, I was informed that you can retain 65% of what you have learned through practicals, through hands-on, and like retention of 35% theoretical. So benchmarking with industries early enough is very, very key to creating this relationship, and also having them sometimes as our external assessors. The other question was on the TTIs. TVETA established under the TVETA Act 2013 gives TVETA a very, very special mandate to register and license institutions, programs, the trainees, the trainers, and also to inspect the quality of facilities. So we have a very clear-cut process on how the training institutions are supposed to be registered. However, you will realize that some of the training institutions may not really fall under TVETA. They may have their very, very special programs whereby other accrediting institutions are called in to accredit very specific and very special programs. However, if you meet our qualifications and you are supposed to be registered or accredited by TVETA, that is the mandate that we undertake. So most probably the institutions you're talking about maybe have a shortfall in the qualifications required in accrediting or licensing them. This is something that maybe we may pick during so that I find out what specifically is the issue, and we can let you know how best we can resolve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Representative of the CS. Any question? Yes, I think.
Thank you so much. For us as a ministry, there's a lady who have asked if we are supporting trainees who are taking social science, and the answer is yes. How do we support? We are working with state and non-state actors, and through our SAGA, which is National Government Affirmative Action Fund, we support trainees from high school to the university to offer bursaries to further their education, both male and female. But in this meeting today, which is in technology and innovation, we are encouraging more women to take up science, technology, because from the research, it's only 30% of women who are taking these courses in universities. So we are encouraging more women to take up these courses of science and technology. How do we do it? We do it through mentorship and training. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And lastly, our Professor Chacha.
Thank you, Bwana Mwenyekiti. I have about 3 matters which were directed to me. And number one is actually from the student, was wondering why it becomes difficult to adopt innovations and the solutions which have already been researched are not mainstreamed. I think we need policies. So we need to focus, because when we work as scholars or scientists, we discover things. For those things now to be adopted into the economy and into the livelihoods of people, we need policy framework within which we can undertake the following. Usually in academia, we used to tell people you must publish or perish. And therefore we expect people, when they are publishing, they are exposing their knowledge and the information or innovation to other people, so that the other scientists in the area, as well as those who will take benefit from the innovations, can understand what it is that has been done. We need advocacy. We need to publicize that there is some innovation which is useful. In order to do that, we need a regulated regime which comes through the policy framework, which sometimes is developed within the executive powers, the offices of cabinet secretaries, the offices of directors, and other senior people. Plus, of course, some of us who are working for regulators, we tie into developing some of those policies. So we need to have this discussion. There was a question about our role as a regulator to ensure that the institutions and the universities do not change from being known as University of Science and Technology. And when you visit them, you find that the large percentage of their students are doing history, linguistics, perhaps, and geography. We need to tighten up. But you know, the university have their own also powers, which is derived in your charter and your statutes and your role of Senate, where you determine whom to teach, what to teach, and how to even examine. So sometimes, depending on why the universities move out from their niche, they are driven by the desire to attract students, because there are more students in the social science and arts than they are in the mainstream STEM systems. But that is something which, as a country, we need to address in relation to remaining on your niche. And we're going to take care of that, Colonel. So thank you very much for that question. Then I think the last point I want to raise, moderator, is that all these products, when they are found in laboratories, they are found in workshops, they are found wherever. We need to now discuss the value addition process. You know, the supply chain process, which is now so known to us, has several stages of what happens from the idea in your mind or in your laboratory, all the way to the innovation being publicized, all the way to the innovation being translated into a commodity or an item that has value and a tangible, I think, aesthetics. From that point, we also know that we must market, because even when you say you are buying foreign products, it's because they're highly marketed. See, up to now, products like Colgate, they are still being marketed. When you open your TV, sometimes when you open your radio, they are still talking about how these things have now changed and that they are giving opportunity for people to sell for them by publicizing what the product is. But you know, for us as scholars, we have been very shy to even talk about things we do, to even talk about the experiments we have successfully done with innovation. So publicity is very important, and we need to borrow from the private sector on how they sell their merchandise, because they can sell you even air. They should talk you until you buy that air. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Chacha. Let me use a chairman's prerogative, because I really would like to hear a question from the students, our girl students. Just one question, then I'll be satisfied to go on after. Yes, there's one, and please give her the microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fatma Hassan from St. Angela's School, and I have a question to Professor Chacha. How has Kenya enhanced food security? Can you elaborate more about it?
Kenya and food security.
I think perhaps there must be a general here who can address that more, but I believe that security cuts across. I talked about security from the perspective of the products that we produce from scholarly outputs and how they enhance our preparedness for security. That is really anchored on information, because scientists in the laboratories, in our universities and our institutions are busy trying to understand all the factors which impact on security issues, and from their own perspectives, right from those who are in agriculture, those who are in chemistry, those who are in biochemistry, those who are in physics, etc., etc. They are able to articulate some of the perspectives on what is happening in the world, because some of the challenges we are facing on security are also faced globally by other countries. And we mitigate sometimes, but based on synergy, which is from the shared experience and the knowledge that we get from other scholars and other researchers somewhere. And that's the role of universities and institutions of higher learning, is basically to ensure that we understand what is happening in all our perspectives, and after we have understood, we then mainstream it into our own scenarios and the situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatma Hassan. I think the question should have been directed to Ambassador Willie Bate, because he's the one who talked about food security. So I'd like to hear the voice of Willie Bate on how India has done what she has asked.
Thank you for that question. Yes, how Kenya has managed to handle or enhance food security. You've always had the steps which the President of Kenya has been putting across. How to enhance food security is to ensure that the inputs of producing food must be affordable to the farmers themselves. That is the way to ensure that farmers can afford inputs like fertilizer and the seed. If it is affordable, it will make farmers now or more farmers go into the farm. The other issue is to ensure that farmers are taught very clearly on how to do this production. And the best way to ensure that farmers' production is, the productivity is high, is to show them how to do agronomy. Agronomy is how to grow, how to take care of the crop until it is mature. So that process also is very important. Say that if 1 acre you could get 10 bags, with good agronomy, with 1 acre you can get 20 bags. That will improve the food security. The other issue also in Kenya is we have realized that we lose a lot of food through wastage and post-harvest losses. So how to ensure that whatever we produce, it is available for people to consume without losing it through weevils and mishandling. And therefore, with technologies now, we can ensure that we don't lose what we produce in terms of our food through post-harvest losses. So all these contribute into ensuring that Kenya becomes a food secure country.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm in the area of food processing by trade, and actually to convince Kenyans who like to eat vegetables that even dried vegetables can be vegetables. So we need to do those primary processes, and we can store food when there is dryness. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to a brief interlude of this morning session. I will invite Wanangugi to lead us on what happens next.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, our panelists, distinguished participants, for having done justice to that session. At this juncture, we will just break for 30 minutes break, health break, then we reconvene for the other session. And we really want to thank you for keeping time. You do that. So at this point, I want to invite the Director General, Nakosti, to really appreciate our panelists for having done that. And as we also do that, I also want to request the panelists, you had some notes, some speech, written notes. Please kindly let us have copies for our proceedings. We want to really capture the key messages from your end. Thank you, Director General.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much, and for the eminent discussions. It has been a great session, a great eye-opener. We truly thank you, and we hope we had more time to engage with the audience. We want to thank the chair of the session for handling the session within the timelines set. Of course, the interest remains quite high. So as we break very quickly for tea break, I think we'll have a quick photo session as we have done on every day. I think the seats are already arranged. Before that, we have gifts for our eminent discussants. Allow me also to acknowledge those of you who have come in quietly. At least I could see the chairperson of the SEPU board. I also know in the house we have, yes, please greet all of us. We also have the CEO Kirdi, Mr. Calvin. Yes, thank you, welcome. We're also expecting the CEO of Kotda. I think we're just about to arrive, maybe it's inside, not yet. And a number of CEOs, a number of board members. I'm seeing Director Gesora is there. And all of you who have not mentioned your name, feel most welcome. So with the permission, just I'll request the chair of the session to hand over some gifts to each one of our eminent discussants. Thank you.
You're doing well. Thank you very much.
We have the required elements in our products and do the analysis. I also do use ultraviolet stroke visible spectrophotometer and also X-ray fluorescence for elemental analysis. For this kind of technology where we did the Fourier transform infrared, we get what we call vibrational spectrums, where we're able to identify bonding between different compounds. So by getting the spectrum, we can be able to deduce the kind of bonding that our compounds has. Once we get the knowledge, we can be able to create fingerprints for each of the different species. This kind of technology, the ATL technology, being a real-time machine, you can carry the instruments and go with it to the field and be able to get real-time data from the field. And with its internal memory, you come and now get the data, whatever you collected from the field.
When this center is completely operational, right now it's about 95% operational. We expect it to be used as a standardization center by the Ministry of Health, the Department of Traditional Medicine, and we hope to produce some of the best herbal products in this region, or at least catch up with the region.
With the National Phytotherapeutic Center, which really is a Vision 2030 project, we are seeing the university moving progressively. Of course, from a teaching university to a research university, as we move towards a self-sustaining entrepreneurial university.
This equipment is very, very important in that prior to its acquisition, we had ones that had a limit, like the atomic absorption spectrophotometer. So it will not really separate and go to a very minute level of separating substances that could be in a sample. So it limited our staff a lot. So we had to spend together with them a lot of money giving them to ship those samples, like even outside Kenya. And that usually now ends up expending a lot of time. The researchers will not get the results quickly. Perhaps if they have to make now inferences and conclusions, and apply to solve a problem. Postgraduate students also who are studying, it will also delay them in terms of finishing to graduate because they have to wait for those results. There is also uncertainty in terms of who will handle that data, what will they do with it, post the generation of those results in their lab and things like that. So privacy issue, confidentiality issue was at stake. So now with the machine being with us, we have removed all those steps, intervening steps. We are just self-contained here in the country.
Of recent, there has been what we call emerging pollutants. By the definition of emerging pollutants, these are certain elements which cannot be managed to be removed by the treatment of the waste. So some of them are too toxic. Since the university wants to be strong on issues of environment and renewable energy, there is a need to detect them. After detecting them, we can come up a low way of removing these emerging pollutants from water. Then now water can be used. And what we are going to do at the university, we come up with a prototype. And a prototype is something you make in a small scale in terms of steps. Then we invite those people in the industry to come and see if they can implement it.
We are determining the inorganic component in wastewater. The samples were sampled from Ruai, Nairobi Water and Sewerage Carbon. We are determining the levels of heavy metals and also doing the chemical speciation. Yeah, definitely finding we are getting some of the chemical species like arsenic is there, like lead is there. We have already done the first and the second round of the samples. Yeah, we are still on because the project is supposed to take 24 months.
Apart from that, there is a lot of waste everywhere. And this waste, we cannot convert it directly to useful unless we know what is there. And if there is something which can interfere with a human being or living being, it has to be removed. And after that, some of them can be much better in making biofertilizer.
So our staff are now able to be very efficient. Our postgraduate students are efficient in terms of processing their samples, get results, write their thesis, graduate, go out there and start looking for jobs, join organizations in the industry, and start working.
Community will be trained on the machines, and we need the community, and the community will be giving us information.
Now it is available for sharing. We have published it on our website. Just the way any other lab you go to, you pay some fee, like per sample or a bench fee, so it's available on such terms. So without the government standing with us, it will not have been possible. So we appreciate it, and we hope our results will be able to impress them, make an impact, and so that they can continue coming in. We partner together.
This project is for research, is for training, but more so we see it in terms of solving the problems of food security in this country. We are seeing that if the project is escalated, it can be diversified to have other plants. We can go ahead and also support the college to add even value to the products.
Other than the training, we are also producing tissue culture bananas. It is one area that has elicited a lot of curiosity and interest from among our students and even the farming community, because what we are doing here is of key interest to our farmers. The reason why we are going to the tissue culture bananas is because one of the challenges that they have are pests and diseases. Two, they don't have a secure source of that particular planting material that they can trust.
Already we have started tissue culture project, which started last year, and up to now the project is running. We are already producing seedlings, which we are selling to farmers around the college, and we are also selling mostly to counties. So this will help farmers to increase their production in bananas in Kenya, and that will help also in food security promotion in the country. The challenges that are facing banana is lack of certified seedlings. Farmers had challenges of getting seedlings from other farmers which may be infected. So through the equipment that we have got from NRF, we are able to produce seedlings which are certified, and in this case we are giving farmers clean planting material.
This lab was started to assist students in pathological process, that is disease identification. With this lab and the equipment that we have procured through NRF, we are able to make students be able to identify the diseases through those various biotechnological processes. For the tissue culture lab, before we started and operational in the lab, we had a serious problem with the Panama disease, which had cleared almost all the banana plantation in western region of Kenya. Now with the operationalizing of the lab, with the modern equipment, we are able to screen, remove those diseases before now we release the clean planting bananas seedlings to the farmers.
So the last person to close the door.
This particular facility, when we produce these tissue culture bananas, then we are assuring our farmers that yes, these materials are disease-free. Two, we want our farmers to have confidence that what they are buying is what they desire. Thirdly, when they utilize this particular tissue culture bananas, they can be able to plan and say that I want my produce to harvest during a certain period. So you know the duration that this particular crop will take, and therefore you can plan having in mind the time that you want to do your harvesting.
We made a proposal for establishment of a biotechnology and tissue culture laboratories within the institution. Got the funding, about 12.7 million or so, which really have helped us to buy most of the equipment that we required for the biotechnology lab. But we were also able to get the equipment which enabled us to establish the tissue culture lab, which is already now operational, with staff already recruited to run that particular facility. And currently, as we speak, we have rolled out that particular process of generating clean materials for planting by our farmers. Currently, we have about 43,000 planters within the tissue culture lab. And already we have markets. Demand is already there within the market.
Now, how many suckers have you used to produce what we are seeing here now?
This facility can assist us to produce to the tune of about 100,000 tissue culture banana seedlings every year. What we are thinking is that we want to develop a concrete business plan that can assist us by telling us where we want to go and how we want to go there. We look at it as a facility that is going to assist the people in Western Kenya here and Kenya at large.
We are doing partnerships and collaborations also with our local universities, and we look into partnerships with even international universities abroad. And we look forward to more training, more research, and solving problems facing our country, especially food security.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT, is very proud to host the National Manufacturing Research Chair in Kenya on technology innovations to offer solutions to the coconut value chain. Now, since the launch of the research chair in 2017, JKUAT has benefited from the program in terms of capacity building and training of postgraduate students, acquisition of key research equipment in horticulture, food science, laboratories, and engineering workshops. Under this research chair program, a number of innovations have also been rolled out and deployed in Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kwale counties. And these technologies are currently impacting SMEs in the coconut value chain. The research project has enabled JKUAT to establish important linkages and partnerships with key stakeholders, thus repositioning the university as a leading institution in research in this region through research-driven solutions.
I'm Bana Likua, a professor of mechanical engineering at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and also the holder of the manufacturing research chair, which is a university research chair. Within this research chair, we have a stream that is on tooling and machinery. We also have a research stream on food and beverages, another one of energy and biomass. We also have one on textiles and fabrics, and another also on beauty products and cosmetics. All these have got products and are now being piloted and marketed.
Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut meat. The coconut meat is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products.
My title, the thesis was modeling usage of coconut through addition of coconut meat, and we've shown the white coconut, or the white component of the meat. I did various objectives to achieve the aim of my study, value-added the product by producing the coconut ice cream.
We have an equipment which has been bought with support of the research chair, which helps us to remove most of the organic solvent. This equipment is called a rotary evaporator, which is this. And this unit, what you do here, you fix your solvent inside like this, and then you rotate. Come here and extract through a rotational system where through this distillation unit and vacuum, then the solvent comes here and the oil remains here. And this is what we get to the last step of analysis.
The biomass, as far as coconut is concerned, the focus has been on two main bio-wastes that come from the coconut industry or coconut value chain. And that is basically from the husk. There is a lot of bio-waste, but in this regard, for this research chair, the focus has been on the husk. The husk of the coconut has fibers, and also when you extract the fiber, there's something, some will call it a dust, It's basically that dust that binds the fiber. When you extract the fiber, you can actually also use that dust, and that is what we call the cocoa pit. So the research that I have been conducting together with the postgraduate students has focused on one, the coconut fiber and the cocoa pit.
During my master's project, I was privileged to work with the manufacturing research chair on the value addition of coconut products, and I worked on the waste products, that is the fiber, for production of hydrogels for use in agriculture. The manufacturing research chair has been of great impact and has been of much benefit to me as an individual. I've gained hands-on training on equipment, and one of the equipment that has been purchased through the manufacturing research chair is the Fourier transform infrared. This is a very good equipment that is beneficial to both the students in JKUH and other institutions. And we've managed to analyze samples for students from Moi University. And this Fourier transform infrared, it just uses the infrared radiations that interact with matter, and matter in this case is the samples that we need.
Our main aim that we have been doing is doing the extracts, the oil extracts from the plant, right? Analyzing the coconut oil, and using that coconut also as an ingredient in cosmetics, which include soaps, lotions, or creams.
Tooling and machineries is developing machineries and tools for the other streams within the research chair. I've developed a number of equipment, 4 in number. We have developed a decorticator. This is an equipment that is used for separation of fiber with dust. We have also developed a stirrer, very useful for mixing soap ingredients and substances so that we are able to have consistent mixture. We also made dehuskers, very useful for removing husk from the nut. And these dehuskers we have deployed to a number of women groups and youth groups in the coast region. We also developed a briquette making machine. And this briquette making machine is already a technology within JKUAT. So it was a matter of adapting it for use by SMEs. For undergraduate, we have handled 4 students so far. For postgraduate, we have handled 2 masters, 2 PhDs.
The manufacturing research chair has been very beneficial, as I said, first in the knowledge dissemination and also in the acquisition of the materials that I need for the project. I'm currently undertaking a project which involves or rather deals with the drying of cocoa peat, of which cocoa peat is a ligneous material that is normally extracted from the husk of the coconut fruit.
I'm developing a composite of a coconut fiber, where I'm using a fiber as a reinforcing agent with the PLA and thermoplastic polyurethane as a matrix. So I want to develop polymeric composites to produce engineering parts. In that way, I believe that we are going to have a value-added engineering products which will, in the long run, improve the earnings by the farmers.
We are training the people there on how to add value. We have, for example, conducted some training on marketing of the products, branding of the products, sourcing of finance, how to register business, how to do bookkeeping, and so forth.
I acknowledge and we appreciate so much the various managements of the various organizations that are involved. That includes JKUAT Management, Moi University, Multimedia University, also the Ministry of Industrialization, and Nuts and Oil Crop Directorate, that's NOCD, which is based in Mombasa, as well as AFA here in Nairobi. They have really been of much support for this research chair.
On behalf of JKUAT, I wish to appreciate NACOSTI, IDRC, and other partners for supporting the project and giving us the opportunity to lead this conversation in coconut value chain for the benefit of our country. Thank you very much.
The world is currently facing a hunger crisis. According to World Health Organization in 2022, 828 million people, about 10% of the world population, regularly goes to bed hungry. This leads to about 16 deaths every minute as a result of acute hunger. In Africa, 478 million people are living below the poverty line, earning less than $1.90 per day. And we're seeing that rising food prices isn't making it easier for them, as billions are running out of reach for healthy food worldwide. An example in Kenya is the price of maize flour in the year 2021. It used to retail for about 40 to 55 Kenyan shillings per kilogram. Currently, it's going for about 80 to 140 Kenyan shillings. This is about 100% price increase. This problem is what provoked us as innovators to come up with a solution. A solution entails converting grass and agricultural waste into edible starch. The reason why humans cannot eat grass is because it contains a substance called cellulose, which us as human beings will lack the necessary enzymes to digest it. That enzyme is found in animals which have a complex digestive system, such as a cow. We therefore developed a soup of enzymes that are going to digest the indigestible cellulose into edible starch. Our end product can be used as a perfect alternative to maize flour, and when modified, can be used as an alternative to wheat flour. Food such as ugali and porridge can be made from our end product. We can use any type of grass species as long as it is non-toxic, but we decided to specialize on two types, which is Bermuda and ryegrass. This is because of the following characteristics. 1. They are flood resistant. 2. Drought resistant. 3. Takes only 2 months till harvest time. 4. Does not require fertilizer application. The process of production of our product is as follows. Grass is harvested, washed, and then dried. It is then ground into a powder. We call that powder cellulose powder. We then add enzymes to the powder, which converts it into starch, and later it is put in a fortification mixture to improve its nutrition. Voila! It is ready for packaging and for sale. Nutritional value. Our product helps control cholesterol levels and blood sugar. You might wonder, why grass? This is because grass and maize are from the same family, Graminae, hence their starch is identical. It is not GMO, it is simply a transformed polymer from one form to another. Financials. The cost of production of 1 kilogram of our flour is 23 Kenyan shillings, and we hope to sell 1 kg at 39 Kenyan shillings. In 1 acre, 6,500 kilograms of grass is harvested, and in order to make 1 kilogram of our flour, we require 1.5 kilogram of grass. We will therefore produce 4,333 kilograms of our flour in 1 acre. Our profit per kilogram is 16 Kenyan shilling. Therefore, in an acre, we are going to make a profit of 69,000. With a capital of 10 million and 4 seasons, in the first year, a profit of 3.4 million will be realized per season, making a total of 13.8 million Kenyan shillings profit per year. We will be able to break even in the 9th month. The successful implementation of these projects will assist the United Nations in achieving the following goals. 1. Zero hunger. We hope to reduce deaths associated with hunger by 50% by 2030. 2. Decent work and economic growth. We hope to create over 100,000 jobs by 2030. 3. Climate action. Our product has no negative effects to the environment. We believe that without innovation, there will be no progress. As a team, we want to make the world a better place. We therefore used our skills and research, and we came up with this idea, which we prototyped. But we lack the necessary funds to further it. We are therefore calling for your support. Thank you.
National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, in collaboration with our partners, the National Research Fund and Konza Technopolis Development Authority, are deeply honored to host the second Multisectoral Conference on Science, Technology and Innovation. This conference forms a sequel to the first Multisectoral Conference, where stakeholders made key resolutions that have impacted on our national development. NACOSTI is established by the Science, Technology and Innovation Act with the mandate of regulating the science, technology and innovation sector and advising on matters related thereto.
We just want to let you know that NACOSTI has been selected to mainstream science, technology, innovation in the country, and this was done in 2021. And this has helped the NACOSTI and its partners, NAKenya and NRF, to collect very vital data, which is important for us to be able to come up with a scientific research system, which informs what is happening in the science, technology and innovation ecosystem, so that it is able to let the CS, where we normally report this status report, to inform the country on what we have been able to do as a country and what we need to take further in the ecosystem of research, science, technology, innovation.
One of the unique functions of National Commission for Science and Technology is to license research in the country. The main reason for licensing research in the country is to ensure that the research and research outputs are not detrimental to the public safety, national security, and also to ensure that the research is not detrimental to the communities and their IP rights. So to ensure that the research is in conformity, it's not detrimental to the environment and nature. And so this is one of the key elements that we really welcome each and every Kenyan, each and every researchers to abide to these for the greater good for this country.
Further, NACOSTI is the national focal point to a number of Kenya's international obligations, such as the Biological Weapons Convention, the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, among others. And indeed, many Kenyans have benefited significantly from programs hosted by this international institute.
Some of the priorities include strengthening of and financing of the infrastructure in R&D, the STI for food security and harnessing of the indigenous knowledge and technologies, and the fifth industrial revolution with the emerging technologies.
The National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation was rated the best government institution in advancing gender equity. The Commission was also recognized as the best statutory commission on diversity, equity, inclusion and belonging.
We are working with about 400 MDAs in the country, and we are hoping we are going to enrich the document which we have started working on. The first time we have been able to report on this report was 2022. We have the first volume. And since the STI Act of 2013, this is the first time we are making this report. We are hoping in the next series of the volume, we are going to improve both the quality and in terms of quantity to help the country move forward in terms of science, technology, innovation.
We are therefore most grateful to our stakeholders for their untiring support that has culminated in this momentous and historic multisectoral conference. Taking note that science, technology, and innovation is cross-cutting, the multisectoral conference has 4 tracks, namely the Interministerial High-Level Dialogue Series, the Scientific and Technological Presentations track, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Exhibitions, and the Science and Technology Education Week.
In addition to this program, we usually also have periodic releases through our bulletin. We also have periodic meetings with our stakeholders, through which we encourage interactions between scientists, students, and our staff in the matters of science, technology, and innovation. And we look forward to also synthesizing the discussions that we'll have in this conference into a bulletin at the end of this workshop.
We therefore request all our stakeholders to make maximum use of this opportunity to dialogue amongst themselves, to network, to share experiences, and come up with the resolutions that will benefit our people and also the entire world. I take this opportunity to thank the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, for accepting to grace the occasion as the chief guest despite his very busy schedule. We also extend our deepest gratitude to Cabinet Secretaries who will be part of the interministerial dialogue. We thank our Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. We thank our distinguished NACOSTI board members who have been very supportive and giving the right direction all the times. We thank also the board members from several agencies who are here. I thank my fellow CEOs, especially my co-chairs, Professor Andala, the CEO of NRF, and Mr. John Paul Okwiri, the CEO of Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I also thank the staff of NACOSTI for all the support they have given up to this point in time. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this mega fest of science, technology, and innovation.
In 2016, the National Research Fund did advertise for infrastructure development for research. And Mary University of Science and Technology did assemble some researchers to come up with the proposals, of course with collaboration with some people like World Health Organizations. And we did submit our proposals to the NRF that time. And by 2018, around February, we got a report that we had been awarded that research grant of Kenya shillings 56 million.
Initially, before, we didn't have equipment that could help me do my research work, and this delayed me a lot before I finished my PhD. But I thank God now we have the equipment which have adversely and immensely assisted my work.
Ordinarily, we have been operating as a level 3B medical center. That is just a health center where we've been offering very basic health services to our staff and students. Our lab has been doing very basic tests like screening for malaria or stool microscopy, urinalysis, blood sugar. We haven't been doing a number of tests that need to be done, and we haven't been having consultant physicians or consultant doctors sitting in this facility. In terms of the equipment that we're talking about, the research equipment that has just been donated by the National Research Fund, this is going to play a very big role in the upgrade of this clinic. And that's one big thing that the equipment we've just received from NRF is going to do for us. It's going to enable us to have various medical specialists run clinics here to serve not only our university community, but also to serve our surrounding community.
This infrastructural project that we have just set up is going to be very, very useful. We will use this infrastructure to do diagnosis, and diagnosis for many things.
This is only done in Kemri for a long time. Even as this part of Mount Kenya going up to the border, Kenya and Ethiopia and even Somalia and even Southern Sudan, all the samples have always to be taken to Nairobi. Now that is not going to be done anymore because we can now do these things here.
The infrastructure that we received in Meru University is quite substantial. It includes the entire workflow of a molecular diagnostic lab. So this includes equipment for DNA extraction, equipment for polymerase chain reaction or PCR, equipment for DNA sequencing, among others. So myself, I am a molecular biologist. I have interest in investigating diseases at the molecular level. So I have interest in cancer, which is a big problem in this region. And in this instance, we are using this equipment to detect very small changes that happen within human cells that could contribute to uncontrolled growth of cells within the human body. Meru County is known to have very high prevalence for cancer, and we are now using this equipment to investigate which particular mutations contribute to the cancer that is seen within Meru County.
My name is Zakayo Mange Mwangi. I'm a tutorial fellow at the School of Health Sciences here at Meru University of Science and Technology, and I'm also a PhD student. And my main area of research is on non-tuberculous mycobacterial infection. Now, this equipment, which basically looks at the genetic material, which is very sensitive for the genetic material of the causative agent, it is quite accurate and quite sensitive for the detection of non-tuberculous mycobacteria and any other infectious disease, including non-infectious or non-communicable disease. Once the non-tuberculous mycobacteria has been detected in this case, it will help the clinician design the proper treatment regimen for the patient to avoid further patient suffering.
The other thing that this equipment is going to do is going to improve our diagnostic capacity for diseases. For example, we have a number of patients who are on treatment for diabetes, for tuberculosis, people who are on treatment for HIV, and a few are on treatment for COVID. Now, when we talk about HIV and we talk about TB, we know that drug resistance is a big problem. We have both first-line and second-line treatment. For us to be able to do drug resistance testing in this region, we have to send our samples to Nairobi, either to Kemri or the private labs in Nairobi. That's going to be a thing of the past. With the equipment we have received, we will be able to not only do drug resistance testing, we will be able even to genetically type the kind of TB and even be able to tell where that TB has come from. If somebody has acquired the TB from Ethiopia, for example, from Uganda, or from some other country, we will be able to actually type that and say that this is not a local strain. And that's a big step in disease surveillance.
We'll keep doing cutting-edge research work that is going to help, especially in the SDG 3, which talks about health for all. So we are able to do that, and we are proud that we can be able to do that to achieve the SDG.
The equipment are so advanced that they can actually execute from the smallest diagnosis to the highest diagnosis. And therefore, we encourage researchers who are actually around us to take advantage of these and come and work with us. And they can come and work akin to the model that is done at Kemri.
Kenya need to move, not only being as a consuming institution in terms of drugs, in terms of anything we do, but also moving towards assembly and also moving towards manufacturing even of the pharmaceutical products. I think this is going to answer to our Vision 2030. And I would like to encourage and advise and invite all potential collaborators in research that we can now do all these things here in Meru.
as a university, we sent in a concept which was subsequently approved by NRF management and board. Unfortunately for us, we got that positive feedback where we were allocated 33 million to start off the journey to equip a modern laboratory. And in this case, we identify and align ourselves to molecular and microbiology laboratory component, which we believe would address quite a number of key things in the health area, agricultural area, food security area, water solutions, and also environmental solutions.
The government is proud of the steps that the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology has taken towards advancement of science and technology in this country. From this project, I note the significant level of commitment that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology is making towards cell research.
The chair of the session, Karibu. Prof. Thank you.
Welcome back again. I want to just mention very briefly how we are going to continue with the presentations. The order may have changed slightly, but I will be a little stricter on time because I know even though we have had tea, we still also have to have lunch. So I would like to welcome the DG Nakosti to kick this off, followed by CEO Oda, and then we will have the DG Kostek from Tanzania, and then the CEO National Nakosti of Uganda, as we say, and then CEO NRF will close the session. So we have 5 presenters. I'll give them less than 10 minutes. And you know, less than 10 minutes can come up to 0.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. If I'm on the 9th minute, let me know. Yes, the topic that you'll allow me to present is on emerging frontier technologies within the regional context. These are technologies that are coming, changing weekly, and we thought that we need to be aware. Even if we might not have the finances to come to that level, we need to be aware. And since the first day we have been talking about the AI, big data, this is what they, can you make it bigger? This the other part, yes. Yeah, this is exactly what I think has been talked of from the first day. AI has been so much there, big data, we are all aware, but the other matters that they call quantum computing, bioprinting, nanotechnology, metaverse, I think is probably the latest, blockchain, 5G. So what are all these things and how do we align ourselves with what is happening so that they are either useful to us or are not harmful? The main types given currently, and I think this is an evolving story, so there's no fixed word for them. They could be either in the form of digital technologies, physical technologies, biological technologies, and we just, all these are rapidly moving ahead because of the pandemic. The pandemic had very severe effects, as we know, many deaths, a lot of sufferings, but on the other side, I think for us in the science sector, science and technology sector, the thinking is that we need to take advantage of that situation to really escalate matters of science, technology, innovation to the fore of governments, to key decision makers. One weak point that we have as scientists, innovators, is we do a lot of work, but then when it comes now to decision making where our work is to be converted for the use of the common person, becomes very difficult because you have now to sell your product, you have to convince somebody else to accept what you have, either to be used in the country and so forth. So if you move through the exhibitions out there, we were asking in a number of places where, like I could remember, like the aquatic stand where they have the insect food, and you ask them, can you put this in the supermarket? And they tell you, no, we're still waiting for approvals, we're still waiting for certain things, and yet people are dying. So what are these technologies? We want to highlight that during the pandemic, the countries, and I think I've showed this slide on the first day, countries that took advantage of what was happening used it to save lives, to improve the economy. On the other side, there are the ethical issues. As we said, you see where a robot is talking to a patient. It saves the lives of doctors, the nurses, because they're not able to interact directly. But what about the patient who is on the bed? Is he or she comfortable with interacting with this robot? That's a question that I put to us. So on the other hand, I think that one I'll skip. So further rapid progress in biotechnologies, gene editing advances, and the widespread data connectivity around the globe pose a significant bioterrorism threat to all, with the African continent being the most vulnerable. So as we undertake these technologies, let us be able to move with a dual mind. There are these positives. What are the negatives? And we are pleased to have in the house, I think, the CEO of COTDA, the center which is hosting the data center. A lot of these technologies, I think, will have to pass through COTDA. So we look forward to getting an advisory on how we handle, how cautious can we be. The drone technology is out there, but I think, and it's good we have people from the military, I think there are rules that limit the use of drones, even for agricultural use, for emergency response use. How do we get it in a way that it can be used for emergency response and not misused by non-state actors for other purposes? So we stand on the brink of a new technological revolution that could entrench or further exacerbate the great divide between countries, which manifested itself after the first industrial revolution. Africa, will we be so far apart from what is happening in the rest of the world, or will we be close enough that we are not part of them, we are not at the top, but we are just close enough, knowing that this technology is out there? I have no answers for that. But fortunately, there's the Technology and Innovation Report 2023 that any one of us here can download, that I thought we could also share the thoughts of some of those thinkers out there. It highlights the opportunities that green innovation, they're now talking of green innovation, which is also, I think, the flagship color of DaCoste. It was meant for other things, but now I think we are saying we are a green institution. The opportunities offer developing countries an opportunity to spur economic growth and enhance the technological capacities. The report analyzes the market size of 17 green and frontier technologies. So please download and read that report. In the report, they say now is the time for developing countries to capture more of the value being created in the green tech revolution and use it to grow the economies, make them more resilient to shocks and reduce inequalities. The aspect of inequalities, inclusivity is extremely key in this matter. You won't go far if part of the society is moving very far ahead, another part is languishing in poverty and other things. So frontier technologies can increase productivity and improve livelihoods. For example, artificial intelligence combined with robotics can transform production systems with 3D printing, allowing for faster and cheaper low-volume manufacturing. And this is why we need the private sector. When they deploy these technologies, jobs are lost, but can you convert those jobs that are lost to undertake other more meaningful work, like the Ajira Center? And I hope this quarter will talk about
the sensors that we have.
There's some products that
for example, we have the
which is meant to bring in the youth.
Sensors,
more so in the AI frontiers, just to be able to take advantage of that and do a lot of things. We have been told by Madam Josephine Dabuki on the sidelines of how they are viewed when the country is talking about digitization, and we in state corporations are struggling about how do we do it.
I think
providing this kind of a team of youth who can come to an agency or give them the data and they convert what you need to convert very easily into what the government circular on digitization requires. I didn't know that because we are struggling with our own internal capacities. So this, I hope this will come out, that there are youth somewhere out there who can convert, meet the digitization superhighway that is part of the current government's flagship programs. So the report, which is done by United Nations, the UNCTAD, where our very own Dr. Mkisa Kapi was there, calls on governments in developing countries to invest in more complex and greener sectors because there are long-term benefits. You can invest on things that give you profit. But we're now talking of the ICT hub, triple helix, where you have both the environment, the society, and the profits under one umbrella. So it gives you long-term benefits, might not be immediate short-term. Then the report also calls on developing countries to boost technical skills, which have a strong TVET section, and I think the government intends to invest heavily in the section. So scale up investments in ICT infrastructure. Which area, which direction do you need to go? Do you need to take them to the tools of carpentry or
in fighting crime?
Digital forensic is part of the wider forensics, and it's about identification, acquiring, processes and analysis of digital evidence. The process starts with the crime has happened, so you need to get to do investigation. And to do that,
you need to acquire or to capture the data. So the first stage here is for capturing of the evidence. So we have devices that you can record the interview you are having intelligently without the person being investigated, knowing what is happening.
To support innovation and entrepreneurship in this field, the digital device, which is wider in developing countries, must be addressed.
It has a camera.
So it's not more of taking a few people ahead.
It has a wide field.
And to take a few people ahead, how do you ensure that the gap is
has memory?
And again, I would throw this to the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, and they're well represented here. What is your strategy? What's the plan? I think we have
our conference center.
Does it incorporate the element of inclusivity
operational
so that others move fast,
after
but
commissioning
the rest
today
also move
to be open
closer.
to use,
aligning science,
not
technology,
just
innovation with industrial
our
policies is crucial.
but
the
others
other one, the capabilities
who
to
find
adopt and adapt frontier
such
technologies in the
modern
country's existing
technology
production base is another key
appropriate
area
for their
policymakers
services.
must focus. So there must
This
be a
is
deliberate
a
policy
national
framework.
research
I don't know from
center
which
on
ministry
ICT,
Arthur Costi will assist, but
and
maybe
the
from the
expectation
Ministry
is
of
that as a host
Industrialization
institution, you're
or
supposed to
the
put
Ministry of
up
ICT. But you need a framework which is multisectoral, which is a whole government approach that involves everybody, including, of course, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, and all of us. So I'll skip. Fifth Industrial Revolution is almost like the frontier technologies. I mentioned they're printing body parts. What are the ethical issues on this? What are the advantages of the same? Ethics of big data manipulation, ethics of having, you can see that figure there, if I use my mouse, of a robot. And I know our youngsters nowadays have online friends that are virtual. That's an area which parents maybe need to figure out. They're young, they're able to create a friend who looks like a real human and interact with that person, chat with that person. Is it enhancing the growth of our children? This is an area which I think the youngsters here should take interest in, but needs to be guided on which positive direction that they have. They are printing the human heart. This you can Google even now, a 3D printed human heart, which beats. You have a heart which beats, and I'm told the soul resides in the heart. So I don't know what happens to your soul when they have printed your heart. The first person with the eye is there. So I'll go straight away to the conclusions, Chair. The pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of science, technology, and innovation as a global public good, as well as evolving solutions to mitigate the virus, while at the same time cushioning the impact on households. And Africa needs to align with and take advantage of the technologies. Green innovation offers great opportunities for Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Let me now call on Kota, CEO. Please welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is John Paul Okwiri. I'm the acting CEO of Kwanza Technopolis. Today, I'm honored to participate in this discussion on effective data governance framework for digital economy. The world we live in today is evolving at an incredible speed, driven by technology. The digital economy has been described as a new era of global economic development that is revolutionizing the way we work and live. Digital transformation involves the use of digital technologies to fundamentally change the way that an organization operates and delivers value to its customers. To develop a robust digital economy, strong foundations that integrates infrastructure, systems, platforms, devices, and strong governance policies are critical. In Kenya, the widely known and most ambitious effort towards digital transformation is perhaps the digitalization effort targeting 5,000 government services. Many of us well appreciate the project and have perhaps benefited from the digitalized services so far. But as we journey towards the 5,000 services, the conversation on data governance is equally close by. The question on how the government can create a robust yet enabling environment that allows for the application of datasets for further innovation is a real one that, if tackled well, will place Kenya at the forefront of digitalizing nations. Data governance is overall management of the availability, usability, integrity, and security of the data used in an organization. It involves establishing a framework for making sure that data is collected, stored, used, and shared in a way that aligns with the organization's goals and policies. At a country level, the data governance conversation looks at the overall policy to deliver a safe, secure, usable experience in the digital area. Data governance policies frequently address the following subjects: data security, the policies that describe the steps an organization takes to safeguard the privacy, accuracy, and availability of its data. Data privacy are the procedures that describe how an organization protects the private information of its clients, staff, and other stakeholders. Then we have data access and usage. These are the policies that specify who may access and use the organization's data and for what objectives are known as data access and usage policies. Then we also have data quality, which are the regulations that specify the steps an organization takes to guarantee that the data it uses is accurate, full, and current. Then we also have data retention and disposal, which are the policies that specify how long data should be maintained and when it should be destroyed or disposed of, are known as data retention and disposal. So similarly, there are several components to effective data governance. So we have data governance policies, we have data governance processes, we also have data governance responsibilities, and then we have data governance technologies. So on data governance policies, these are the rules and guidelines that outline how data should be collected, stored, used, and shared within an institution. An increasing focus on localizing critical component is fast advancing and is the basis for the institution of such infrastructure as the National Data Center at Konza Technopolis. Additionally, Government of Kenya instituted the Data Protection Act of 2019 that has set the foundation for effective data governance and the establishment of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. These include overseeing the implementation of and being responsible for the enforcement of Data Protection Act, establishing and maintaining a register of data controllers and data processors. On data governance, these are the specific steps and procedures that are followed to ensure that data governance policies are adhered to. Kenya, through the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, has put in place measures to ensure that user data is protected and applied in accordance with the international acceptance data protection regulations. Then on data governance and responsibility, these are the specific roles played by the people within an organization who are responsible for overseeing and managing the data governance process. This may include data stewards, data owners, data governance committees. In the case of questions such as data users, aware of their role in data protection, basic cyber hygiene to professional level cyber security experts that create a system to deliver secure yet available and usable data sets are critical to the realization of true benefits of digital transformation. Effective data governance is a critical component of digital transformation because it helps to ensure that availability, integrity, and security of the data being used to support digital initiatives. Further, effective data governance helps to ensure that the data being used in a digital transformation is accurate, complete, and reliable, which is essential for making informed decisions and driving commercial and social value. It also helps to protect the privacy and security of sensitive data and ensures that the organizations are in compliance with relevant laws and regulations. Additionally, an effective data governance system can help to optimize the use of data in a digital transformation by establishing clear policies and processes for collecting, storing, and sharing data. A successful data governance framework has many components, including data stewardship, data quality, master and reference data management, data protection and security management, data privacy, and data lifecycle management. At Konza Technopolis, we have put in place a full enterprise architecture that is a foundation upon the different systems and platforms that integrate in a systematic, logical manner, delivering an efficient application for best use, user experience, and effective resource use. This has been a critical enabler of the digital transformation framework and will enable scalability of the system as may be. In Konza Technopolis, we have developed a state-of-the-art data center that is Uptime, a certified data center at Tier 3. It is one of a kind in Africa, and we are ready to provide the platform that this digital transformation will require. Currently, we are in the process of engaging with partners who are able to provide the solutions that we'll be using towards digital transformation. Now, similarly, including stakeholders in data governance framework development and implementation is crucial. Stakeholders represent the different areas and functions within a data system and may vary based on organizations and use cases, but generally fall into a few categories: governance players such as regular Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, data generators and users, analytics and scientists that apply the data for purpose of further innovation. A stakeholder approach ensures a whole-round maturity model in the digital transformation agenda. As I conclude, perhaps most important aspect of data governance framework is its maintenance. A data governance framework should be a living process that grows and changes with organizations' needs. As a country, in our different entities, we need to process in place to ensure that the data governance framework is regularly reviewed by all stakeholders and updated as needed. As we do this, we will be making good steps in the overall digital transformation focus for the country. Now, the Prof had talked about the programs that we are doing in Konza Technopolis, and that is basically the Jitume program. Now, the program was launched by the President, His Excellency the President, on 5th December, the year of 2022. And basically, the program seeks to ensure that we deploy devices and also we provide the digital skills training, and we are also able to link the youth with the digital jobs. So basically, the phase one of the project has been implemented and is currently ongoing up to June of this year. We chose to begin the program with the TVETs, and basically the TVETs were chosen because of their available ready infrastructure, the available population, that is the youth and the students that are ready to learn, and also the fact that TVETs are spread all over the country. And in the first one, we chose to begin with 2 TVETs per county, and we've deployed up to 52 institutions, and we are in the process to conclude the remaining institutions by June. Basically, we are deploying 100 devices per institution, And as we deploy the devices, we are able to provide the training. We are working with partners who are able to provide the training for the youth who are already in the TVET institutions, so that as they train, we are able to link them up with the digital jobs. In the world, there are about approximately 10 million jobs that are digitally enabled and that can be done digitally. And these jobs, it's not about the online writing that or transcription that we may be familiar with, but they are actually quality jobs. And the government has seen it as a very good opportunity to solve the unemployment situation in the country. Recently, we've had a meeting, and also we have had consultation with the members of parliament, and now they are ready to work with us in the phase 2. And phase 2 of the project will involve establishment of the digital hubs in the wards. As you are aware, in the plan, that is the manifesto of the government, they talked about the digital superhighway. And digital superhighway basically includes development and establishment of 100,000 kilometers of fiber connection to the last mile. That means at the end of the project, we'll be having the internet infrastructure connecting up to the homes and the schools. And the project currently is ongoing, and we intend to link it up together with the digital hubs. And with that, we'll be able to provide the devices, we'll be able to provide free training to the youth, and at the end of the day, also link them up with the digital skills. Currently, the government is in the process of aggregating all the digital jobs that are available world over, working through the Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And at the end of the day, the project seeks to provide 1 million jobs to the youth by the year 5. And currently we are in the process. As I conclude, yes, I know. As I conclude, I would like to inform distinguished ladies and gentlemen that the project has actually gained a lot of traction, and now we've been receiving a lot of requests for devices from all our institutions, from the secondary schools to the universities, and we can only commit that we'll be able to deploy the devices. The devices are being deployed free of charge, and also the training to the youth is also being done free of charge, and also the linking of the jobs, the regional jobs, quality jobs to the youth will also be done free of charge. So that is why the program is called Jitume, because it means now the youth will be able to deploy personal initiative to ensure that they get gainful employment. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time. Asante.
This is a very tough presenter to control. But since it was digital, I allowed to continue. Allow me now to invite one of our neighbors, Dr. Amos Nungu, the CEO or Director General of COSTECH. COSTECH is the Nakosti of Tanzania. Nduku, karibu. Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za mchana. Good afternoon. Greetings from Tanzania. As I'm introducing, my name is Amos Nungu, Director General of the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology. And I'm glad to be here today in this event sharing the STI governance structure in Tanzania and how it facilitated the STI ecosystem. Since we have less than 10 minutes, so I try to be brief, but the level of governance is similar to many other emerging economies. We have 4 levels where the parliament make policies and they approve the budget. We have the ministry, which is responsible for the STI sector. Then the Central STI Coordination and Regulatory Board. Then down you have the various performers, which include the public and private sector entities. So down there, you have even the universities, R&D institutions, all of them there in the fourth. So that is the structure generally. So how it works, that is another side. But let me go back to a bit of history. In Tanzania, in 1968, the parliament established the Tanzania National Research Council, which lasted until 1985, and it was under the Ministry of Planning and Economic Affairs. So why the change? In 78, there was a change in the East African community, which also affected the way we operate. So 78 started the discussion to have now the commission. So in 86, we have another Parliament Act where now COSTECH was established and to be under the ministry responsible for science and technology. And in that, 86 in the Act, it was decided that since we already have other regulatory bodies under the specific sectors, so all of them, they will be affiliated to COSTECH, and that is as per the mandate. So COSTECH, as per the establishment, has 3 entities under one roof. So we have the commission, which is specifically the NACOST of Tanzania. In the same act, we have the Center for Development and Investment Transfer, which is similar to Kenya, in Kenya. And also we have the National Fund for Advancement of Science and Technology, which is similar to NRF. So putting together in a summary, our mandate, we are the principal advisor to the government on all matters related to the science, technology, and innovation, but also we are coordinating and promoting all matters related to STI, including management of the fund as the part establishment. Looking at that one, how it is functioning now, COSTECH received the funding through the line ministry. Currently, we are under the Ministry of Science, Education, Science and Technology. Since 86, we have evolved through 3 different ministries, but always under the Ministry responsible for Science and Technology. So in that respect, we do supportive role to the institutions as well as individuals, but also a regulatory role is done in collaboration with the sector-specific bodies, including providing research permits. I think that is where our regulatory role can be seen, but otherwise we are much more on the supportive and coordination than the regulatory. As I said, the sector R&D institutions report to their respective ministries, but they work closely with COSTECH. For example, if I take a case for the research permits, if there's research in the health sector, then we have the regulator which is responsible for research. After they look into the proposal or the request, and they kind of provide a clearance or no objection, then COSTECH now can provide the permit. We have regular planning meetings with stakeholders, and I think now we have the 7th year we are doing a STI week. So we have 1 week, we call it STI week. We are still learning, improving each year, but also we have STI conference. I think also we have the 8th one, which is coming up next month on the 14th to 16th June. So similar to what is being done here. And yes, how is it working? We have challenges. there is always a need for improvement. We are still operating using the Science and Technology Policy, which was, done in 1985 and then reviewed in 1996. But now it is undergoing another review, because as much as we are saying we have STI week, we are doing STI, but the innovation is not in the current policy. That's why we have that review going on. But I think one major issue also, they're discussing positioning of COSTECH. That is one of the areas where they're trying to see how can we position it, because currently, as I'm saying, we are being supportive, but also regulatory, but also when it comes to the regulatory, there are areas where specifically the sector ministries, they have more power or say than COSTECH. So that is under discussion. And with that one, I say thank you for listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, our presenter. If Kenyans have to learn anything from Tanzania, it's timekeeping. Thank you very much. That was exactly 10 minutes. We have an online presentation by Nakosti of Uganda. I hope Nakosti of Uganda. Martin Ongol. Martin Karibu, if you can hear us. Dr. Martin Ongol, if you're online, salamia wa Kenya. If Martin is having some challenges, I would then like to call on Professor Andala, the CEO, National Research Fund. Okay, it looks like, this is Andala. Prof, welcome if Martin comes on the line, just tell him to hold on for another 10 minutes. That means I press him 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Prof. Some. My name is Dixon Andala, the CEO of National Research Fund. I'm going to talk about revamping global partnerships and collaborations through SGCI. SGCI is a Science Granting Council's initiative, and National Research Fund is part of the SGCI. The other 17 member countries, including my brother Lungu here, COSTECH of Tanzania, and the one for Uganda. So, is it moving? Seems good. ICT, it's not moving. Let it scroll down. Okay, sir, thank you. So, I'll talk briefly who we are for the sake of high school and primary school students who are here, and also for our visitors. We are established under the STI Act. STI Act is the Science, Technology, Innovation Act of 2013, specifically Section 32. And our mandate is to mobilize, allocate, and manage financial resources to facilitate research for advancement of science, technology, and innovation. That is our mission. Our mission is to mobilize resources for research, capacity development, dissemination of findings, and maintenance of an inventory. And that is our vision. So we are 3 agencies established under the STI Act. We've got NACOSTI, ably represented by Prof. Oyawa. Then there's the National Research Fund, of which I'm at the helm. And then we've got Kenya Innovation Agency. This Kenya was within the Ministry of Education. However, it was now moved under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but is still anchored under the STI Act. So the mother ministry is still the Ministry of Education. These are our functions. Our functions are, number 1, to mobilize resources. And these resources can come from government, it can come from our developmental partners, it can come from venture capitalists. Secondly, we are to prudently manage the funds that we give towards research development. We also support development of human capacities, and we've done this through funding MScs and PhDs to undertake their research. Mark my words, not to pay their fees, but to undertake their research. There came a time when the Treasury was at us in terms of asking us, we are funding you not to pay fees, but I'm seeing you are producing graduates, which was not the case. We were specifically funding the PhDs and MScs to undertake research. The other thing that we do is we allocate funds for research through multidisciplinary calls. And then finally, we also undertake capacity development. By capacity development, we've so far funded 19 universities, there's about to be 20, to build infrastructure. The thematic areas that we fund, we do as listed in the Act. We've got agricultural and natural sciences, biological and health sciences. We've got physical, industrial and energy sciences, infrastructure, information and communication, humanities and social sciences, earth and space science. We closely work with KSA, and you've seen they launched the satellite recently. Funding mechanisms, we've got as listed there, 3. We've got competitive funding, whereby we toss a call, you apply, and we vet them, and then we're able to fund you. We've got matching grants. In this case here, we do what we call co-funding, whereby our bilateral partners and NRF come together to fund strategic projects of national interest jointly. We've got institutional support funding. These ones are for strategic research facilities. As I've already mentioned, we've already done that for 19 institutions. In terms of types of NRF grants, we've got multidisciplinary research grants, bilateral research grants, and strategic grants. We also support scientific events, like for instance, this one that you're having here is a scientific event. We also have innovation grants. We partner with Kenya, so if Kenya has identified inventions or innovations that need to be funded, we also fund those. Then we've got incubation program grants. This one is also what we also undertake towards commercialization. We've got now about 3 calls geared towards commercialization. The last one we partnered with ACTS, and then we've also partnered with IDRC to have these commercialization grants for economically viable research projects. So far, we've received 6.1 billion since we established. We've funded 539 projects. We've enabled 703 master's and PhD students to finish their work, and we have got 6 partnerships. Briefly, these are some of our outputs. We've worked closely with KALRO. KALRO has this Sahiwal cattle breed, which is doing wonders in Narok County, and we are propagating this. initially, the Maasai community in this country were against artificial insemination, but now they have also embraced. We've got this cooking and plantain, banana, and improper Kilifi, also courtesy of Calro. They have got a stand there, Calro, on mango processing in Kwale and Tana River. Why am I doing this? We've got counties, we've visited some counties, and the country right now is keen on industrial parks, and these industrial parks are geared towards agro-processing. So we want to create jobs through these agro-processing industrial parks, and this is one of the ways that we are empowering our county. So if you are from the county, please reach out to Calro. They have got very, very unique products that you can be able to scale up. We've got Irish potato in West Pokot and Nyandarua. As of recent, we were importing Irish potatoes from specifically Egypt. Those who remember the case of this fast food, KFC. So now we are able to have our Irish potatoes grown in Nyandarua and supplied to our KFC. Maybe what I forgot to mention, initially in Kenya, we used to produce Kikuyu grass, and this Kikuyu grass was taken up by South America, that is specifically Brazil and Argentina. And now they're exporting meat. And if you go to Middle East, they say the best meat is from South America, but they are feeding on grass that was actually picked from here in Kenya and propagated. So we need to protect what we have, and of course, like the Sahiwal breed, which have demonstrated, we can start exporting meat, and we already in talks with the KMC. That will be some of the projects that we want to empower our local community. Back to what I was asked to talk about, I hope I have some minutes. I already mentioned about SGCI, and SGCI is Science Granting Council's initiative, where we've got 17 countries coming together to fund research in the individual respective countries. NRF is a Science Granting Council, and it has a vital role in strengthening collaboration and partnerships in the field of research, science, technology, and innovation. So in this case here, the primary objective of the SGCIs is to promote and advance scientific research within the country or the region. So when we look at the achievements of this SGCI, SGCI has enhanced scientific research and innovation by strengthening the capacity of science granting councils in the sub-Saharan Africa. So the SGCI also fosters partnerships among the SGCs with all other stakeholders, that's our researchers, policymakers, and industry. Part of another benefit of the SGCI is strengthening the regional networks. The regional networks here is researchers in Tanzania can partner with researchers in Kenya to undertake research. The case in mind is we have got Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda doing a research on locust, and you've seen Joost. Joost have a stand there where we've got the INSE foods, whereby the locusts are now a delicacy, whereby you can have biscuits. So if we supply to primary schools, we know kids with crickets, it's called rickets, or bow legs, can be able to have enough calcium because the cutin of the crickets is rich in calcium. The other thing that at strengthening the regional networks here is we also have meetings. These scientific meetings are at regular. The last one we had was in Ghana, whereby these science granting councils share the experiences, and we also invite researchers to share the experiences. Within the sub-Saharan region, I must say that South Africa is the most advanced, then Kenya coming in second. I've already mentioned about networking, and knowledge sharing is also another critical role of SGCIs. So we are having in Kenya, that is in the month of November 13th to 17th, now the Global Research Council. The Global Research Council now, the SGCI is part of the Global Research Council. They'll be here for a week. And now our partners from South America, North America, Asia, Australia will be here to be able to showcase or to share research experiences and to foster collaborations. Currently, we've got Horizon Europe, of which I'm encouraging specifically research institutions and universities. If you are having difficulties in finding partners, NRF is at your service to be able to assist you, find partners, and so that you can be able to network. Funding opportunities, SGCI also receives funds from donors, more specifically FCDO. And so far we've been able, as Kenya, we've received $250,000, and this has been passed on to our researchers. Also international collaborations through SGCI, we are able to partner with our researchers across the world and also within Africa. Policy advocacy. I must mention that evidence-based supported by research is the key for development. Most of our policy decisions here are made without any reference to research output. So policy advancement is also critical or is also advocated by SGCI. Capacity building, we also train not only students, but we've got also postdocs opportunities for researchers. Industrial academic partnerships, this also is enabled by the by NRF being a member of the SGCI, and it also brings in public-private partnerships. Some of the funds, the calls we've done are geared towards public-private partnerships. In conclusion, the revamping global partnerships and collaborations through SGCS requires a multifaceted approach that involves networking, international engagement, funding, policy advocacy, capacity building, and industry-academia linkages. By implementing these strategies, SGCIs and SGCs like NRF play a vital role in fostering scientific development and innovation within the sub-Saharan Africa. With that, I thank you, and I wish to also acknowledge all those researchers who we funded, who turned up to be able to exhibit in the various booths that we have. We also invite you come the 13th to 17th of November. Please come and exhibit, because also researchers from the region and also international will be here for you to be able to build your partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I really was happy to continue giving you more time, because yesterday's presentations were all saying thank you to NRF, thank you to NRF. So I think you deserve the space. Ladies and gentlemen, we've information that Martin from Uganda is not able to join. So this brings to an end the 5 presentations that have been given. There should have been 6. Professor Oyawa is ably represented here. Amos is here. Karibu. Dixon is here. And so we would like to take some questions. If we can maybe space it to about 10-15 minutes. I will do what I have been doing by saying a hand from on my left, the chairs on that left. I see somebody in the middle, but he's not left, but that's okay. Yeah, there's a hand from 2 ladies, one at the back, one in the middle. Prof, cool. Can we have microphones right at the back, and one, stand up if you have put your hand up so that the microphone can be given to you. State your name and your question. Stand up. Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Kamau from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and I'm a scientist. And I'd like to ask the question of, I had an NRF funds master's and PhD project. So what happens to undergraduate projects if I have a project and I'm an undergraduate and I want to do the project since it's science-based? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, NRF. Next, standing in front. Please, microphone to the front. Somebody standing.
All protocols observed. I'm Wendy Kariuki from Modhura Girls, and my question is that if you say that you're going to embrace the use of robots in hospitals, what will happen to the upcoming students who have passion in medicine? Will they end up jobless, or is there a solution for them? And also my question goes to John Penaplin that on Jitume, you say that youth can receive free training. Is it available to everyone, and where can we access it?
Thank you very much. In the next group now, I see in 3 hands, 2 standing and 1 sitting. Let's give to the one sitting to start, and then the one standing, continue standing. We'll give you a microphone.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I just want to make a comment about our historical cooperation. So the presence of Dr. Nu and Martin, who has not been able to come on board, will rewind your memory, Bwana Moderator Prof, that COSTECH and our NACOSTI, when it was the Kenya National Council for Science and Technology,
and CST,
and the other sister organization in Uganda, were part and parcel of our dream to work as a region full of scientists. And I recall when you were my chairman of the board of the Inter-University Council, you nostalgically appreciated the contribution of General Kohi, if you remember, who was then the Director General of that great place where Nungu has come from. Dr. Kohi has since passed on, and quite a number of our colleagues passed on. So we wish through you, as a Kenyan scientific fraternity and the East African scientific fraternity, to send our condolences belatedly, but to those great minds who passed on. So that was all I wanted to observe during this great consternation of the critical mass of this region. We can work together, we can create a lot of knowledge for the purpose of ensuring that our communities grow. Asante.
Thank you very much. I think the chairman, CUE, is reminding us that we used to actually have East African Research Council, which split into the 3 national research organizations. Yeah, thanks for that memory. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is James Mwenda, Form 1 Science Representative, Mangu High School. What I had is a suggestion on a question that I asked yesterday on what policies is the government putting into place to monitor the use of AI and prevent misinformation through text-to-image generation tools. After thinking for a while, I took it into consideration that to develop a solution that I would like to share with you today. What I believe should be done is that the Kenyan government should be a competitor in the AI space, in that Kenyans who want to access these new emerging AI tools, which are taking the world by storm, will turn to the government in order to access them. How do I propose to do this? I propose that the government should build a platform that acts as a library for the new emerging AI tools, in that the government should partner with the big companies like Microsoft, which are developing AI tools like Bing, OpenAI, developing tools like GPT and Midjourney, to bring these tools into one platform where Kenyans can access it via the government, which is partnering with those big companies to bring about the best services and to iterate off them and build tools for, let's say, civil engineers to conduct research, for text video editors. There are new emerging tools like that for transcribers and many others. Now, I see there are some benefits, extra added benefits that I think will come from doing this. One of them, first of all, Kenya will be will be like a test ground for new emerging tools, and Kenyans will be able to access these tools early enough before the world adopts them into their society. And so another benefit, I think, is that these AI tools will not be taken as an enemy to our jobs, but as a tool to increase our productivity in the jobs that we do. There's this quote from the CEO of OpenAI where he said, ChatGPT will not replace lawyers. It will replace lawyers who do not use it. Meaning that we should learn to utilize ChatGPT and other AI tools in our daily workings, and should not take them as a threat, but a new emerging tool that is to help our society. Lastly, but not least, is that by the government being the go-to place to access these AI tools through a platform which will act as a library for them, the government will be able to monitor the use of these AI tools, thus preventing illegal usage. E.g., one can generate images of which may pass in misinformation, like political images, one that I saw, and I gave as an example yesterday, of an image of Obama greeting Putin, which actually was not a real image, but it was AI generated. But what's shocking is that it was strikingly realistic, that it was indistinguishable from a real image.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
All protocols observed. My name is Larry Gikonyo from Mango High School. I say this to the CEO of NRF, a suggestion to do with what he said about the South America having the best meat exported. He had first said that initially that we are the ones who used to export to them Kikuyu grass, but then my idea was, why couldn't we produce both the cows and all the livestock here, and the interbreeds between them, and also the Kikuyu grass, and become better from the inside instead of selling out to others, in order to improve our economy instead, and also to help the other sectors, e.g. the military, where you can use the technology, he said, because he said the prime factor and the prime goal for them is to promote science, technology, and innovation in the country. Why, instead of making them in the country and exporting them, we use it to ourselves and make it a better place for us to live in and for other Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the row in the middle. Any question? Okay, one at the back there. Let me move on.
My name is Finyange Pole from Calro, and mine goes to the NRF director. And it's just a very simple one. In 2019, there was a call for proposals. We developed proposals. Calro happened to win one grant, only one out of so many which went to the universities. But even that one has not been funded to date. I was just trying to wonder what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have two hands here. This row, I'll come to the last row.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this forum. I have two questions.
Your name?
One.
Your name?
My name is Dr. Mwikamba Kaibuya of Jomo Kenyatta University. One of the problems we have is lack of resources. Why can't East African countries form a forum in which they can be able to put in resources together so that they can be able to address some of the problems that they have. That is one of the issues which I think our leaders should be able to do. The other one is, does the Kenya have innovation policy so that whatever innovations that individuals are involved in, it can be protected? Other countries, they have realized that one of the best things to do is to have quality policy. Does our country or East Africa have that kind of a policy so that the innovators can feel they are safe in whatever they do? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mildred Ayere from Maseno University. My question is to the CEO, Konza Technopolis. The first question, you talked of Jitume project. My question is, a lot of youth that need this training are in the informal sector. How do you connect with them? And then secondly, there are so many other bodies doing the same kind of training. And I have in mind the British Council that has been doing a lot of training for the informal sector players. How do you connect and harness all this so that it is spread to every part of the country instead of mostly Nairobi, Mombasa, the key informal settlements, leaving out the others that are outside the periphery? And lastly, we have a lot of challenges in the universities in terms of hosting our online systems, and a number are hosting with private entities. Is there a way that Konza can come up with affordable means of hosting, especially public higher education institutions, because this would lower the cost of hosting and also kind of assure us of the security of the data? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last row, there is a gentleman at the back there and one in front. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am Stephen Ngetich from Strathmore University, representing one of the research center in Strathmore. It's called iLab Africa. Now, before I ask my question, I want to give some context to it. So when we talk about Kenya collaborating with other countries or international countries, especially an example is like when Kenyan universities apply for funding to EU or H2020 program, we usually find that Kenyan universities are the ones who come in after European university is usually there. So meaning that the European university is a principal investigator. Now, what this effect usually has is the principal investigator is the one who would get the largest amount of funding in that particular projects. And when other universities like Kenyan universities come to this particular collaborative funding, we end up getting the least amount, which might end up us doing a lot of the work because it translates to something that might be very local. An example is like one of the looking at livestock here in Kenya. If it's a European funded project, now you find that the principal investigator is not Kenyan. Now that we have these collaborations coming in Kenya, EU and Africa or FCDO with the Kenyan government, my question is to the NRF, what are some of the things or policy or that you are doing to encourage or to ensure that Kenyan universities can be the principal investigators in some of these projects so that we are able to get most funding for our project? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's awesome.
Thank you so much. My name is Stephen Onyango. I'm the head of research department at SIA Institute of Technology. I'm also a TVET trainer. And I want to raise a concern with the NRF. My concern is, if you analyze your data, you realize that very little research funds are going to TVET institutions. Probably there are a lot of emphasis on research organizations and universities, but the TVET institutions are getting virtually nothing from the National Research Fund. And the reason is obvious, because there is very little that the government is doing as far as capacity building in research is concerned. So definitely you can't expect these people to be very competitive in the market. And yet, this is a big irony, because everybody believes that the absorption of technology in the market, the biggest players are the TVET graduates, because for every one consultant, you'll find perhaps 1,000 TVET graduates, and yet there is no research in the TVET sector. I think that should concern the NRF. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. I think we'll give the opportunity. Oh, there's one more student. Okay, this is the last. You've got the microphone. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Alan Kiptum. I'm a student.
You're not audible. Okay. I think change the microphone or...
Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay.
My name is Alan Kiptum. I'm a Form 3 student at Mangu High. My question is, since you're providing devices and education to various people and departments, and you talked about data governance, so how can you assure that the people who are accessing the data do not use the devices unlawfully, or are they safe when accessing the data? Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
Safety of data. Okay, thank you very much. Presenters, shall we start with our guest? Yeah, please. Yeah. Can we have a microphone? No, that one doesn't.
Yes, I think there was a question relating to the funding. I mean, maybe East African countries can have a common funding. And I would start by saying, I mean, the representative from NRF mentioned about the Science Granting Council initiative. That is a kind of a common platform where we meet together. But also, we have the EASTICO, East Africa Science and Technology Council. That one also is an umbrella where the East African community is trying to come back again and they try to do things collaboratively. So yes, there are efforts, but the basket will depend on the individual contributions. But otherwise, those efforts are in place. But maybe there was another question which was also to NRF, which is cutting across, because in my shoes also, I mean, how to make a Kenyan be principal investigator. The same also Tanzania, I wish to make them principal investigator. But on one side, if it is an EU call, and it is a collaborative, then between the team members, who is, first of all, maybe the most prominent, senior. Yeah, so it is not kind of a wish, but who is more credible? So that, I mean, if he or she is on that proposal will go through. So yes, it calls upon, I mean, capacity building, but it is both ways. The government putting condition environment, but also us, the researchers, I mean, doing our work in order to get that credibility. So that, I mean, if you are on the table, you are given the leading position. Thank you.
But before you give to the next person. Come this way, and then we finish with the Nakosti. I just was thinking about that question. Happened to have been in Scotland, and some of the best songs in Scotland are by use of an instrument called piper, the pipers. Unfortunately, men there wear skirts, but that's another story. And they say, he who pays the piper calls the tune. Maybe what we are talking about these stories and who gives the money out are the ones that call us a tune. Maybe we should get that East Africa Science and Technology Council to look for funds, and then we become principal investigators. Next.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. There was a question about the G2ME program, whether it is open to everyone. Yes, I want to confirm that the G2ME program is open for everyone, and all the youth are invited. And the concept about G2ME program is that as a country, we have invested so much in education. I think the education budget contributes to about 30% of our national budget. And you realize that the government has invested a lot of resources in education. And therefore, it is important that the government also gets returns on this investment. And therefore, that is why the concept of G2ME has come in at the right time, because we have so many jobs, digital jobs that are available, digital quality jobs that are available in the world over. But as a country, we've not been able to take advantage of our strengths. And as you know, our education system is very strong and is very effective. And we've been able to churn out quite a number of graduates every year. But you find that we've not prepared as a country to provide the necessary environment for our youth who graduate every year to get gainful employment. Therefore, the G2ME program provides this platform, and it is basically to equip our graduates and the youth with the digital skills that is needed to do quality digital jobs. And as you are aware, countries like India and Philippines are leading. The other day we were looking at the percentages. You find that India and Philippines are the ones getting majority of these jobs, in that they are trusted. The companies, the tech companies that are providing these digital jobs, entrust them with these jobs because they have been at it for a very long time and have perfected the quality. So most of these jobs are given to India and Pakistan and Philippines because of the quality they have been doing. But on the other side, if you look at it properly, you find that as a country, we are better placed. We have good English, we have youthful population, we have people and youth who have been trained properly to do this job compared to our counterparts. But we've been lagging behind. And the reason why we've been lagging behind is that we've not digitally equipped our population with the digital skills that are required to be able to do these digital jobs. Therefore, the government has embarked on this agenda to ensure that we are able to equip our youth with the digital skills to enable them be ready to get these digital jobs. Now, the program is open to everyone, and as I had mentioned, under the Digital Superhighway project and in the plan, the government has committed to do 1,450 digital hubs, and that translates to each ward, which is the smallest administration block that will be equipped with a digital hub. And these hubs are basically to bring in to inspire this revolution, where we'll have our youth interested in digital jobs getting digital skills to be able to do digital jobs. And as we are at it, the government is going forward to look for digital jobs and avail them to the youth and to our population. Then it means that at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve and also conquer the problem of unemployment within our population. So it's open for everyone. We've rolled out. The first phase was with the TVETs. The second phase, we are moving to the 1450 digital hubs. And as the government is doing the digital superhighway, we are able to provide value because, even if we do the connectivity to last mile, that is as far as internet connectivity is concerned, if we do not find gainful value to it, then it shall have not achieved the target, the objective that it was set up to do. Therefore, we must be deliberate and intentional to make use of the connectivity that is going to be provided. So first phase we've done with the TVETs, and it was basically to test and see whether the program it's workable, and it has been confirmed because right now there are youth who have started earning, and it's just a matter of time before that revolution is realized. Then there was a question about AI, the AI tools, and also a suggestion for the government to establish a platform within which these technologies can be realized, a library sort of. Yes, I can also confirm that as Konza Technopolis, we are at the forefront of these disruptive technologies, the AI, robotics, fintech. We are we've established the platform, and through our National Data Center, it's the platform that we will be hosting all these services and also all these solutions. As far as technology is concerned, data is at the center of it. And for you to be able to host data, you must prepare the storage. And the government, through Konza Technopolis, had foreseen this and established a Tier 3 National Data Center. And we can confirm that we are ready, and we've provided that platform. And also, it's just a matter of time before this revolution is realized, because we're working with partners who are so much interested, and the ones that are responsible for these disruptive technologies. Then, as far as legal compliance and usage of the AI technology, yes, there's a compliance mechanism. We have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner and the regulations and Data Protection Act of 2019 that provides how this data is managed. And as you know, we may not be in a position to prevent the evolution of technology, but as the technology is realized, then the government will be able to provide a more compliance mechanism so that at the end of the day, the data produced is ethical. Then there was also a question from Maseno University about the Jitume program. And also it was relating to what is our plan, because we know there are various organizations that are doing the same, and also how we reach out to the informal sector. Now, we, in the Jitume program, as much as it's a government initiative, but we are working, and we've started working with the partners, private partners, because as you are aware, the government is just to provide the enabling environment and then allow the private sector to thrive. So we are working with partners, and we'll still continue to get more partners to support the program, because the results it's going to be something that will help us to solve a lot of problems. So we've opened it up to partners. We are aware that partners who are doing similar programs, but in a small scale. So as they are doing in a small scale, it's not because they do not want to do it in a large scale, but now that's where the government comes in, so that we are able to expand and do it in a big way to help our citizens.
Thank you.
Yes. Then I wanted just to confirm, as far as the informal sector is concerned, we are also reaching out to the informal sector through the 1,400 digital hubs, which we've stated that will be up to the world level and will be open to all the youth that are participating in it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you. I'll start with the young learners. There is one who had asked, she has a project, she's an undergraduate. What I may suggest is get back to me. We'll give you an email, submit that your proposal on the research that you're doing. We'll see where to assist, because you have been brave. The other thing that I may need to know is, I hope you're working with a mentor. You cannot supervise yourself. Let it also involve your mentor if he or she is available. Okay, thank you. There was a lady who asked on printed body parts and whether doctors will get jobs. Yes, we still need doctors. However, technology exists to be able to enhance the performance of the doctor. And the doctor also needs what? Needs new technologies to be able to diagnose and treat other diseases that are there. There was also a student who asked on, I'm clearing with students, on beef. I think it was Alan. I guess we did not communicate. What I indicated that we've got very good products here in Kenya, and we always want to go for those that come outside Kenya. So I want to buy Kenya, build Kenya concepts, and when you buy and build Kenya, now the foreigners or those who are outside Kenya will also want to come and sample the Kenyan products and goods and services. So let's be patriotic first, and I encourage you to always think Kenya first whenever you are deciding on whatever you want to, either be it goods or services that you're. And then for a good news for the students, we are having SciFest. SciFest is a festival that will bring together high school students and primary students to come and see what science can do for them. This is an initiative by Fun and Educational Global Network. We've got somebody called Dr. Ken Monjero, who's at Calro, and is very, very excited about promoting science, that is STEM, in our high schools and our primary schools, because we develop our careers very early in life, and you need to be able to see for yourself, like animal breeding, how it is done, plant breeding, how is it done at that level, so that when you grow up, you aspire to be somebody who is a specific career that you desire. And then on TVETs, they receive a lot of funding, and universities are running away from teaching the main, let's say, science courses, and now those are becoming TVET. The sole reason there is a lot of funding in TVET. So whoever is mentioning that there's no funding in TVET, I think it's not true. TVET are receiving huge funding, and there's a deliberate drive to have TVETs funded strongly because there's demand for job. And when this university like Kenya Polytechnic became TUK, they pushed away those courses that were within the TVET sector. Now we are having a lot of demand for those jobs like plumbing, carpentry, etc. That's why we are going. However, in research, you need these people with technical skills and we can only align them to specific research projects where they come in, but they cannot lead research at that level. They can only be guided, or they work under somebody. And then on innovation policy, yes, this STI policy has been sitting on the table of the CS, not the current CS, the last 5 years. And we are in progress of revamping the same. We have got a group that was commissioned to undertake STI, R&D STI policy development. I think they'll reach out. They're already doing stakeholders engagement. And I think you should be able to, if you just check on our website or NACOSTI website, I think they're collecting views. And then the other thing that was asked was incentives for these co-funded projects. Rightly, as Prof said here, Prof Some said, whoever does what? Whoever calls the tune pays the piper. But I look at it in a different way. Kenya, we are keen on exporting researchers, exporting skilled labor. When you partner with them, you gain these advanced skills of which you can impact locally and internationally. So we've got very many renowned researchers who are of Kenyan descent. And I think by we being exposed, we leverage on their good facilities of which we may not be having around. The other thing that I wish also to comment on is there was CALRO, the projects we did a call in 2020. I'll repeat myself. Those few years back, we've not been receiving quite substantial amount. The reason was we want to blame it on COVID, but I'll look at a different, if I may consider, way of dealing with the low funding. What we are doing here is we are encouraging researchers. We come together and speak our voice out. Be able to come up with strong proposals that can be competitive globally. One of the funding agencies, IDRC, they said they have a lot of money to fund research, but when they bring this money here to Kenya, we don't know how to spend money. So let's find a way of banning the money that comes through research. So let's have strong competitive research proposals that can win globally. And we've seen here Bill and Melinda Gates, they brought here money for research. I don't know any university that benefited. They all went to NGOs. So when we sit here, let's also help the government by also doing our bit so that they can be able to come along. They'll join you. Once we have traction, I'm sure we'll get more funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the host to summarize, Nakosti.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, participant, for sparing Nakosti so many questions. And I'm also glad that some of them have been addressed by the able panelists. Yeah, but I just want to touch one on, particularly from our young scientists. This was one of our major objectives for having this conference, to have you here, so that we're able to inspire and get you along the STEM, the sciences courses. We are seeing your concern. I'm very happy that you are raising your concerns at this early stage, the issues of artificial intelligence. So what happens? And all these, this space. So those are your concerns that we needed to hear. We are also very glad that you're also even making suggestions, the kind of the way the government should address. So that is happy, and we are very happy for that kind of contribution, because that is what we want to inspire as early as this for our next force, STI workforce. So I want to believe that we are headed in the right direction. The issues of which also are cross-cutting, the issues of funding, I'm finding that we are coming up with a way out of here. The idea is to work together, to collaborate. What the CEO NRF is saying, that we need to have that holistic approach for us to be able to leverage on the existing opportunities for us to maximize in terms of our research need. So I think that's the direction. I just wanted Chair to give it in that broad sense, and much appreciate for your contribution and in the sense in which that you are guiding in terms of conference resolution. And thank you so much, our students, for also taking that part in shaping the discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. I have come to the end of my moderation, and I have two comments that I would like to say. First is to acknowledge a friend of mine, and I will ask him to stand, Bwana Mbiaka. Mbiaka is with the Defense University. When I was in the commission, Professor Chacha, we traveled to see the US Defense University in Washington, DC. And what we saw, and I'm happy that he is with the Kenyan Defense University, really is truly amazing in terms of taking leadership. So congratulations for being a university. My second comment is a comment about questions. 2013, the Science Technology Innovations Act, we actually requested and government approve a 2% of the GTB to research. It's called the National Research Fund. Maybe we don't make enough noise, because if you ask them how much they've given us for this year, actually we were trying to work it out, it's less than 0.2%. So maybe we should get a really big force to say, when I break the law, like sometimes I do when I'm speeding, I used to be a very good driver, and the police stop me. The next day I'm in court, and either they put me in jail or impose a very big fine. How do we take to court somebody who has broken a bigger law, like the 2% of GDP not coming to Kenyans? Does anybody know what GDP is for this year? Anybody, accountants in the house? 367 billion. So if we were to get that money, that's 2% of the GDP, 367 billion. We could give the research group 1/3. We could give the universities for research training 1/3, like South Africa is doing, and give the other 1/3 to TVETs for innovations. TVETs, you are the innovators. That was how the law was crafted in 2012, 10 years ago. 10% to innovations, 10% to research training. Research training, we could give everybody a scholarship for PhD and masters, and we can get new knowledge every 2-3 years. And 10%, 1% to our research institutions like Emory. They did very little during COVID, but I'm not saying very little, they probably did not have the money. We've got Inja because Carlo is not, and so forth. So I think as scientists, let's protect what we have in law. Let's make noise, so that we can get our 2% of GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this morning, and I now call upon Nakosti to give us direction from here. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Prof, for chairing the two sessions. And thank you so much, the panelists. I think they'll give you some presents later on. I'm here to give one or two directions. One is that lunch is going to be served where we were yesterday. You pick your lunch voucher at the gate, at the door as you go. All of you will get lunch. In the afternoon, we have two sessions. One session will be here. Another one will be in the hall that has been hosting ICJEB. Not the one on the other side. They've actually moved to this one that is just at the reception up there. If you are a presenter, kindly confirm with us where you are supposed to be for the presentation so that we are able to manage. Number 3 is that kindly, when we go for lunch, we're already late for 2 hours. Can we do it in 30 minutes? If you do it in 30 minutes, I'll be very happy so that we can run the afternoon session much faster than time management is difficult, I know. But kindly, please, let me not follow you in the dining hall to come back. What is it? Bon appetit.
Thank you, Stephen, for that important aspect. The last item is very important. Before we end this, we also want to appreciate this panel for having guided the discussion. Chair, again, thank you for having managed time for us, and thank you for the contribution that you've been able to enrich this debate. I think on the behalf of the DG Nacosti, we want to appreciate you with a small token. So, Chair, I think your work is still has not ended. I want you to gift this great panelist. And you get the photos for us. We need us for the record. DG Kostek. Thank you for having come all the way to grace our occasion. CEO Kotda. And indeed, the CEO is one of the co-hosts of this conference. Thank you, CEO, for your contribution. CEO NRF, Professor Andala, thank you again. He's another co-host of the conference. Good. And for the chair of the session, I think as guided, you are all invited for the lunch, and you are also very much invited for the second session as we hear our researchers giving us the scientific interventions for our challenges. Kindly, all of you are invited, and also an opportunity to see what we are displaying. So make an opportunity to have a feel. Thank you.
Operations policy such that the facility will be open to all researchers in Kenya. This equipment is very, very important in that prior to its acquisition, we had ones that had a limit, like the atomic absorption spectrophotometer. So it will not really separate and go to a very minute level of separating substances that could be in a sample. So it limited our staff a lot. So we had to spend together with them a lot of money keeping them to ship those samples, like even outside Kenya. And that usually now ends up expending a lot of time. The researchers will not get the results quickly, perhaps if they have to make now inferences and conclusions and apply to solve a problem. Postgraduate students also who are studying, it will also delay them in terms of finishing to graduate because they have to wait for those results. There is also uncertainty in terms of who will handle that data, what will they do with it, post the generation of those results in their lab and things like that. So privacy issue, confidentiality issue was at stake. So now with the machine being with us, we have removed all those steps, intervening steps. We are just self-contained here in the country.
Of recent, there has been what we call emerging pollutants. By the definition of emerging pollutants, these are certain elements which cannot be managed to be removed by the treatment of the waste. So some of them are too toxic. Since the university wants to be strong on issues of environment and renewable energy, there is a need to detect them. After detecting them, we can come up a low way of removing these emerging pollutants from water. Then now water can be used. And what we are going to do at the university, we come up with a prototype. And a prototype is something you make in a small scale in terms of steps and steps. Then we invite those people in the industry to come and see if they can implement it.
We are determining the inorganic component in wastewater. The samples were sampled from Ruai, Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. We are determining the levels of heavy metals and also doing the chemical speciation. Yeah, definitely finding we are getting some of the chemical species like arsenic is there, like lead is there. We have already done the first and the second round of the samples. Yeah, we are still on because the project is supposed to take 24 months.
Apart from that, there is a lot of waste everywhere. And this waste, we cannot convert it directly to useful unless we know what is there. And if there is something which can interfere with the human being or living being, it has to be removed. And after that, some of them can be much better in making biofertilizer.
So our staff are now able to be very efficient. Our postgraduate students are efficient in terms of processing their samples, get results, write their thesis, graduate, go out there and start looking for jobs, join organizations in the industry, and start working.
And we need the community, and the community will be giving us information.
Now it is available for sharing. We have published it on our website. Just the way any other lab you go to, you pay some fee, like per sample or a bench fee, so it's available on such terms. So without the government standing with us, it will not have been possible. So we appreciate it, and we hope our results will be able to impress them, make an impact, and so that they can continue coming in. We partner together.
This project is for research, is for training, but more so we see it in terms of solving the problems of food security in this country. We are seeing that if the project is escalated, it can be diversified to have other plants. We can go ahead and also support the college to add even value to the products.
Other than the training, we are also producing tissue culture bananas. It is one area that has elicited a lot of curiosity and interest from among our students and even the farming community, because what we are doing here is of key interest to our farmers. The reason why we are going to the tissue culture bananas is because one of the challenges that they have are pests and diseases. Two, they don't have a secure source of that particular planting material that they can trust.
Already we have started tissue culture project, which started last year, and up to now the project is running. We are already producing seedlings, which we are selling to farmers around the college, and we are also selling mostly to counties. So this will help farmers to increase their production in bananas in Kenya, and that will help also in food security promotion in the country. The challenges that are facing banana is lack of certified seedlings. Farmers had challenges of getting seedlings from other farmers which may be infected. So through the equipment that we have got from NRF, we are able to produce seedlings which are certified, and in this case we are giving farmers clean planting material.
This lab was started to assist students in pathological process, that is disease identification. With this lab and the equipment that we have procured through NRF, we are able to make students be able to identify the diseases through those various biotechnological processes. For the tissue culture lab, before we started and operational the lab, we had a serious problem with the Panama disease, which had cleared almost all the banana plantation in western region of Kenya. Now with the operationalizing of the lab, with the modern equipment, we are able to screen, remove those diseases before now we release the clean planting bananas seedlings to the farmers.
For the last person to close the door.
This particular facility, when we produce these tissue culture bananas, then we are assuring our farmers that yes, these materials are disease-free. Two, we want our farmers to have confidence that what they are buying is what they desire. Thirdly, when they utilize this particular tissue culture bananas, they can be able to plan and say that I want my produce to harvest during a certain period. So you know the duration that this particular crop will take, and therefore you can plant having in mind the time that you want to do your harvesting.
We made a proposal for establishment of a biotechnology and tissue culture laboratories within the institution. Got the funding, about 12.7 million or so, which really have helped us to buy most of the equipment that we required for the biotechnology lab. But we were also able to get equipment which enabled us to establish the tissue culture lab, which is already now operational, with staff already recruited to run that particular facility. And currently, as we speak, we have rolled out that particular process of generating clean materials for planting by our farmers. Currently, we have about 43,000 planters within the tissue culture lab. And already we have markets. Demand is already there within the market.
Now, how many suckers have you used to produce what we are seeing here now?
This facility can assist us to produce to the tune of about 100,000 tissue culture banana seedlings every year. What we are thinking is that we want to develop a concrete business plan that can assist us by telling us where we want to go and how we want to go there. We look at it as a facility that is going to assist the people in Western Kenya here and Kenya at large.
We are doing partnerships and collaborations also with our local universities, and we look into partnerships with even international universities abroad. And we look forward to more training, more research, and solving problems facing our country, especially food security.
Symbolic. Okay.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT, is very proud to host the National Manufacturing Research Chair in Kenya on technology innovations to offer solutions to the coconut value chain. Now, since the launch of the research chair in 2017, JKUAT has benefited from the program in terms of capacity building and training of postgraduate students, acquisition of key research equipment in horticulture, food science, laboratories, and engineering workshops. Under this research chair program, a number of innovations have also been rolled out and deployed in Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kwale counties. And these technologies are currently impacting SMEs in the coconut value chain. The research project has enabled JKUAT to establish important linkages and partnerships with key stakeholders, thus repositioning the university as a leading institution in research in this region through research-driven solutions.
I'm Bernard Likua, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and also the holder of the Manufacturing Research Chair, which is a University Research Chair. Within this research chair, we have a stream that is on tooling and machinery. We also have a research stream on food and beverages, another one of energy and biomass. We also have one on textiles and fabrics, and another also on beauty products and cosmetics. All these have got products and are now being piloted and marketed.
Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut meat. The coconut meat is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products.
My title, the thesis was modeling usage of coconut, dual addition of coconut meat, and we've shown the white coconut, the white component of the meat. I did various objectives to achieve the aim of my study, value-added the product by producing the coconut ice cream.
We have an equipment which has been bought with support of the research chair, which helps us to remove most of the organic solvent. This equipment is called a rotary evaporator, which is this. And this unit, what you do here, you fix your solvent inside like this, and then you rotate. Come here and extract through a rotational system where through this distillation unit and vacuum, then the solvent comes here and the oil remains here. And this is what we get to the last step of analysis.
The biomass, as far as coconut is concerned, the focus has been on two main bio-wastes that come from the coconut industry or coconut value chain, and that is basically from the husk. There is a lot of bio-waste, but in this regard, for this research chair, the focus has been on the husk. The husk of the coconut has fibers, and also when you extract the fiber, there's something, some will call it a dust, It's basically that dust that binds the fiber. When you extract the fiber, you can actually also use that dust, and that is what we call the cocoa pit. So the research that I have been conducting together with the postgraduate students has focused on one, the coconut fiber and the cocoa pit.
During my master's project, I was privileged to work with the manufacturing research chair on the value addition of coconut products, and I worked on the waste products, that is the fiber, for production of hydrogels for use in agriculture. The manufacturing research chair has been of great impact and has been of much benefit to me as an individual. I've gained hands-on training on equipment, and one of the equipment that has been purchased through the manufacturing research chair is the Fourier transform infrared. This is a very good equipment that is beneficial to both the students in JKUAT and other institutions. And we've managed to analyze samples for students from Moi University. And this Fourier transform infrared, it just uses the infrared radiations that interact with matter, and matter in this case is the samples that we need.
Our main aim that we have been doing is doing the extracts, the oil extracts from the plant, right? Analyzing the coconut oil, and using that coconut also as an ingredient in cosmetics, which include soaps, lotions, or creams.
Tooling and machineries is developing machineries and tools for the other streams within the research chair. I've developed a number of equipment, 4 in number. We have developed a decorticator. It's an equipment that is used for separation of fiber with dust. We have also developed a stirrer, very useful for mixing soap ingredients and substances, so that we are able to have consistent mixture. We also made dehuskers, very useful for removing husk from the nut. And these dehuskers we have deployed to a number of women groups and youth groups in the coast region. We also developed a briquette making machine, and this briquette making machine is already a technology within JKUAT, so it was a matter of adapting it for use by SMEs. For undergraduate, we have handled 4 students so far. For postgraduate, we have handled 2 masters, 2 PhDs.
The manufacturing research chair has been very beneficial, as I said, first in the knowledge dissemination and also in the acquisition of the materials that I need for the project. I'm currently undertaking a project which involves or deals with the drying of cocoa pit, of which cocoa pit is a ligneous material that is normally extracted from the husk of the coconut fruits.
I'm developing a composite of a coconut fiber, where I'm using a fiber as a reinforcing agent with the PLA and thermoplastic polyurethane as a matrix. So I want to develop polymeric composites to produce engineering parts. In that way, I believe that we are going to have a value-added engineering products which will, in the long run, improve the earnings by the farmers.
We are training the people there on how to add value. We have, for example, conducted some training on marketing of the products, branding of the products, sourcing of finance, how to register business, how to do bookkeeping, and so forth.
I acknowledge and we appreciate so much the various managements of the various organizations that are involved. That includes JKUAT Management, Moi University, Multimedia University, also the Ministry of Industrialization, and the Nuts and Oil Crop Directorate, that's NOCD, which is based in Mombasa, as well as AFA here in Nairobi. They have really been of much support for this research chair.
On behalf of JKUAT, I wish to appreciate NACOSTI, IDRC, and other partners for supporting the project and giving us the opportunity to lead this conversation in coconut value chain for the benefit of our country. Thank you very much.
The world is currently facing a hunger crisis. According to World Health Organization in 2022, 828 million people, about 10% of the world population, regularly goes to bed hungry. This leads to about 16 deaths every minute as a result of acute hunger. In Africa, 478 million people are living below the poverty line, earning less than $1.90 per day. And we're seeing that rising food prices isn't making it easier for them, as billions are running out of reach for healthy food worldwide. An example in Kenya is the price of maize flour in the year 2021. It used to retail for about 40 to 55 Kenyan shillings per kilogram. Currently, it's going for about 80 to 140 Kenyan shillings. This is about 100% price increase. This problem is what provoked us as innovators to come up with a solution. A solution entails converting grass and agricultural waste into edible starch. The reason why humans cannot eat grass is because it contains a substance called cellulose, which us as human beings will lack the necessary enzymes to digest it. That enzyme is found in animals which have a complex digestive system, such as a cow. We therefore developed a soup of enzymes that are going to digest the indigestible cellulose into edible starch. Our end product can be used as a perfect alternative to maize flour, and when modified, can be used as an alternative to wheat flour. Food such as ugali and porridge can be made from our end product. We can use any type of grass species as long as it is non-toxic, but we decided to specialize on two types, which is Bermuda and ryegrass. This is because of the following characteristics. 1. They are flood resistant. 2. Drought resistant. 3. Takes only 2 months till harvest time. 4. Does not require fertilizer application. The process of production of our product is as follows. Grass is harvested, washed, and then dried. It is then ground into a powder. We call that powder cellulose powder. We then add enzymes to the powder, which converts it into starch, and later it is put in a fortification mixture to improve its nutrition. Voila! It is ready for packaging and for sale. Nutritional value. Our product helps control cholesterol levels and blood sugar. You might wonder, why grass? This is because grass and maize are from the same family, Graminae, hence their starch is identical. It is not GMO, it is simply a transformed polymer from one form to another. Financials. The cost of production of 1 kilogram of our flour is 23 Kenyan shillings, and we hope to sell 1 kg at 39 Kenyan shillings. In 1 acre, 6,500 kilograms of grass is harvested, and in order to make 1 kilogram of our flour, we require 1.5 kilogram of grass. We will therefore produce 4,333 kilograms of our flour in 1 acre. Our profit per kilogram is 16 Kenyan shilling. Therefore, in an acre, we are going to make a profit of 69,000. With a capital of 10 million and 4 seasons, in the first year, a profit of 3.4 million will be realized per season, making a total of 13.8 million Kenyan shillings profit per year. We will be able to break even in the 9th month. The successful implementation of these projects will assist the United Nations in achieving the following goals. 1. Zero hunger. We hope to reduce deaths associated with hunger by 50% by 2030. 2. Decent work and economic growth. We hope to create over 100,000 jobs by 2030. 3. Climate action. Our product has no negative effects to the environment. We believe that without innovation, there will be no progress. As a team, we want to make the world a better place. We therefore used our skills and research, and we came up with this idea, which we prototyped. But we lack the necessary funds to further it. We are therefore calling for your support. Thank you.
National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, in collaboration with our partners, the National Research Fund and Konza Technopolis Development Authority, are deeply honored to host the second Multisectoral Conference on Science, Technology and Innovation. This conference forms a sequel to the first Multisectoral Conference, where stakeholders made key resolutions that have impacted on our national development. NACOSTI is established by the Science, Technology and Innovation Act with the mandate of regulating the science, technology and innovation sector and advising on matters related thereto.
We just want to let you know that NACOSTI has been selected to mainstream science, technology, innovation in the country, and this was done in 2021. And this has helped the NACOSTI and its partners, NAKenya and NRF, to collect very vital data, which is important for us to be able to come up with a scientific research system, which informs what is happening in the science, technology and innovation ecosystem, so that it is able to let the CS, where we normally report this status report, to inform the country on what we have been able to do as a country and what we need to take further in the ecosystem of research, science, technology, innovation.
One of the unique functions of National Commission for Science and Technology is to license research in the country. The main reason for licensing research in the country is to ensure that the research and research outputs are not detrimental to the public safety, national security, and also to ensure that the research is not detrimental to the communities and their IP rights. So to ensure that the research is in conformity, it's not detrimental to the environment and nature. And so this is one of the key elements that we really welcome each and every Kenyan, each and every researchers to abide to these for the greater good for this country.
Further, NACOSTI is the national focal point to a number of Kenya's international obligations, such as the Biological Weapons Convention, the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization, among others. And indeed, many Kenyans have benefited significantly from programs hosted by this international institute.
Some of the priorities include strengthening of and financing of the infrastructure in R&D, the STI for food security and harnessing of the indigenous knowledge and technologies, and the fifth industrial revolution with the emerging technologies.
The National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation was rated the best government institution in advancing gender equity. The Commission was also recognized as the best statutory commission on diversity, equity, inclusion and belonging.
We are working with about 400 MDAs in the country, and we are hoping we are going to enrich the document which we have started working on. And the first time we have been able to report on this report was 2022. We have the first volume. And since the STI Act of 2013, this is the first time we are making this report. We are hoping in the next series of the volume, we are going to improve both the quality and in terms of quantity to help the country move forward in terms of science, technology, innovation.
We are therefore most grateful to our stakeholders for their untiring support that has culminated in this momentous and historic multi-sectoral conference. Taking note that science, technology, and innovation is cross-cutting, the multi-sectoral conference has 4 tracks, namely the Interministerial High-Level Dialogue Series, the Scientific and Technological Presentations track, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Exhibitions, and the Science and Technology Education Week.
In addition to this program, we usually also have periodic releases through our bulletin. We also have periodic meetings with our stakeholders, through which we encourage interactions between scientists, students, and our staff in the matters of science, technology, and innovation. And we look forward to also synthesizing the discussions that we'll have in this conference into a bulletin at the end of this workshop.
We therefore request all our stakeholders to make maximum use of this opportunity to dialogue amongst themselves, to network, to share experiences, and come up with the solutions that will benefit our people and also the entire world. I take this opportunity to thank the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, for accepting to grace the occasion as the chief guest despite his very busy schedule. We also extend our deepest gratitude to Cabinet Secretaries who will be part of the Interministerial Dialogue. We thank our Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. We thank our distinguished NACOSTI board members who have been very supportive and giving the right direction all the times. We thank also the board members from several agencies who are here. I thank my fellow CEOs, especially my co-chairs, Professor Andala, the CEO of NRF, and Mr. John Paul Okwiri, the CEO of Konza Technopolis Development Authority. I also thank the staff of NACOSTI for all the support they have given up to this point in time. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this mega fest of science, technology, and innovation.
In 2016, the National Research Fund did advertise for infrastructure development for research. And Meru University of Science and Technology did assemble some researchers to come up with the proposals, of course with collaboration with some people like World Health Organizations. And we did submit our proposals to the NRF that time. And by 2018, around February, we got a report that we had been awarded that research grant of Kenya shillings 56 million.
Initially, before, we didn't have equipment that could help me do my research work, and this delayed me a lot before I finished my PhD. But I thank God now we have the equipment which have adversely and immensely assisted my work.
Ordinarily, we have been operating as a level 3B medical center. That's just a health center where we've been offering very basic health services to our staff and students. Our lab has been doing very basic tests like screening for malaria or stool microscopy, urinalysis, blood sugar. We haven't been doing a number of tests that need to be done, and we haven't been having consultant physicians or consultant doctors sitting in this facility. In terms of the equipment that we're talking about, the research equipment that has just been donated by the National Research Fund, this is going to play a very big role in the upgrade of this clinic. And that's one big thing that the equipment we've just received from NRF is going to do for us. It's going to enable us to have various medical specialists run clinics here to serve not only our university community, but also to serve our surrounding community.
This infrastructural project that we have just set up is going to be very, very useful. We will use this infrastructure to do diagnosis, and diagnosis for many things. This is only done in Kemri for a long time. Even as this part of Mount Kenya going up to the border, Kenya and Ethiopia, and even Somalia, and even Southern Sudan, all the samples have always to be taken to Nairobi. Now that is not going to be done anymore because we can now do these things here.
The infrastructure that we received in Meru University is quite substantial. It includes the entire workflow of a molecular diagnostic lab. So this includes equipment for DNA extraction, equipment for polymerase chain reaction or PCR, equipment for DNA sequencing, among others. So myself, I am a molecular biologist. I have interest in investigating diseases at the molecular level. So I have interest in cancer, which is a big problem in this region. And in this instance, we are using this equipment to detect very small changes that happen within human cells that could contribute to uncontrolled growth of cells within the human body. Meru County is known to have very high prevalence for cancer, and we are now using this equipment to investigate which particular mutations contribute to the cancer that is seen within Meru County.
My name is Zakayo Mange Mwangi. I'm a tutorial fellow at the School of Health Sciences here at Meru University of Science and Technology, and I'm also a PhD student. And my main area of research is on non-tuberculous mycobacterial infection. Now, this equipment, which basically looks at the genetic material, which is very sensitive for the genetic material of the causative agent, it is quite accurate and quite sensitive for the detection of non-tuberculous mycobacteria and any other infectious disease, including non-infectious or non-communicable disease. Once the non-tuberculous mycobacteria has been detected in this case, it will help the clinician design the proper treatment regimen for the patient to avoid further patient suffering.
The other thing that this equipment is going to do is going to improve our diagnostic capacity for diseases. For example, we have a number of patients who are on treatment for diabetes, for tuberculosis, people who are on treatment for HIV, and a few are on treatment for COVID. Now, when we talk about HIV and we talk about TB, we know that drug resistance is a big problem. We have both first-line and second-line treatment. For us to be able to do drug resistance testing in this region, we have to send our samples to Nairobi, either to Kemri or the private labs in Nairobi. That's going to be a thing of the past with the equipment we have received. We will be able to not only do drug resistance testing, we will be able even to genetically type the kind of TB and even be able to tell where that TB has come from. If somebody has acquired the TB from Ethiopia, for example, from Uganda, or from some other country, we will be able to actually type that and say that this is not a local strain. And that's a big step in disease surveillance.
We'll keep doing cutting-edge research work that is going to help, especially in the SDG 3, which talks about health for all. So we are able to do that, and we are proud that we can be able to do that as to achieve the SDG.
The equipment are so advanced that they can actually execute from the smallest diagnosis to the highest diagnosis. And therefore, we encourage researchers who are actually around us to take advantage of these and come and work with us. And they can come and work akin to the model that is done at Kemri.
Kenya need to move, not only being as a consuming institution in terms of drugs, in terms of anything we do, but also moving towards assembly and also moving towards manufacturing even of the pharmaceutical products. I think this is going to answer to our Vision 2030. And I would like to encourage and advise and invite all potential collaborators in research that we can now do all these things here in Meru.
As a university, we sent in a concept which was subsequently approved by NRF management and board. Unfortunately for us, we got that positive feedback where we were allocated 33 million to start off the journey to equip a modern laboratory. And in this case, we identify and align ourselves to molecular and microbiology laboratory component, which we believe would address quite a number of key things in the health area, agricultural area, food security area, water solutions, and also environmental solutions.
The government is proud of the steps that the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology has taken towards advancement of science and technology in this country. From this project, I note the significant level of commitment that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology is making towards cell research.
This is a molecular lab which was furnished with the support of funds from the NRF. We are doing a range of activities in relation to molecular studies. So we had the environmental equipment, which is dealing with the plant research. We have a range of molecular equipment dealing with DNA profiling, DNA analysis, and also identification. So that's a PCR machine. In terms of the environment, we have plant analysis equipment. This is LICO, which is analyzing CO2, water, and also a range of gases that are being taken up by plants. We have, in addition, also a weather station fully equipped with all a range of micrometeorological parameter measurements.
It is a national center for molecular and microbiology studies. Being a national center, it is open to all researchers in the country, and you are the host institution. The expectation from us is that you're supposed to put the operational policies in place that will enable the sustainability of this project, so that we don't have such expensive equipment lying in the laboratory without being operated or being used for the purpose it was procured for. But you will be able to put up mechanisms that will enable our researchers have access to this facility for their various work.
If you want to study your soils and get to know the soil conditions in terms of mineral status or conditions, or even health condition of that soil, if there is any plant disease that you are worried about, or even animal problem that you are worried about, through collaboration, we can do some of this and advise accordingly, because we have got a competent faculty. And for those who want to do masters and PhD, this is the right lab to do the PhD, or even masters, or even postdoc. But even for an undergraduate, this would still be the university of destination, because we are actually a research, technology, innovation, and outreach university.
Basically, most of the research activities have to be multidisciplinary in form, because, for example, if I take food security, we have to deal with climate change, which is currently affecting food security. And to do this, we also need to profile the plants, which are the main target organisms. And so you need to understand quite a bit of a range. So you need to understand from the cell up to the environment, in order that we are able to understand the mechanisms that are taking place behind the whole processes. So this then requires this multidisciplinary approach. So now we can do a range of food security related research. And this is also important for the community around here, because food production is the key thing for the well-being of the community.
The commissioning of this JOUST molecular and microbiology laboratory and the funding thereof directly demonstrates
the commitment by the government in supporting the priority areas of science, technology, and innovation. The molecular and microbiology laboratory will support the goals of fostering academic innovation, enriching staff and student experience, supporting research excellence, developing outstanding human resource, outstanding campus growth, ensuring financial stability, and engaging community participation while providing the students, the researchers, and scientists with cutting-edge research skills and knowledge.
The equipment support from NRF is a real value addition to JOST in terms of research and also in terms of capacity building.
What we need to do as a university, working with the relevant agency, is to accredit this laboratory so that some of the research samples that are being sent out of the country can be sent directly here, and we can give them we can assess them, study them, and give feedback to the users.
Welcome, madam. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
My name is Juma Kilwake, and this is the mobile computing lab funded by the NRF. Mobile computing is concerned with giving students an opportunity to explore and learn, and essentially provide opportunities to learn the various components in the mobile computing continuum, ranging from handheld devices, connecting technologies to servers. The strength of the lab is the sensors that we have been able to acquire. For example, we have the body analyzer sensors that can be used to measure your weight, the heart rate, the proportion of fat within the muscle, and it's up to the student now to be able to develop applications that can be used to for health purposes. And I think providing this kind of tools expands the creativity of our students, because they are not limited on what they can do. If they have an idea, the tools are there to be able to put that idea into practice.
We did this proposal to National Research Fund, and we were among the few universities that successfully received a grant of 64.6 million. This was to support the establishment of an ICT hub. The ICT hub initially had 5 components: the data center, mobile technology, the conference center, certification training laboratory, Cisco, and finally we had the forensic lab. The forensic laboratory can help if we work with the security agencies at national and county level in fighting crime.
Digital forensic is part of the wider forensics, and it's about identification, acquiring, processes, and analysis of digital evidence. The process starts with the crime has happened, so you need to get to do investigation. And to do that, you need to acquire or to capture the data. So the first stage here is for capturing of the evidence. So we have devices that you can record the interview you are having intelligently without the person being investigated, knowing what is happening. This is the pen. It is rechargeable, it has memory, and it has a camera. It has a wide field of view. Yeah. Rechargeable, has memory, and you will not know what is happening.
Our conference center is operational. After commissioning today, it will be open to use by not just our institution, but others who find such modern technology appropriate for their services.
This is a national research center on ICT, and the expectation is that as a host institution, you are supposed to put up the operations policy so that the facility will be open to all researchers in Kenya who would want to access your facility for purposes of research or even academia.
We are confident that with the rolling out of the CBC curriculum and the online element by the Ministry of Education, we can support teaching and learning through enabled technology for schools. We are therefore encouraging sister institutions and other organizations to take advantage of this. For example, our data center has a very huge capacity, and we are ready in partnership to store data for institutions like the county government or Nzoia Sugar Company from within, but also from elsewhere.
The investment that we have put in this institution will go a long way in supporting the country as a whole in realization or attainment of the fifth industrial revolution as per the requirements. I'm delighted to know that you have already put up various programs that are meant to champion experts who will then step up to solve the various challenges we are facing in the country with regards to ICT matters.
We need to appreciate government through the National Research Fund for coming up with this program. And going forward, I think we are looking at a situation where the launching pad is available to our university and to the community.
We know we already have some people who are using apps. we are not able to tell those who are actually works, those who are cheating, and those who are really doing a good job. We want to use the center, first of all, to try and persuade those people who are practicing to use our center, to have whatever they are using to be assessed so that they are also recognized as part of the system that the nation is using to take care of the health issues of our people.
Kenyatta University identifies itself as a community of scholars dedicated to generation and dissemination of knowledge and inculcation of moral values for sustainable individual and societal development.
Good afternoon.
This center
want the presenters who are
is one of the flagship centers of excellence here at Kenyatta University. Fits very well within the vision and mission of Kenyatta University, as well as National Development Agenda Kenya Vision 2030. It also responds to global commitments, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and even the continental commitments, the Africa Agenda 2063.
The National Phytotherapeutics Research Center came as a result of a proposal written by Kenyatta University lecturers, where I was the lead to the National Research Fund. The call was about the infrastructure support to institutions of higher learning and also institutions of research in this country. And the call was in the year 2016, and we got the funding in the year 2019 to establish this center. At the National Phytotherapeutics Research Center, the kind of research that goes on around here is about medicinal plants that find use in healthcare for humans, for animals, or even anything that is associated with the wellness of a human being. Phytotherapy is the use of plants for therapeutic purposes. Therapy is wellness. Therefore, at this center, we check for quality of those products. We also confirm whether they can cause more harm to a human being upon consumption. We also support a lot of research by postgraduate students, university lecturers, from not only Kenyatta University, but also other institutions in this country, including Tibet, and also others from around the continent. We are hoping also to attract other researchers from all over the world.
This is an upscaling section. This is where we do mass production of our raw materials. So after the labs are assured that a certain plant material have the medicinal properties, this is where they come so that we produce them in large quantities. This is a machine that we use in distilling our essential oils. We know different plants that have medicinal properties or medicinal claims have essential oils. What you're distilling here is eucalyptus. Eucalyptus is known for treating upper respiratory conditions. This is called a reactor. This is a reactor that has an extraction chamber or an extraction basket inside here. That's where we load our materials. We are doing what we call hydrodistillation. Hydrodistillation is mixing the materials with the water so that they both boil, the water and the materials boil. Since we know the essential oils are volatile, at the boiling points they'll vaporize. In vaporization, we get the water boils as well, so we have the steam and the vapors of the essential oils. So after boiling, the mixture of water and the essential oils will rise as steam. The steam will be condensed to get the oil and the water still as a mixture, but down here we have a separator. We all know that water and oil are not miscible. we have what we call hydrosol collecting chamber. This is where we collect the water with some small molecules of the oil, of course. So we'll collect the hydrosol from here. It's used in the industries for manufacture of soaps. We get 3 samples for this. We take one for microbial analysis and the efficacy, another one to quality assurance to check the constituents and all that, and another one to the store. The machines that we have is a fixed oil extruder. It squeezes the oil from the nuts and the seeds. Nuts like the peanut, sunflower, we have corn, we have chia seed, we have canola seeds. All those plant materials or the seeds that have oil, we are able to press using the fixed oil extruder. So what we do, we load the materials, it's pressed under high pressure, so the heat is generated. The cake comes out. That cake, we use it in animal feed, or we even consume it because it's pre-cooked already. The fixed oils extruder normally is fully commercial because it can handle 4 tons of raw materials per day. This upscaling section is very important to us here as Kenyatta University because we are developing products that will be able to sell out there to generate income.
One of the things that we do here, it's called microbial load assessment of our products. The first thing that we do here, we have to make sure that the raw materials that we receive, they don't have any contaminant with the fungi and with the bacteria. This is mostly done on the raw materials. For example, we have the peanuts that we have received. Another thing that we check from our samples, we do the antimicrobial assays. This is mostly done to make sure that the extracts that we get for the plant extract, they can be used in the humans by killing some of the microorganisms that they cause the diseases. One of the equipment that has really helped us, we have the trinocular microscope. It has really helped us because when we receive samples from outside and someone wants to check the purity of the sample, we can be able to check the purity by checking the...
So, Professor Makwaro Edwin. Okay. Dr. Kenneth Wanjao. Okay. Dr. Franklin Masese. Mwamisha Mkala. Hope I've pronounced it correctly. Thank you. Professor Julius Kepkemboi. Thank you. Professor John Kinyuru. Is John here with us? Okay, Dr. Miri Mushiri, thank you. Dr. Nguyo Huka, thank you. Dr. Gilbert Mugeni, thank you. Dr. Finyange Pole, thank you. Professor Suse Gumo, and Professor Colin Souma. Okay. Just to be able to know those who are present with us. So we can have the first 5 names as per the list. Kindly come forward and occupy the 5 seats here so that you're able to move fast. I'm strictly going to give you 10 minutes of presentation. And for the audience, you can note the questions down. If you have questions which you need to answer, kindly you be able to ask after the presentations are over. Thank you. Presenters, kindly move forward and occupy your seats. The first 5 presenters, please. So for purpose of classifications, there are two groups for presentation. This is Hall A, and the list I have here is for the members presenting in Hall A. So if you are not among the members, except for Dr. Charity Gadambiri, who could have jumped when I was mentioning, if you are a presenter and your name is not in this list, then means that your presentation should be in Hall B, which is located. Okay, just across. I understand it's just across. Yeah, so if you are a presenter and possibly your name was not in this list, then you're in. Yeah, then I would prefer that those who are far off, yeah, you can make use of this center fuse to make easier for purposes of also condensing the session for the presenters. So I would want to give the first presenter. So at this juncture, allow me to quickly call forward Professor Makwaro Edwin from Kisii on a presentation on assessment of e-learning readiness status of primary schools. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Makwaro. Just a correction, I'm not a professor. But thank you, NRF, for that recognition. All right, my research was on assessment of e-learning readiness status of primary schools, implementing, teaching, and learning digital devices in Kisii County. I think I need help with the laptop. ICT is generally recognized as one of the major key movers of even the developing economies. And in Kenya, we also realize that that is true, and hence the government came up with the digital learning program that was in the primary schools. It is very important to understand whether we are ready for e-learning, both the pupils, the teachers, and even the schools. We need mental preparedness, physical preparedness, so that we can have our learners benefit from this endeavor. So we had 5 objectives, and here I have 4. We were to assess the readiness of primary schools, the attitudes and perceptions of the teachers, and the readiness of the pupils, and the challenges that are faced in implementing the digital learning devices by the teachers in the classroom. The fifth was to develop a DVD and some material that the teachers were to use to help enhance their skill. I'll mention something at the end of the presentation concerning other things that we achieved through this project. This was a survey, and we were looking at the 710 primary schools in Kisii County, of which we sampled out and got to 249 head teachers, 302 primary school class 1 and class 2 teachers. And then we also had the pupils who are also involved in this. We used purposive sampling. We went to the schools that already at the time had gotten the digital learning devices. And so that was purposive. And then we sampled out using simple random sampling to see the schools that we were to go to. We used a self-administered questionnaire, interview schedule, and an observation schedule. Very quickly, this was wide. I decided to pick on just a few highlights of some of the areas that were captured by those objectives. So the head teacher said that the LDDs they had, the learning digital devices, were not enough for the learners. And 78.2% of the pupils indicated that the teachers were very supportive in their use of those LDDs. And the teachers themselves felt that there was value in the use of that in learning. That was 41.6%. But 42.3% felt like it's a waste of time because of maybe what I'll highlight at the end of this. And it consumed a lot of time. That was 30.2%. So from the external environment, that is the parents, there was fairly good support. 44.5% appreciated that. That use was important. Computer rooms were a bit rare, and so only 19.7% of those schools had places where they could access computers. The attitude, the outlook that teachers had on the digital learning program, most of those teachers, because it was grade 1 and grade 2 that were using the digital learning devices, 68% agreed that the DLP was useful. And but there was a low rating on the significance in life on the use of these digital devices. That was around 41.7 for the female teachers and 45 for the male teachers. Apparently, the female teachers had higher interest and acceptance of the DLP program. That was 77.8%, while the males were at 74.1%. So they were not, majority of the teachers said they didn't get training to use those devices. That was 28.1%. 19.7% said that they received regular training on the use of computers. So most of the teachers actually had difficulties using those laptops, and that was a big challenge. The pupils, majority of them had phones in their homes, because these are pointers as to how ready they are to use any e-learning endeavor. Smartphones, and 60% had actually used smartphones, where about 38.9% were using them on a daily basis. They also knew some of these social platforms, Facebook, WhatsApp, and internet, at those percentages. So the pupils indicated that they enjoyed school more since the introduction of those LDDs, and they enjoyed using those LDDs whenever they got that opportunity to get to their labs. There are challenges also that that program has. All these highlights, I picked a few. We had some impediments that were mentioned. There was no psychological preparedness of the teachers to implement this program, and the financial support was also very low. The teachers indicated there is no budget. Even the head teachers complained that there was no budget to support that. So many teachers, when they went home, they didn't have access to computers. Only about 15.9, that's about 16% had that access. And the devices were not adequate. Actually, many schools we went to, there are two particular schools where those devices were already stolen. Some other schools, most of the devices were not working, issues of battery, issues of not knowing how to use. So the computer skills of the teachers were very low. Maybe some of the recommendations is, I'll highlight 2 or 3. The rest can be found on those slides. The primary school teachers should now, and the parents should start diverting the attention of these young learners to tend to lean towards academic, kind of digital platforms so that they can gain their numeracy and literacy skills. Many kids just say they play games on those smartphones. More sensitization for the teachers, a well-planned training schedule because most teachers were not trained, and then mobile app creators should come up and now link the curriculum to the technology, and children, their health should be taken care of. I picked very little because of the time that we had, but these were the achievements of this project. That was just a small bit of collecting data and what we found out. But this project, we attended 4 conferences, including this one. We have 5 publications already on this, and we developed a training package that was a booklet for the teachers. Then we had 1 resource DVD that we developed that had some material. If time had allowed, I would have shown you some of that video. 6 postgraduate students benefited through participation in the research process. We had 3 stakeholders workshops to discuss the status and challenges of the program in Kisii County. Those were the 3. And then we had 3 one-week teacher training workshops at those places indicated there. Then at the end, we also had 1 teacher feedback workshop. So it was not just a matter of collecting data, but we went ahead to see how we could help the situation on the ground by developing them material, looking at the stakeholders involved, and also dealing with those workshops. So these are more recommendations, but because of time, I would wish to stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Obuoga, for that presentation and keeping time. I appreciate it. Now next is Dr. Kenneth Wanjau from Karatina University. He will do the second presentation on effects of entrepreneurial orientation on the relationship between ICT competencies and open innovations success among medium-sized enterprises in Kenya. Yeah.
Yes, this is. Wait. Send you the request version. Send you the request version. I send you the request version.
So can you send him to bring them as you may?
No, I send the request.
So what you do?
So he can present. Because it's easy to come.
Okay, I understand there is some presentation that needs some, that was updated, but we'll work on that. So we'll move to the third in the list, Dr. Franklin Masese from the University of Eldoret. Development of a national biomonitoring protocol and assessment on the ecological status of riverside ecosystems in Kenya. Thank you. Dr. Masese? Yes.
No, it's not. So first can. No, it's not showing. Yeah, it's not showing. Yeah, it's not showing. Thank you. Welcome to this presentation. I'm presenting on developing of a biomonitoring protocol for streams and rivers in Kenya. This is Kenya Invertebrate Scoring System. Water resources are becoming critical for social and economic development. Water is not a renewable resource. Population growth and other activities are impacting the quality of our service waters. We have excessive water abstractions. During the droughts, the availability of water resources becomes challenging. We have pollution from both point and non-point sources. Increased nutrient loads from human population centers and livestock, and habitat degradation. And all these have negative influences on the ecological integrity of aquatic ecosystems. We have witnessed cases of excessive water withdrawals, but we realize that during the dry season, the amount of water resources we have are not adequate. So we have witnessed fish kills, eutrophication, and other conflicts arising from water use. But we don't have mechanisms through which we can monitor and assess the quality of the water resources that we have. But when you look at the Water Act 2016, it defines resource water quality. There's a pretty interesting component on the reserve, the amount of water that must be maintained in the streams for the environment. And this entails both the physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of the resource, but also we must look at the habitat, the in-stream characteristics, and the riparian conditions. We have seen how people want to move streams to construct houses because of lack of understanding of the interconnectivity of these ecosystems. And we use the condition of aquatic communities to tell us about the status of, and that's what we call the ecological integrity. And there's a provision in the Act, but there's no clear guidelines on how that must be measured. And hence this study, where we had around 5 objectives, I'm going to present the 4, to review the existing institutional policy and legal framework, to develop and test and validate an index based on invertebrates for bioassessment, develop manuals and policy briefs, and also build the capacity of stakeholders in biomonitoring. In terms of the methodologies that we have reviewed existing literature, both in the gray and the published literature. We have collected existing data from previous studies. We also collected data ourselves, and we defined the regions in Kenya into these areas. We have the Lake Victoria Basin, or rivers flowing into the Lake Victoria Basin, into the Lake Victoria. We have the arid and semi-arid areas, mostly in the Rift Valley. We have coastal streams, and we have the central highlands, Mount Kenya, Aberdares, and then the Asos I've already mentioned. So we did what we call a triad approach. We used water quality and habitat assessment. At each site, we measure the physical chemistry in stream, in situ variables using meters. We collected water samples for ion chemistry. We did qualitative assessment of the habitat. Then we collected the macroinvertebrates, including in rivers occupied by hippos and crocodiles, and sampling at gunpoint in the hope that you are safe. Then we electrofished a number of sites in different rivers in the region to collect fish, which we used concomitant with the water quality and invertebrates. So in summary, we have collected water from over 180 sites, invertebrates, over 1,000 peak samples been collected from the country, and we have collected over 70 sites for fishes. What we are seeing is that there is a clear signature of human activity on the quality of water resources. We are seeing how impacted streams, both by land use, agriculture, and urban land use, are impacting negatively on the water resources. We are also seeing this, that we have a gradient from mountain uplands to the lowlands. There's a change in water quality, and we have seen this in this analysis, how sites are clustering according to ecoregions. We have also seen that communities in the streams that we're using as bioindicators are responding to these changes. And in the Mara River Basin, but what we're seeing is that existing indices for bioassessment are not responding to this disturbance gradient. You can see here there's no separation among the disturbance gradients when you use existing indices. Here we are talking about the Tanzanian river scoring system. We have the Ethiopian river system, and we have the South African scoring system. These are the only regional indices that we have. Hence the need to develop our local index. But we are seeing here that when we are using local species or taxa and improving that scoring, we can see how sites are separating in terms of their disturbance levels. This is an index of biotic integrity based on macroinvertebrates. So what we are trying to see is to test the sensitivities at the family level of the various macroinvertebrates. These are the existing 3 indices in the region. So we want to add our 4th index to this by assessing, using the water quality after disturbance, the relationships and tolerances of the various taxa, which we will collate and score to develop this Kenya invertebrate scoring system. So at the end of the day, we have characterized streams and rivers in terms of the levels of disturbance. We have list of fish and invertebrate taxa at family and genus levels, across all those 200 sites. We have collected foliar specimens and the labs that will be used for further studies. We are also developing a photo-based guide for fish species identification. We have 6 MSc students who have been supported. All of them have graduated, and we have 1 PhD student in the final stages of completion. We are still analyzing the data, but we have already published 16 publications. We are currently working on the KISS index itself, and this will inform the policy briefs. And once we have the index, we will train stakeholders, students, water managers, county governments, and others on the use of this index. These are some of the publications that we have, mostly led by students at MSc and PhD levels. Thank you. This is the KISS team. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Masese, for that. Our third presenter is Mwamisha Mkala, and from Karatina. The topic is on relationship between application and systems development in open innovation success in medium-sized enterprises in Kenya. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I am glad to be here, and I'm glad to be able to present this work that we have done. Really, we've worked, 3 of us, and so we are all co-presenters, but I'm working on this one. When it comes to questions, we shall take the questions from the floor jointly. So this is our study, the link between knowledge access and open innovation success in medium enterprises in Kenya. Excuse me. Thank you. And so, what motivated our study is that in the modern global economic arena, access to knowledge of information technology has a special importance in implementing open innovations in enterprises, and specifically medium enterprises. Open innovation is the purposive utilization of information with a view to opening up the medium enterprise space so that you can bring in knowledge and utilize that knowledge to activate innovation for the purposes of improving the outcomes of that enterprise. And access to IT knowledge therefore becomes important because it is a driver. Now, this driver facilitates innovation inflows and outflows, and the firm exploits these ones so that it can position itself successfully in the economic environment. Now, we have done some research and a lot of soul searching in the arena, in the economic arena, and we realize that there is very little knowledge that is generated both in the country and outside concerning open innovation. And yet, this is very important because it has a big influence on the performance of medium enterprises. We had 2 objectives for this study, and one of them was to investigate the influence of access to IT knowledge on open innovation success in medium enterprises in Kenya. And the other was to see if this influence is moderated by entrepreneurial orientation. And the conceptual framework for us to understand it properly involved these 3 variables: access to IT knowledge, entrepreneurial orientation, and open innovation success. We used a cross-sectional survey, and we used as a sampling frame the top 100 medium enterprises in the manufacturing and the service sector that we could get from the KPMG database. Now, we were able to access 68 medium enterprises to whom we provided our data collection instruments, and 32 of them responded by returning fully filled questionnaires, and this represented 47%. We were doing it during a time of COVID-19 protocols, which really denied access to most of these enterprises. And the data we got, we analyzed it through equation modeling. Now, this is what we found. We found a positive and a significant relationship between IT knowledge access and OI, open innovation, in medium enterprises in the manufacturing and the service sector in Kenya. And concerning people who have the knowledge of IT in these enterprises, we realized that these people helped their firms to open up their boundaries so that there would be free flow of information both into the enterprises and also out of the enterprises. And the desire for open innovation in these enterprises made them to embed themselves in an IT ecosystem, and in this ecosystem they freely interacted with other stakeholders so that the flow of information, that information transaction, could help them to generate innovation that would be useful for their purposes and would go a big way to enhance their outcomes. And there were also other sources of information, secondary sources of information, IT, that were important for these enterprises. And to these sources of information, they willingly opened up because they realized that opening up to external sources of information has greater benefits than having a closed window and generating innovations from within. You get more benefits if you open up. And for that reason, some of the functions within the enterprises, they outsourced them, especially some management functions, and intelligently interacted with competitors, collaborators, and research and learning institutions, which enable them to access new and emerging methods of processes and operations. And they're also aware that by doing this, they risked to leak sensitive information, which they had always previously guarded as business secrets. These enterprises also focused on their capabilities to use people's knowledge, and they valued absorptive capacity as a prerequisite for growth-oriented manufacturing practices and service practices, which would help them to allow inflow of information and then make use of it. They also established effective structures of human resource management, and these, together with farm operations, help them to jointly churn out open innovation outputs. We also looked at the moderating role of entrepreneurial orientation to see whether this influence that access to IT knowledge has on open innovation success, if it can be moderated by entrepreneurial orientation. And we were able to note a very small and insignificant effect of EO. And that insignificant effect could be attributed to that small response rate that we had and the small sample size that we accessed. In conclusion, in our study, we were able to establish that access to IT knowledge has significant influence on the success of open innovation in enterprises. It is also an important dimension. Access of IT knowledge is an important dimension which is required for success of open innovation in enterprises. The ability to take in knowledge and make use of it, which we refer to as absorptive capacity. This will enable the medium enterprises to utilize the knowledge flowing within the networks embedded in their ecosystem, because it will facilitate realization of their manufacturing and service functions. We also recommended that medium enterprises should monitor the ongoing processes of absorbing tacit knowledge so that it can engender open innovation success in the manufacturing and the service enterprise sector in Kenya. And that also there could be some variance between what they expect and what they really get, and any such variance that is undesirable in OIS output, in the output of open innovation success. This variance should be a signal to management so that they can diagnose promptly the culprit cog in the knowledge absorption process and institute corrective action to avoid derailing the process of generating open innovation in the medium enterprise, manufacturing, and service sector. It should also ensure opening up their organizational boundaries, but do it wisely. Wisely because while they seek to maximize the appropriation of their open innovation benefits that they will get, they should also keep under guard certain aspects which comprise their unique business identity or business secrets. Now, that we were not able to really establish a significant and a positive relationship of the moderating role of EO makes us think that we need to replicate this study in other sectors, and a replicative study still in the same sector, perhaps done with a bigger sample by somebody else, so that we may see whether these outcomes will repeat themselves. Like I said, there are 3 of us that are involved in this work, and those are our contacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamisha Mkala, for that good presentation. We'll now call on our fourth presenter, Professor Julius Kemkemboi from Egerton, on the topic of real-time environmental monitoring using innovative wireless sensor technology, using Lake Nakuru as a case study. Thank you.
Okay, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you are not late. I hope you are not tired with this monologue. I'll be very fast. Okay, I'm not Professor Kipkeboy. I'm Dr. Franklin Manene from DCUT. Basically, these are multidisciplinary research comprising of KWS, that's a Kenya Wildlife Service, Egerton University, Moi University, and Dedan Kimathi. Well, and we're dealing with real-time monitoring of water quality in Lake Nakuru using wireless sensor network technology. Okay, well, at the Lake Nakuru, and why Lake Nakuru? Well, Lake Nakuru is one of the Ramsar sites in Kenya, recognized by the UNESCO, and once in a while, there is routine collection of data by the rangers, and basically what they do is that to collect data from the lake, of course, there's a training of field officers, and they take routine samples from the lake, and then they take water, and then that is taken to the labs for the analysis, and there are unexpected episodes, like when there's a flash flooding and so on, they are not captured since they're not part of the routine data collection. So the shortcomings of the current method, whatever they were using before, is that there was limitation on the infrastructure. They needed a boat to go in the lake, various points on the lake, and collect the water samples. Then it was time consuming. Of course, it's expensive. You have to get petrol for the motorboats, and also staff people to go right throughout the lake. And then, well, that's basically involved a lot of work, and also they could not get real-time data on what was really happening in the lake. Well, so, then we came up with this research, which was a project to develop innovative real-time water quality monitoring of the Nakuru using wireless network technology. And basically here in this, we did a sensor, that is, we are trying to have new devices that could measure the water parameters or the quality of water parameters in the lake in situ. So we don't have any staff member moving there, collecting data, collecting samples and taking it to the lake. And then these sensor devices are supposed to be autonomous, and so those are equipped with transceivers so they could pick data and transmit to the lab or to the server, and they are self-powering and self-configuring and battery-powered sensor nodes. So basically, we took all those into consideration. Well, in research review, we're trying now to work on the type of network that we can establish. We considered the cellular network, which is basically the GSM, but we realized that actually in the lake, we don't have GSM coverage. We don't have kind of base stations in the lake, and also whatever is in the park itself, actually the cellular coverage was very poor. Wi-Fi and the other network region were also not available in the lake. They were just small kind of pockets within the lodges in the lake. Then we have to come up with a new network, which is the LoRa network. The good thing the LoRa network is that it consumes low bandwidth and it's high, long range. And we came up with the LoRa network, which is LoRa 1. That is a low range, low power, long range wireless network. Yes, somebody's phone. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry for that. The research approach on methodology, how we did it. In the lake, we identified five critical areas in the lake. That is the center of the lake, the outlet of River Njoro, Makaria, Derit River, and also the sewerage, where the water from the sewage is raised in the lake. And we placed some sensors there. And here we formed, those are the air devices that the sensor nodes, and then we interconnected this one to the gateway. That's a using wireless network. That's the LoRa one, and then connect one to the internet through the server. That's a network architecture. And well, Here we have the gateway on the picture on the gateway where it's mounted at the master KWS headquarters. And the small house there you can see that is actually those are the buoy on the lake. And that buoy on the lake contained 5 sensors. We had electric conductivity sensor, temperature sensor, turbidity sensor, as well as the oxygen, dissolved oxygen sensor. So we had a couple of sensors on that. And then on top of that, you can see there's a solar panel. There's a solar panel. And then there's an aerial. That's an antenna. And this area was sending data to the, sending data to the gateway at the mast there. These are the sensors applied. Of course, for the sensors, we needed to do some bit of calculations, which is to reduce errors and maintain consistency and so on. These are some of the data collected or snapshots from the ThinkSpeak network. We had 2 kind of servers. We had the network server and also the application server, and we opted for ThinkSpeak. And these are the sample data that you can get. This is always real time, and we'll send the data after every 30 minutes. So after every 30 minutes, we get data, whether it's temperature in the lake from the 4 sites, electric conductivity, the other is the pH, and so on, and also turbidity and the other parameter. Okay, these are some of the challenges that we made that, we raised that actually this following of the sensors, Lake Nakuru is actually very saline, and after every 3 to 4 weeks, there's need for cleaning of these sensors because of the biofilm formed on these sensor nodes. And we have trained the KWS staff now to be doing that. Then on conclusion, that's, the project, it was successful. We managed to set up a network which can collect data in real time. And also this sort of a project that can be applicable in things like cage farming. We noted that in recent time, there was a lot of death in fish in cage farming in somewhere in Kisumu. Otherwise, if you had installed something like that, we could have known what could have been the problem. Possibly the oxygen could have gone very low and then led to the killing of the fish. Okay, that's my contacts. Thank you for listening to me. There are a couple of outcomes of this project. We have the network, a lot of data in place, master's projects ongoing. We've trained the KWS on the maintenance of the system so that we can have the sustainability of the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Munene, on behalf of the team. Sorry, I want to have the 5th presentation. We had agreed we first have 5 presenters, then we can take questions from the 5. So for the 5th presenter, Professor John Kinyuru, I don't know whether you're here. Dr. Mary Mushiri, so kindly move forward and can do your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please don't sleep on me. Yeah, we are here on food, and I'm here to present quickly on a presentation on a novel value-added purported foods for food and nutrition security. This is a project that was funded by NRF. Our own people are talking in the morning about not getting funds, but here we are talking about funds that were given by our own Kenya government. So I'm Dr. Mary Moshiri, and this was a research that we did in collaboration with other colleagues from the multisectoral. I'll explain that later. But there before you are the other members who are involved with the study from Karatina University, from Carrot Tea Research Center or Institute from Kericho, and KTDA, as well as a private company called Ulster. So it's a good example of a PPP, public-private partnership that took place. We're actually winding up on this project in the next few days. Yeah, as a way of introduction, a quick way of introduction, we are talking about tea, the tea that we call in science Camellia sinensis plant. I say that because there are some things that people call tea and they are not teas, but here we are basically talking about pure tea. And tea being the third world, the second widely consumed non-alcoholic beverage in the world, we cannot just ignore it even in such a forum where we are talking about food and nutrition security. I mean, there are some who could be asked, is tea a food? But just even when we are here, how many times were you told, let's go for a cup of tea throughout this conference? So tea is here globally, tea is here in Kenya, na kila mtu anajua chai. Internationally, tea, the role of tea, when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, if I was given 2 hours, I would talk about tea and how it influences, or its influence or its impact on the SDG. But because of time, I'll only quickly, as a way of introduction, say why the importance of tea we cannot afford to ignore. Is because tea, when you then come to Sustainable Development Goals, number 1 on no poverty, you come to number 2, you come to zero hunger, and when you come to good health and well-being, as well as partnerships and industrial part, SDG number 9 on industrial innovation and infrastructure. All this tea comes in. Why? Because tea in itself is a healthy drink with a lot of researched and documented with health benefits, the bioactive compounds in what we may call in science the polyphenols, which have been known to be antioxidants. Why, again, tea is important as far as we are concerned when the SDG is the number of lives that are touched by tea, globally and even here in Kenya. For example, in Kenya, about 5 million people are directly or indirectly involved with tea, whether they are pickers, whether they are processors, whether they are transporting, trade, Mombasa auction. So tea really has a very big impact, and we cannot ignore it when we talk about food and nutrition security. As well as the fact that the tea earns the country about 23% of the total foreign exchange makes us know that we cannot ignore tea. It is of global interest. In Kenya, about 120, in 2022, 120 billion Kenya shillings was involved in exchange, export exchange as far as tea was concerned or is concerned. So it's a cash crop that is of great importance to this country and globally. It is grown in different parts of this country, come from Western, come to Kericho, come to Nandi, you go to Meru, you come to Central Province Nyeri, you find tea. So tea is something we go for, and we got to think about it in terms of food and nutrition security. We also know the number of jobs that have been created using tea, from picking at the farm level, processing the many industries that are distributed everywhere, as well as transportation, like I've said. When we come even to other SDGs, if I had time, we'll talk about tea and climate change. That by itself can consume a whole 1 hour, how tea has been impacted itself by the climate change, or tea itself as an industry. How does it impact the climate change? But for now, this conference is about food and nutrition security. So I'll move on with the presentation, because even that's what we were funded by NRF to develop, formulate a value-added purple tea. Now, this tea we are talking about, the Camellia sinensis. Kenyans are more conversant with the green tea, that is green leaves. But there is a purple tea that was cloned and developed in Kenya. We are branding, buy Kenya, what do they say? Build Kenya, buy Kenya, whatever it is. This is our own, cloned at Kericho Tea Research. And this purple tea has got certain health benefits that goes over and above the benefits that goes with other teas. And that is because of what you're seeing here as the purple coloration. That coloration is health, is what we call in science the anthocyanins. And anthocyanins are very healthy. So why were we given funding? Why do I think we were given funding by NRF for this study? It comes from the burden of food and nutrition security, because of malnutrition, because of reduced economical powers, whether we are buying tea or selling it for trade because of low and irregular incomes, and as well as issues that most of people don't want to talk in Kenya in terms of mental health and physical stress. And how do we look at that in the context of tea? That is a burden that comes and can be resolved by tea in one way or another, in the fact that even in the tea industry, now coming to the burden of food and nutrition security, in the tea industry, there is a decline and fluctuations in the prices of tea. I think all of you know what has happened to some of our industry somewhere in Kericho, and all arising from the fact that the declining prices, the small-scale farmer not benefiting directly from tea sales, is an outcry that is global. I don't want to go to that politics, but just to say that really the issue of tea and the way it is impacting on the small-scale farmer is a global issue that is being discussed right now. We just celebrated the Tea Day, which was on Sunday, 21st. And if you listen to the FAO director and chair, he said on small-scale tea farmer, and of course that touches on us as Kenyans, they said they are not sleeping on that. They have got to make sure that the small-scale farmer who wakes up in the morning to pick that tea between maybe 4, 5 to 6 is a beneficiary or reaping the benefits that comes with tea. The other fact is the fact that the youth are highly unemployed. You go to that tea zones and you will see the many youths that are idling around. So on that strength, then now the fact that we have got up our own purple tea here in Kenya, NRF funded us to do a study that would do a revitalization. You have had our own president, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, I'm not bringing politics, talking about we must revitalize the tea industry in this country so that we don't have to sell our tea in bulk and not reap the benefits that come with tea. And so that reason, one of the ways is the diversification and promotion of competitive value-added tea products. And in our study, the team that came up, it is an interdisciplinary because some of us, like myself, I'm a food technologist by profession. We got engineers, we got tea research, like I've said, is a plant pathologist. We got KVDA came in with the engineer is from KVDA, and Ulster is a promoter and a packer of tea. So when we came together, that's why we will show you that we had an impactful outcome from this research because of the kind of people that came together. We did develop 4 products, which I will show you later as a part of the outcome. That is a spiced purple tea lemonade, which we are also asking you as you come out, please pass by, you will see Karatina stand. You can go and taste, free tasting. Of course, if you go to buy to go and prepare at home, but the tasting is free. Just go and taste. Some of you have never tasted purple tea. We also have a probiotic yogurt, free for tasting. And then we have tea, purple cake. And then we've got a sports drink that is ongoing with a student. Let me not go, am I going up or down? Yeah. So, like I mentioned before, this was an interdisciplinary, multi-institutional, and the community finally came up into this study. And I'll tell you they benefited because as we are talking, there is one small-scale SME near Karatina University who came and saw what we were doing. And we said it's a very easy way of processing. He has a small wooden factory that he has developed, coming to Karatina University, seeing what we had, and he started his own factory. So the people involved are on the left-hand side. You can see the institutions and what was the methodology that we used on the study. We first did a baseline study where we used questionnaire to see the awareness of Kenyans on purple tea. Last week we finished our last survey after 3 years of the study, and we have seen the impact. We'll be sharing that later, maybe the conference they are saying in November. But when we kicked off the study 3 years ago, believe it or not, 80% of the people at the Nyeri showground had never heard about purple tea. We gave them the products to taste. They had never even taken such a stuff. But now people are getting more knowledgeable, and because of the health benefits that come with it. So we did a baseline study, and then we formulated the products that I have named there and shown you. And then we did a consumer acceptability. It's one thing to develop a product, but also to know whether the consumer are accepting your product, what you have formulated. And then the other thing we have done, and we are in the process, is only that the funds, I wish the NRF were here, the people who give the money, we haven't been able to finish the KEBS certification so that you can see these products in the supermarket, because you cannot bring, but for now, for tasting, just no KEBS is around at Karatina University. They have been checking, but to pay for certification, it's money, which we hope we can. Or partnership with a private company. Major outcomes of the study, they are there. Some of them you can see for yourself. The others I thought I better just show you so that it is not just a story. You can see, can I be seen? One of the products is here, probiotic yogurt. You know what goes with probiotics? People, most of you are scientists. So probiotic yogurts, and the others are out there, you can see, made up of purple tea. So there's a synergy of the nutritional benefits from the purple tea and the probiotics, and hygienically processed. And those who have tasted, I tell you, we have had very high rating on that. We got the purple tea cakes. These are cakes that nutritionally, you know, when we have put the purple tea inside, and they are very nice and healthy. And if I were to cut inside, which I don't have time, you would see how nice and colorful they are. Natural color, not artificial, like what you buy in the supermarket. Quickly. Yeah, the yogurt we had put a little so that you can see how it looks like. When we're on the table there, people are saying, how does this thing look like? There it is. Purple in color, healthy and good. The drink, doesn't it look beautiful? That is a drink. That is the purple tea. We can have it. We have it on the table, spiced. Sweetened and unsweetened. Sometimes we didn't have time here, but we had sweetened and unsweetened. Quickly, I know I'm being told time is over. How many minutes? 1. Okay, I'm actually finalizing. And because I was told we must do this by the NRF people, show them NRF has got products that have come out with their money. this is the tea that we have processed at Karatina University. We have also quickly been having students. You can see we have got 3 postgraduate students. We've got conference presentations, about I think 7. We've got public awareness. You can even see here we are with even secondary school children who would come and we show them how to process. We have managed to buy with the NRF money a microprocessing that people can come use and learn. And at the same time, we have, like I said, we have partnered with the community around, so that they have also embraced the whole thing. So, conclusion, value-added purple tea foods have got a great socio-economic future in this country, health benefits for the country, and as well it may improve the price of tea that is at the moment point of concern and create employment for our youth. Asanteni sana. These are the partners that took place, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Mushiri. We had agreed at the beginning of the session, we take all the presentation, we keep our notes for both those who are on a face-to-face and online, so that when we start the sessions, we just have the questions running. So I want us to appreciate the first 5 presenters who have already presented with us. Then we call the next group for us to come and take the sets and the podium for their presentation. Appreciate them. Yes, and you have been invited to the Karatina stand to take tea. So if you're still, the stand is still open. As you leave, maybe later you can do a visit there. So the next presentations from our list, Dr. Charity Kadambiri. I hope I've pronounced it correct. Thank you. We have Professor John Kinyuru, if he's still here with us. We have Dr. Guyo S. Hooker from Meru University of Science and Technology, Dr. Gilbert B. Mugeni and Mr. Leonard Mabele, that's Masinda Muliro University of Science and Technology. Dr. Finyange Pole from Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. If he's here, he can join us. So I still have 2 more seats. I would wish that they be occupied so that we have very few remaining, 2 or 3 presenters, so that they can also finish this round. So it needs one more presenter. I don't know, just to confirm purposes, is Professor John Kinyuru or representative of Professor John Kinyuru in our session here? Okay. So Professor Susi Ngumo from Maseno online, and Professor Collins, you can also confirm whether they're online, so that if they're online, they just present after the physical presenters do their presentation. Okay, to start with, as we wait for the preparement of the slides, I forgot to do an introduction of myself. My name is Cyrus Kamau. I work with the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, that's NACOSTI, in the Infrastructure and Information and Communication Sciences. So, we are honored by your presence in this conference. We would want to register our sincere thank you, even as you participate and make contributions in this second multisectoral conference. So if the ICT team is ready with the slides, kindly let us know so that we can just project and begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, once again. This is another research that has been funded by our able body, NRF. And this is an area that scholars have not done so much about it, because we talk about SMEs all the time. However, we hardly do any research on medium enterprises. We just read about their reports done by other organizations, but not from a research point of view. And medium enterprises, these ones have actually graduated from micro, small, and now medium enterprises. It's also a very tricky lot to study, and my colleague earlier explained one of the reasons on why it is a very tricky group of respondents. And I was just trying to find out, or rather we were trying to find out, since you have graduated, are you now open to other ideas, technology transfer, and are you ready to focus on your core business and give out other parts which are not core business? So this was a multi-institutional research. We had Karatina University, USIU, and KIST. The presenter is Wanjao. We have Jimmy Masharia, who is a professor of computer science, and we have Dr. Mkala. So when we talk of open innovation, we are looking at the inflows and outflows of knowledge that actually takes place to accelerate the performance of this particular organization, so that it can increase its market share by having either new products and also bringing new expertise on board. And we were specifically looking at the ICT competencies, and we picked one area, that is the application and system development. And this is because that is one management tool that has been used by this category to actually pursue the open innovation approach. So no matter the size of that particular enterprise, scholars have said technology is quite applicable and it has its tangible and intangible benefits. And it helps to create a certain culture, efficiency, that relates to different aspects of the business. And it also brings in the aspect of being secure and business-wise, that is products and knowledge. And they have played a big role in technological revolution in every country in this world. Yeah, so that has changed the way they have done their business. Now, what triggered us to really study this particular category that is hardly studied? Yeah, they experience some constraints that actually hinder the differentiation of their products and services as much as you are looking at the two sectors. Yeah, and you'll find that they keep on modifying their business models so that they can, be able to absorb innovations, absorb innovations that make them competitive. However, that aspect of failing to differentiate their products and services may not enable this category of group to effectively compete in the industry they operate in, either in the manufacturing or service sector, and there are various subsectors in these two particular sectors. So this therefore calls for the developing application and systems that in a way will assist in resolving issues that may arise in their business processes. And they have struggled, even with the technological revolution, to develop business models that help them to actually enhance their innovation strategy. They're not that guaranteed. Yeah. So this has led to the innovation gap. Yeah, that has made the leaders really wonder, how do we go about it despite being open to new technology? And another thing that has been associated with this category, as much as we say that you have been able to graduate, we also wanted to find out, there's this assumption that you're considered to be entrepreneurial. Yeah, so we wanted to fill on that particular knowledge gap. We had two objectives: to find out the influence of application systems, development and innovation, and open innovation success, and to find out, it's perceived that they're entrepreneurial. So does EO really enhance this particular direct relationship? And we were guided by that particular conceptual model where we have the EO as a moderator. So it was a cross-sectional research design, and we started the medium enterprises that participated in the top 100 exercise of 2017. We took time to collect data. There was the aspect of COVID, and also, as I said, this is an interesting category. There were some who were keen on us signing a non-disclosure agreement. And when we told them, by the end of the day, we have to present our results to the government, so they withdrew. And there are some who are very selective in filling the questionnaire, very selective. And then even when you use the interview approach, they are also very selective on which questions they want to answer. There are others who said, send those interview questions to us, and then we'll decide what we'll answer. So we found out that the application and system development, yes, it has that significant relationship with open innovation success. Yeah, and that means that positive relationship means that proper practices and a facilitative interface between different stakeholders in the open innovation chain played a very big role in ensuring that the open innovation aspect is adopted by that particular company and hence the success. It was a strategy that allowed them to ensure that information flows between them and the outsiders. Earlier stated, EO hardly moderated. It had an effect, small effect, but it wasn't that particular significant. And this was interesting. And we have first thought of about the statistical power because of the sample size, maybe contributing to that particular aspect. So open innovation success, conclusion, has far-reaching long-term benefits, and these benefits enrich the applications and systems development as a business strategy through enhanced knowledge of development methodologies and project management practices. And it's one strategy that makes you not to miss the bus because you are able to regularly update your operating systems so that you can be able to keep up with the competitors, especially when you're talking of multinational enterprises who fall in this particular category. And also we're having a different kind of customers. And if medium enterprises desire the open innovation system, success, application and system development is then needed to fuel these open innovation aspirations. And in spite of us finding that the EO aspect was not that significant, our research shows that medium enterprises in Kenya tend to respond to ICT competencies with more application and system development and less EO, which means that they don't need to be that entrepreneurial to actually experience this open innovation success. If developing an EO is exceptionally hard for medium enterprises, the focus should still be on the application systems development. So what are we adding to the existing knowledge? Yeah, this kind of research is actually generating a lot of conversations, and the value of different orientations to farms takes the view that the conversations on application and system development and EO has misspecified open innovation in seeking to understand the innovation consequences. Thus, sorry for the editorial, thus this research addresses calls in the business and entrepreneurship literatures to be more fully understand how medium enterprises can capture value of their technological competencies and entrepreneurial orientation. These are the proposed way forward, and I'll pick only one amongst three. Medium enterprises should also keep a tab on the industry best practices and collaborate with agreeable partners as they seek means of maximizing the e-business innovative initiatives. So that's it. We are three. We said we are three institutions: Karatina University, USIU, and KIST, Kiambu Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wanjau, for the presentation. We appreciate even the collaboration between universities and science and technology in terms of transition of knowledge and the process. So the next presentation is from Dr. Charity Gadamberi from the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. We have it mounted and she'll begin. Karibu daktari.
Come and do the necessary. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Charity Gadamberi from Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, and I'm based at Horticulture Research Institute. And I'm presenting on behalf of a multidisciplinary and multi-institution project. We had Kenyatta University, we had Jomo Kenyatta University, who we collaborated in doing this project. And our title was Enhancing Productivity and Commercialization of Banana Plantain for Food and Nutrition Security through Developing and Dissemination of Technologies. And before I get to the actual project, agriculture is the backbone of this country, and horticulture is one of the subsector in agriculture. And looking at the data, HCD data of 2020, it is second leading in agriculture subsector from dairy, and the third one is tea. So that's the importance of horticulture in this country. And looking in 2020, about 8.5 million tons of horticultural produce, they were produced and they were valued at 295.4 billion Kenya shillings at domestic value. And we know majorly the horticultural crops, they are consumed locally, although we have some export crops. And then when we look at now the fruits, the leading fruits in the country, we have banana as the leading fruit. And that's why we had to go for banana. And looking at the banana, it is usually consumed locally. If any that is exported is very little. The others are mango, which is also exported, avocado, and watermelon. So looking at it, that's why we came in to select banana, because it contributes to food and nutrition security. And one thing about banana is a universal fruit, and it is cultivated in major tropical countries. And looking at the plantain, which is part of the banana, because banana, there are three types. We got, in terms of use, we have the dessert banana, we have the cooking banana, and what I'm calling now the plantain, it can be multi-purpose, it can be roasting, used as roasted banana, or it can be used as cooking banana. And looking at the banana as a whole, it's a major source of micronutrients, and so it forms a very significant part in healthy diet. And looking at it again, banana is processed into various food products. We have beverages like wine and also juice. We have also the non-food products, which can be table mats. We have handbags, we have even wall pictures that we have seen these days. People are getting into art, and also hats. Also, it is a perennial crop, so it is all the time in the field, and so it helped in amending the soil structure and also provide protective cover for the soil throughout the year. And looking at the bananas, it can be grown as a pure studs. It can be intercropped, and also it can be used together with livestock, because you can feed livestock from the banana. And so banana production enhance the diversification in farming system, and so it can also be used as a measure against climate change. So for us, when we look at the banana, there are various, even as important as it is in the country, we face various challenges, and one of the challenges are the limited types of banana. because I had said earlier, the dessert, the roasting, and the cooking are quite different. And someone can tell me cooking and roasting, it's still cooking. Roasting is also a method of cooking, but I mean using stew or what we call mukimo. So that is one major problem that we have. Another problem that we have is even as the farmers produce banana, there is limited knowledge on agronomic packages and also pest and disease control. And we have high level of post-harvest losses. So the banana, as important as it is in the industry, it faces various challenges. So our main focus or the main objectives was to enhance banana plantain productivity for commercial purpose so that we can be able to improve the livelihoods of the value chain actors. We looked at producers all the way to the marketers. And our specific objectives were quite a number, but I'm going to present few ones. We first to identify and document the status of banana and plantain production in Kenya along the value chain. We identify and evaluate at least 5 plantain varieties that are adaptable to different agroecological zones. Then to develop or validate various banana value-added products, and then later to disseminate the technologies to the production of banana along the value chain. There are quite others, but I'm going to concentrate on that because of time. I can't be able to present the whole project. So in identification of the status of bananas, we did we did a questionnaire and we administered it to various value chain actors because the respondents were not purely farmers. Sometimes you could go in and get a farm manager. So we subjected it to various respondents, and this we selected major growing areas of banana, and we picked Kisii, and everyone knows here Kisii, we get a lot of banana, especially the cooking. We got the Tharaka Nithi County, we got Kilifi and Nyeri. We had to move along all the attitudes of this country so that you can get an overall objective. So I'm going to present results by per project, per objective, so that you can be able to follow. And looking at the agronomic packages that we looked into, I just selected some. There is desuckering. Desuckering is where when you plant a banana and then you want to remove some stools so that the ones that you're going to leave, they are healthy. So you look at, we categorize the data according to the counties that we subjected the project to. The Kilifi people, they're looking at the 4 counties, the Kilifi farmers, they were 60% they were doing desuckering, but it was the lowest. Looking at Tharaka Nithi and Nyeri, even though Kisii produces high level of bananas, Nyeri and Tharaka do a lot of desuckering. And then uses of clean planting materials, that is in Nyeri and Tharaka Nithi, and also in Kisii. These are the agronomic packages that we found out. Allow me not to read all of them because it is there in pictorial. Then we looked at the different types of bananas that farmers grow in that area. And we found that majority of people who responded, they do, like in Nyeri, they do a lot of cooking bananas. And looking at the cooking bananas, mostly they grow in high altitude areas, and that's why you found in Nyeri, many respondents grow cooking bananas. We have the roasting. The roasting is now what I am calling the plantain. Very few people, like in Kisii, you couldn't get much, or maybe they didn't realize what we're asking, but we could go through the field and then identify as tool. Then we had Kilifi. Kilifi is the one who was producing a lot of plantain, or the bananas that are used through roasting. Tharaka Nithi, you couldn't get some. So using that, there are other results that we have in that particular objective, but I just picked these ones so that I have continuity of the project. So when we looked at that particular results, then we went ahead and did the second objective. And what we did was the collection and evaluation of at least 5 banana and 5 plantain varieties that are adaptable to different agrological zones, and that we were targeting to achieve that at the end of the project. The picture there is a plantain banana. So what we did, we visited the farms again, and we were collecting plantain especially, and the cooking bananas that they have. And so in each home, you could collect at least, you could see only one stool of the plantain. We picked it from the farmer, we give it a code, and also we give it the name that the farmer, how they call it. So some call it mkono wa tebo, Kampala, Kabu, Digo ya Mwana. We could also give these names depending on where they are coming from. From after collection, we established a germplasm at Horticulture Research Institute that is based in Thika, and we planted the bananas. We did first the multiplication because we could get on one stool, so we had to multiply so that we can get enough to collect the germplasm. And that is the now already established germplasm that is there at Horticulture Research Institute in Thika, containing different cooking and plantain bananas. So that is how we established after doing the germplasm, we had to do an experiment, which I will not go deep detail on the design and the rest. We did an experiment so that we can evaluate the quality attributes or the characteristics of those bananas that we collected, and we could measure the weight of the bunch, we measure the length of the finger, we measure the thickness of the finger, and all that data now will help us to know which particular plantain or cooking banana is better. So from there, we got 5 cooking bananas, the Nusungombe, Kiguyu, Geshagara, and for plantain, we got Mkono wa Tebo, Kampala, Gekono, Bokoboko, and Kabu. And these are the results that we got. I don't want to get into details. You can see them, and the heaviest, the ones that gave the heaviest bunch weight was Mkono wa Tembo at 43 kilogram on average, because we took various samples. And the number of fingers, Mkono wa Tembo also gave us that. In the length of the finger, Mkono wa Tembo and Kampala type of plantain, they were almost the same, and also the thickness of the finger. But Bokoboko had the least of both the length and but the thickness. It was a short, thick finger for Bokoboko. I know that is not very visible, it's very busy, but on a nutshell, we are saying the cooking banana and the plantain banana, they don't differ very much in the approximate analysis. What I mean is the crude fiber, the oil, the ash, the carbohydrates, they don't differ very much, the cooking and the plantain. But when you come to look at the potassium, the zinc, the results are not shown. The plantain have higher, a little bit higher, not significantly very high, but a little bit higher than the cooking banana. So those are the varieties that we got. There is Kampala, and then there is Mkono wa Tebo varieties. From there, we did the value addition, we did the flour, and also we had the products that could be made, especially from the plantain, because for plantain, the farmers were actually, when we went to the field, they didn't know what it is, but in Nyeri, they were telling us there's one person who comes in for that particular stool. You call him and tell him it is ready. He comes for it. But for them, they didn't know how to use it. So that's why we came in with an objective to show them how to use the plantain. Looking at it, it's nutritious. So that's what we did. And one thing we also found out is the plantain banana does not suck up very fast. So we needed to provide planting materials. And so we did 2 ways of planting materials. We had the micro propagation method, that is the tissue cassia method. And also we had the macro propagation. This can be done by the farmer. I don't need to explain the process. I can see the timekeeper is looking at me almost. And so after that, we did the dissemination of the technology, and we did them by establishing demonstration plots in various, this time because of the funding, we targeted only 2 counties, the Kilifi County and the Nyeri County. We did the demonstration plot, and this we are doing together with the farmers so that they can understand how to plant and how to take care of the crop. We also did the macro propagation because it can be a business. We targeted TVET, Nyeri Technical Institute. It is based in Mukurweini sub-county. And so we targeted the youth who are learning there to train them on macro propagation. And they established a nursery, and up to now they are having it. We also did a field day, and this was done in Nyeri, so that we can take the farmers through the whole value chain, from growing up to disease and also macropropagation. And we did the pamphlets so that the farmers can be left to know how to do it. And I'm almost there. And for us, to disseminate, we had some publications. We had the we had the in newspapers. We also had Citizen Air on plantain and how to grow them. We also had journal publication, and we presented in various scientific conferences. And one thing that we feel we can go forward, and this becomes a commercial for the farmers, because the way of the way to produce the bananas, the dessert bananas, is we didn't get the produce. We used another protocol, and so we developed it using the Boko Boko variety. But we feel it is good to fine tune, and so we take the planting materials to the market. We also feel it is good to upscale the technologies to other regions who are growing the bananas. We also link the farmers to the market, because the market is there, but the farmers may not know where to sell it. And we feel because we collected many banana types, we need to do molecular characterization, because we need to know whether we are calling Kampala is Kampala, is it equal to Mukono wa Tembo or Bokoboko and Kabu, are they the same? So we need to do the molecular characterization. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charity, for that incisive presentation on food, especially on bananas. We have our next presenter, Dr. Guyo Kuka from Meru University of Science and Technology. Kindly welcome him as he comes to do the next presentation. Dr. Guyo.
Almost going to evening. Good afternoon, everybody. Chair, we are presenting with a colleague a multidisciplinary research output. My name is Dr. Guyo. Dr. Chege is over there from same university. This was a consortium of 3 universities. Meru University, the leading institution, Kenya Methodist University, and Muranga University of Technology. From the onset, I'd like to thank the NRF for funding us to conduct this research. Our research is about using assistive technology in improving the quality of life and productivity of school-going children. Small statistics, as current as I think this is 2020, recognizes that about 11.4% of the school-going children in Kenya experience or face some difficulties while undergoing learning. These are children with different, we call it differently enabled, but our focus is physical disability. You can imagine out of about 10 to 11 million, 11% is a significant figure. Also, our Constitution 2010 recognizes that persons living with disability have a right to access assistive devices in order to live independent and a productive life. Our motivation is that we are recognizing the dynamics in our country and the globe, and we realize that our government is digitizing a lot of these services. Our learners are still using, they are going towards using a digital platform to do their assessment, particularly CBC. We need to think about the future of the children without hands. Remember, I said it's physical disability, although we have different forms of disabilities, our focus in this research is physical. There is constitutional requirement, Constitution 2010, gives all of us privileges and advantage to enjoy quality life. Do the persons living without, for example, limbs, arms, and other parts, do they enjoy? They don't. We know that. So, can anything be done to improve the threshold of the quality of life of such persons? Although, as I said, for now our research is focusing on children. We have stigma in the society. This, you are all, as you know, in Kenya, there are people are hiding deformed children in their homes. They feel it's a shameful thing. Of course, it varies from community to community. Every person who, because of the physical disability, is unable to contribute to our economy, ends up being part of labor wastages. So, in looking at these and many other, even global scenarios, labor mobilities around the world, we felt there is need to use technology to raise the threshold of labor productivity and the quality of life of our children. In that, we have employed 3 technologies. The first one is called camera mouse, second one is called Fabi, third one is called flip mouse. Here it's covered, but there is okay, it's visible. In all this, we have come up with a software program, that can recognize the face of the user of a computer. Those of you may have passed our stand just outside here, may have seen the demonstration. We really wanted to show the actual demonstration, but the way the presentation is that now if we do it here, it will not be featured there. But in short, camera mouse and flip mouse is a facial recognition program in which the software recognizes any pointing part on your face. See in the picture there, that young man you see there is here. We also use our student, he's a postgraduate student now doing his master's, but a student of our project. He's demonstrating using his nose. You see a green point, a green tip on his nose. That is the cursor. Now, because you don't have hand, you like this, so you have to use this part of the nose to move the cursor and operate the keyboard. The program recognizes pointing parts on your face. You can use the nose, you can use the chin. If you close your mouth, any pointing part of your lips can move the cursor. Okay? So the same with the flip mouse, we use air in the mouth. We assume, again, you don't have hand. We have a gadget we have prepared, small flip that you put in your mouth, connected to the computer, and you use the air in your mouth to move the cursor. You blow the air in different speed, in different direction, move your head, the way you normally move the cursor. And in all the 3 cases, there's also down there, there's a young lady there. It's also our students demonstrating. And so these technologies have really changed the life of the 3 pilot stations we have used. We selected 3 schools. Probably I go there, you will still see them. In the 3 schools we have selected, these are physically challenge schools, primary schools, and we are about 2.5, almost 3 years. The research is in the tail end. The kids in those schools where we have done the pilot today manipulate computer like any other ordinary person. And as I said, though now it's late, but maybe tomorrow morning, if you pass through our stand, all of you, you can see the real demonstration by our students who are part of this program as part of technology transfer. Methodologically, we use the normal social science design of longitudinal. We have followed these children in the schools we have selected for about 3 years, gathered information from parents, from stakeholders through FGDs, interviews, developed tools, training tools, manuals for our students whom we use as TOTs, the teachers and caregivers in those schools, and did disseminate like today and many other applications. We had 5 objectives. Instead of looking at each one of them, let's look at what we have done with them. In objective number 1, we were able to establish the 3 labs. This we call it Center for Assistive Technology, CAT. The 3 schools are now today are used as a reference point for learning by even other schools. And there we have been able to operationalize the assistive technology centers. The teachers and the pupils today are using, enjoying the computing environment without our input. Of course, we keep on providing backups, support from time to time until the end of the project. This is our research site that I've mentioned. Igoji Small Home is in Meru County. Manyata Alakara is in Isiolo County. Adi Special School is in Maua, Meru County. On objective number 2, it's about developing the training manuals, because after some time, the university will not continue training them when they end to the project life and the resources. So we've built capacity, developed manuals for them, trained teachers and caregivers, and these has translated to being able to manipulate computers. Our students are able to assemble and configure. We send them for maintenance to schools for now, but we have built the capacity of teachers to an extent that they can troubleshoot small problems related to the software. But we have also connected the schools through internet to our CAT at the university. We have established a lab, assistive technology lab, where we can support them online through internet. They can send their queries. We'll be able to engage them online and explain for them what to do this and that to troubleshoot issues. It's a small one. Thought it is 3 hours is really practical. Talking is may not be very useful. I wanted you to see rather the boys. It's a young boy there. I wanted just to see. It's just 1.5 minutes. Just pick among many clips. It's called Mohammed from Manyata Alakara. You can look at the length of his hands. He's typing. He's opening a folder there. You can see. Okay. You can see he has opened that Word document from a folder. He's closed it. He's looking for another one down there. Let's open another folder. Okay, like that. Just go ahead. On objective number 3, I said we have trained from the 3 consortium, Kenya Methodist University, Muranga University of Technology, and Meru, were able to train 20 engineering and computer science students because they had the basics, so they were easy to be trained. 15 teachers and caregivers are today proficient in running this software in their schools, and 35 people today can use this technology like ordinary persons. On objective number 3, the outcome on that number 3, we have seen 2 major things. One, the competencies of the peoples are satisfactory. And more importantly, the attitude of the parents and caregivers now has significantly changed from hiding children in homes for the fear or shame with the neighbors. Today, they are in those areas where we are running this research. They bring out children to us. They even call and give us queries at the university. When are you coming to our schools? And so on. So the interest is growing rapidly. We have also done publications. Part of our 20 students, we have graduated 10 of them. We've done several conferences, publications. We have disseminated through social media, through university website and many forums. More significant I want to pick out from this is that we have managed even to present the result of this research. In the last Jamhuri Day celebration, our country had, I think, precursor of the celebration was an innovation week at KICC, and this project was one of the top 3. I have only 1 minute, I'll finish. Top 3 in the Republic, and we showed His Excellency the President how this can change the life of our children, and so on. The government, our Principal Secretary then, I think Nabukwesi, came to our university and launched this, and the filming was, I think, shown all over the Republic, and so on. Look at the dissemination. This is the Centro CATIS, the Center for Assistive Technology at the university. This is the main lab, which is supporting the other 3 labs in the pilot schools. What next? We are at the tail end of the research. Chair, we are asking everybody here, the NACOSTI and all government agencies, that this knowledge should not be left at pilot stage. It's been successful, it's been witnessed in the whole Republic. We need to give our children this opportunity. So we are proposing to upscale. We have actually done a proposal to NRF. It's at advanced stage, I think, for upscaling. And what we need to do quickly is those 4 things. Have a local assistive technology assembly plant, short one, because our students have been trained. They are here. They'll be able to assemble. A short course to publicize the knowledge and awareness and advocacy in the Republic. And have an innovation. One innovation we are looking at is accessibility cyber cafes for job creation for these children. When they finish school, where do they go? Even after primary school. Our cyber cafes now provided jobs to young interns and all that. Can we have children with physical disabilities be given opportunity to work in cyber cafes and earn a living? And we are seeking partners from everybody. Now, it's a small clip there. I don't know whether there's time to look at it, Chair. Will be able to play? Yes, sir. I can't play from here. Create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society, and we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there is any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through CNET Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
Actually, that's the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Guya, for that insightful presentation, especially on the area of assistive technologies that has been widely not been given a factor. We hope that in terms of scale up, we'll see it go up. I wish to invite our next speaker, Mr. Leonard Mabele with Dr. Gilbert Mugeni from Masinda Muliro University of Science and Technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'll be representing Dr. Gilbert Baraza Mugeni. who is from Masinde Muliro University, and also Leonard Mabele. I am Stephen Ngetich. I am an IoT researcher at iLab Africa, Strathmore University. So this particular research project that was funded by the National Research Fund is a new way to think or to try to tackle a problem that is currently facing us in the country. So how do we get to collect data using technologies that have been developed or new technologies that can enable us to better respond to disaster. So this is termed as a model and an implementation of an Internet of Things based data analytics, big data analytics system for disaster prediction and management. So this particular project is a research project born or carried out by 4 universities, with the lead partner being Masinde Muliro University, and other universities, Strathmore University, Kibabii University, and Laikipia University. So when we talk about disaster, right, in the Kenyan context, we usually think of the two things: floods and drought. So if you can look at some of the news articles that are there, you can see when we even just talk about floods, the first thing that comes into your mind is there's some people who've been carried by water, or there's a particular river that has been blocked, or there's particular goods that were supposed to go to some place, but it didn't get there. When you look at droughts, you think of the hard-earned or the particular animals or crops that farmers or pastoralists have kept are affected, and in this case, it affects their livelihood. And if you look at an economic impact, it affects their livelihood at a very great level. So, when you look at this particular problem, one of the things that brings about or makes the particular effects to be very bad is because there's a difficulty in obtaining timely and relevant information. And then in this regard, when we look at this, is in terms of now disaster preparedness or risk management, what is required is if we get timely information, we're able to prepare ourselves for such disasters, and the overall effect is reduced loss of lives as one of the key examples. So in this research, we present an opportunity to tackle this particular problem, and one key opportunity is to use emerging technologies, such as the Internet of Things. So how do we do this? Collect pieces of information that are very key in terms of determining how these disasters can occur, or the time it can actually occur. If you collect it in time, we are able to better prepare ourselves. That in itself is the key part of this particular presentation. Our objectives are four objectives. I'll just stick to one. One is I'll stick to two. So first is to kind of understand what are we facing, what's the current problem that you have. So we do a situation analysis. And then the second part is now building or to analyze, design, prototype an IoT system or a big data ecosystem that can manage these particular disasters. The others is now pilot this particular project, and then be able to show you on some of the things that we were able to achieve. In terms of the research, how we carried the research, it was divided into work packages. So this was split based on the objectives that just shown you. So the work packages was first to get the situation analysis. How do we prepare ourselves as a country. What's the current situation? What are the policies that are there? How do people perceive some of these disasters? And in terms of just looking at the system that we create, or the IoT system, how prepared are the people to actually adopt it for future use cases? So I'd like you to keep that in mind. So the third and fourth work packages was developing the system, and then now deploying it, and then after that is kind of now coming up with an impact assessment and evaluation, and also a bit of knowledge transfer. So the way this particular system looked like from a high-level architecture is first, we build the IoT devices. Now, I've talked about IoT devices, and I do not want to assume that everybody knows what an IoT device is. But the first and fundamental item in building an IoT device is to collect the piece of information that you require. So in this case, we have a flood monitoring device. This is now dubbed as our IoT device. Now, the IoT device collects water level, temperature, soil moisture, and humidity. Right? Now, after that, we send that piece of information to the cloud. So the cloud is where we now store the data and be able to analyze it. One particular difference from the traditional methods that we have is in this particular research, we use a technology called LoRa. So it's specifically built for solutions for IoT technology. Why it's very key, it's important, it can cover a large area. So imagine 16 kilometers. You have one device, you have a gateway. So this is the one that will take in the piece of information. And you have multiple devices that can span up to 16-kilometer radius. So to kind of give you a picture of what 16 kilometer looks like, so imagine you're at Nairobi CBD. 16 kilometers from there is Rongai, Kasarani, Syokimau, and if you stretch it further, towards Kikuyu. So in a place where it's not densely populated, you can spread many devices that can be able to collect information within this particular area. Now that one presents a very big opportunity in terms of collecting information. And then the last particular part is actually disseminating this particular information. So one of the things that you consider is who are the end users. And then, so how it will look on the other side of the end device is now in terms of what you analyze, so the disaster prediction, the models that you build, are they able to predict and let's say a particular days you'll get rainfall, particular days you'll get, let's say high humidity. Oh. Now, just looking at the, so this high-level architecture is what essentially is the particular process that we build on our system architecture. Now, some of the things that, or the outcomes that we had is first, now the devices, this is how it looks like, as you can see on the screen. Now we worked, since we were working with 4 universities, we deployed it in the sites itself. So in Kibabi, in Laikipia, in Kakamega, and also in Strathmore University, so that is Nairobi CBD. So the devices were able to collect information from that, and then we're able to now get that particular data in a unified disaster prediction management. So here we're able to get a trend of that data in real time. So if it sends right now, in the next 1 minute, you'll be able to see it on that particular dashboard. So it shows you a trend of data that has been there within that particular area. This particular platform also has a bit of, it has a map that shows you now within an area how that particular area looks like in terms of the data that has been collected. So the link to access it, it's that link that you can see on your screen. So the models are also plugged into some of the visualizations that you can see on that particular platform. So in terms of the predictions, now another thing that came about when we did situation analysis and also some of the preliminary activities to kind of form the devices that you're going to build and how it's going to look like. We did a study, so we published a paper. It's called Determinants for the Adoption of IoT for Flood and Drought and Disaster Management in Kenya. What we are looking at in this particular study is how do people, what affects or what will affect if you decide to use IoT to ensure, or in this case, to now look at preventing disasters or building devices or IoT devices that will essentially help in such cases. So there are three things, there are three key factors. So this was a survey that we carried with 82 respondents, so in different various fields within this particular industry of disaster management. So there are three things: perceived ease of use, perceived knowledge, relative advantage. What these three things cover is, so the first thing, ease of use. Is that particular device easy to use? So the respondent found that if it was easy to use, then they will be able to adopt it. If it wasn't, then they won't. Now the perceived knowledge. Now this is very interesting because if somebody doesn't understand what they're working with, they essentially won't. So this is perceived knowledge. The third bit is relative advantage. As these particular devices or technologies that you're using supersede whatever is there, so the traditional one. Now, why this is important is if the users of or the end users see that there is no advantage to what exists, the adoption will be very, very little. So when you're considering any application, especially in this particular area, when you're looking at it, these are the three things that you need to keep in mind when you will be giving out to users. The other bits we did as part of this particular study, we did capacity building programs. So we ensure that every time we visit the university, undergraduate students. So the undergraduate students, these are the students who are enthusiastic about this particular field or are interested in terms of tackling such problems. Why this is important, we leave those devices in those particular institutions or within that particular, we might not go there at the same time. So we relied a lot in terms of the students and also the postgraduate students who are there to assist us in maintaining some of this. Additionally, some of the things that, okay. So additionally, what this helps also is helping the students to kind of understand whatever they're learning and how it practically translates to what can be used now to tackle some of the challenges that we have. So we did this when we went there to assess the site, when we went there to deploy the devices, and even after deploying the devices. Some of them are also, they've been accessing the data that we've been collecting. Then one particular thing is, at the last bit, we convened a workshop where we were able to discuss everything that has happened within the study and come up with findings and recommendations for this research. So just to finish off, this is the last bit. It's very important, as you can see some of the recommendations, I'll just pick three, very important. So number one, we need to formulate ways where we can rapidly adopt these technologies. It's very important that we try and test out these technologies because they've been built and they have certain advantages that can enable us prepare ourselves for the worst. If we do it fast, we'll be able to more or less mitigate some of these results. How, and then the second bit is, now the big data part is now where, how do we need to create ways to add feedback to the data that we have. So if you can think, we're collecting information from the environment. That is not the only piece of data that will only assist in terms of forming an advisory that we need to be ready. So when you look at this, having feedback from users, so that's in form of images, texts, is one of the things that would help us a lot in terms of building this early warning system. And then the third one, which is very, very important, is you might be the only one who builds, or us building some of these particular solutions. But when we don't train people on these technologies or how to use it, we will always fail in terms of improving or having innovations within this particular space. So training is, or actually training up these particular technical skills in IoT, disaster prediction management, is very important. Carrying stakeholder meetings is very important so that everybody understands their role in this particular one. The other ones just form parts of the things that enable these particular projects to be successful. So you can reach us through this. You can reach us through our contacts here. This project it had a lot. So if you want to get more about this project, you can just visit us on the booth there. You can see some of the devices that are there. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
So thank you, Stephen. We still have one physical presentation and two. I hope you can still confirm that we still have our two presenters online for us. So we'll invite our last physical presentation speaker, Dr. Finyange Pole from the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. Kindly welcome him. Thank you.
I'll try as much as possible. How do I move? Page down. Just press page down. You see page down. For the arrow keys. So good evening. My name is Finyange Pole, and I'm going to make a presentation with the title Improving Smallholder Farmers' Income Through Enhanced Productivity, Post-Harvest Technologies, Value Addition and Marketing of Mango and Mango Products in Kwale and Tana River counties. So I'll present on behalf of the people listed there. It's not moving. Yeah? Okay. No, it's okay. So that is my outline of the presentation. And as a way of introduction, mango is one of the high potential fruits in Kenya. I think during Charity's presentation, it is the second most important fruit after banana. So in 2020, Kenya produced about 800,000 metric tons of fresh mangoes that were valued at over 15 billion. However, in the following year, the area under production decreased, leading to the production of 740 metric tons valued at 12 billion. And this was as a result of the long drought conditions that were being experienced in the country. So mangoes are grown in a number of counties in Kenya, from the coastal lowlands to eastern and western Kenya. And the coastal region of Kenya used to be the leading mango producer, actually. And the fruits were very sweet, but has since been overtaken by the eastern region. The climatic condition in this region, that is coast, favors adequate maturing and hastened fruit ripening. The fruits are also sweeter compared to those from other regions as a result of the high temperatures and humidity. However, the same conditions also promote rapid multiplication, infection, and infestation by plant pathogens and insect pests, causing high pre- and post-harvest losses. It's not showing up here. But mango production actually undergoes, there are those factors that limit mango production, quite a number of them, from limited knowledge on agronomic practices, aging trees, cultivation of old varieties, low adoption of new high-yielding varieties, pre- and post-harvest handling practices, poor packaging of fruits, and all those up to lack of capital, including credit facilities. So the proposed interventions, focused on dissemination of technologies on the following, that is good agricultural practices, production and productivity, proper and safe application of agrochemicals, post-harvest handling, processing techniques, upscale recommended varieties. We also have to teach the farmers on how to keep records so that they could know whether they are making profits or not, and development of partnerships with also input suppliers to improve access to inputs through an efficient and consumer-driven supply chain, and also sensitize the farmers on quality requirements of various products for both local and export markets. So the overall objective was to improve the incomes of the mango farmers and other value chain actors through enhanced productivity, post-harvest, value addition, marketing of mangoes and mango products. And specifically, we wanted to enhance production, quality, and commercialization of mango fruits, to improve post-harvest handling and value addition of mango, to improve and promote marketing of mango fruits, and to establish information, communication, and knowledge sharing pathways and uptake strategies for mango farmers. So the approach was, how we went about that business was that the project adopted the multidisciplinary team approach and involved so many partners: CARO, KEFIS, HCD, ISIPE, MEST, and the county governments. Also, we had the processors, and a processor, marine natural fruit processors, among others, and each one had their different role to play. So we had a baseline survey. We started by having a baseline survey in both counties, and the purpose was to take stock of the status of mango production in the counties in order to come up with the appropriate intervention strategies. We also had focused group discussions and key informant interviews, and during the discussions, farmer recruitment was also carried out. So the farmers were also organized in collaboration with the extension staff. They were organized into, they were recruited and organized into groups for ease of dissemination, and in each county, at least 20 groups of between 20 and 25 members were formed, and Kwale County also had a Mango Farmers Cooperative Society that was willing to implement the project activities. And on technology transfer activities, several technologies on mango production, including management, protection, pre and post-harvest handling, storage, packaging practices were disseminated to the farmers, and the demonstrations on the various agronomic as well as processing technologies, including making juice, jam, dried mango chips, together with the entrepreneurial skills were undertaken. I think we have a stand out there, and some of the products are displayed. You can have a look at them, including wine. So what were the achievements? On farmer recruitment, we were able to recruit a total of 1,500 farmers. These were individuals and the farmer groups in both counties. And for the baseline survey that was conducted in both counties, 100 in Tana River it was conducted in Kwale and Tana River counties to 100 farmers, and it revealed that farmers had farm sizes of 1 to 30 acres and trees, mango trees ranging from 3 to 120, and all the farmers had Dangoe variety, while 37.5 had apple variety. Other varieties grown were Dodo, Batawi, Boribo, Kent, Peach, Kipunda, Kimji, Kitovo, and Shikiro. These are some of the local varieties. In regard to training on mango technologies, the farmers had been exposed to crop management, seedling propagation, pest and disease management, soil and water management, post-harvest and validation. Others were safe use of pesticides, record keeping, marketing, as well as regulations and standards. Among the common pests and diseases that were identified included the common ones were mango fruit fly and the mango seed weevil. These were the major pests, but others were the scales, gall midges, and with 20% of the pests that could not be identified. The farmers could not identify them. And then for the diseases, the farmers could identify anthracnose, powdery mildew, and 29% could not be identified. And the challenges in mango farming, on these challenges, the farmers cited the high cost of inputs, low mango prices, unorganized markets, and recurrent pests and diseases. Others were aging mango trees that grew tall, limited knowledge on new mango varieties, inadequate quality planting materials, limited knowledge on propagation techniques. So the project started by propagation of quality mango seedlings for distribution, and in both counties, and the varieties that were propagated were Ngoe, Apple, Kent, Tommy Atkins, and Van Dyke, and we managed to propagate and to distribute to them 10,000 mango seedlings. And the propagated mango seedlings were distributed, and a total of 4,500 were distributed to the farmers in the respective counties during the long rains of 2020, and each farmer received a minimum of 10 seedlings, enough for a quarter an acre, and a maximum of 40 seedlings, enough for 1 acre, and more seedlings were distributed during the 2021 long rain season. So we had trainings also on establishment and management of both new and old mango orchards. We took the farmers round on how to establish a new mango orchard, and we also trained the farmers on nursery establishment and management, and a total of 30 farmers were taken through the process of nursery establishment and management. They were also trained on grafting techniques, theoretically and practically, and we established a mango germplasm orchard at Kalro Matuga and in Zombo in Kwale County, and that was in 2020, and the varieties that were grown were Ngowe, Apple, Kent, and Van Dyke. And the purpose of the mango orchards were to act as future sources of birdwood and maybe for research purposes, and even to get some of the fruits, some fruits from the orchard. On processing, we also trained, we had workshops where some farmers were trained, and among the products that were developed include dried mango chips, mango jam, nectar, juice, pickles, and chutney. Then, during our baseline, we realized that mangoes were being bought in the two counties, but the buyers usually select the big ones and leave out the smaller ones. And these smaller ones formed the majority of the mangoes, and they were just being thrown away, eaten by goats and cows. So we thought of a way of coming up with a system or a technology that would enable the farmers increase their income and reduce the post-harvest losses through value addition and processing. So we procured a mango pulper and a pasteurizer, as well as a solar dryer, and a total of 20 members of the cooperative society in Kwale County were trained in processing of the various mango value-added products in readiness for the processing of the various products for sale to both regional and national markets. This one is about to be commissioned. The installation has already been done, and they're just waiting for a completion of the wastewater storage pits, so that we can commission it. By next month, around the 30th, this one should be up and running. And this will help the farmers in Kwale County, especially because it is in Kwale County, to reduce the post-harvest losses and again increase their income levels. And we had also some training of farmers on good agricultural practices, especially on the older mangoes. Okay, especially on the older mango orchards, because they are very difficult to even harvest, to apply chemicals and all that. So we taught them on how to prune, to open up the canopies, and even how to spray them. And then we developed some two training of trainers manuals during the project period, and those are the titles. So, among the lessons learned during the project implementation period were that farmers need sensitization in a particular technology for more than once. Because unlike the students, you can go to class, teach them on something, and then they grasp it. The level of understanding from the farmers is very low, and some of them, their literacy levels are low. So you need to take them through the one process, maybe 2 or 3 times for them to understand. And practical trainings makes the farmers understand better than when they are subjected to theoretical trainings. And farmers need to be closely monitored in order to ensure that they practice the technologies that have been imparted to them. And teamwork is also key during project implementation period to ensure success. And then prompt disbursement of project funds lead to timely implementation of planned activities. So in conclusion, the study revealed that mango farming is being practiced by majority of smallholder farmers in coastal Kenya, but most of the mango trees are old and have grown tall, making it difficult for management practices to be undertaken. The most common varieties are the Ngoe and Apple, with a few of the Florida varieties, and farmers experience a number of challenges in mango farming, from production to marketing, and the Mango Project activities empowered farmers with the technologies aimed at increasing production and productivity of quality mangoes that fetched better prices in the market. And the study recommends that the project activities be upscaled in other mango growing areas to enhance quality and production, and cottage processing plants should be installed in mango growing areas for processing mangoes that cannot be sold fresh into value-added products and to reduce post-harvest losses. So we acknowledge all that, and last but not least, each and every one of you for giving me an enabling environment to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pole, for that presentation. It was well appreciated by the audience and the people we have. We still have 2 online presentation. I think the first presentation will go to Professor Collins Ouma from Maseno University on genetic basis of Epstein-Barr virus EBV, a risk factor for endemic, and Burkitt lymphoma. Hope I pronounced it correctly. So if she's online, he can go ahead and do the presentation.
So the presentation will be done. I can't share my slides though. Are you there? I can't share my slides.
Hello and good evening to everyone. Can you please confirm you can hear us?
Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Perez Olewe, and I'm going to present on our research topic is the role of hemoglobinopathies and merozoite surface protein 2 gene polymorphisms in acquisition of Epstein-Barr virus in children below 12 months from Western Kenya. This project is being supervised by Professor Collins Ouma from Maseno University as part of a multidisciplinary research project. So our first general objective was to determine the relationship between hemoglobinopathies and merozoite surface protein merozoite surface protein 2 gene polymorphisms in acquisition of Epstein-Barr virus. And our specific objective is to determine the relationship between hemoglobinopathy variants, where we are looking at sickle cell variants, glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase mutation, alpha thalassemia, and acquisition of Epstein-Barr virus in children below 12 months. Our second specific objective was to determine the relationship between in utero exposure to falciparum merozoite surface protein gene and EBV acquisition. Okay, think I missed one slide on the research problem before I proceed. Yeah, I needed to talk about the motivation to do this research. We were looking at prevalence of these genetic polymorphisms within a malaria endemic region where endemic Burkitt's lymphoma, a type of a B-cell cancer, is highly prevalent. And EBV, which is the Epstein-Barr virus, and P. falciparum infections in children within the malaria endemic regions have been shown to be at risk of EBL development later in life. And mortalities associated with EBL are 100% if timely treatment is not given. And financial constraints and loss of productivity due to attendance to sick cancer kids or the Burkitt's lymphoma cancer kids are some of the health challenges that are experienced within resource-poor settings in Western Kenya. Chemotherapy is the available treatment option currently, which is quite cytotoxic. Therefore, we are trying to understand how come some children within the malaria endemic regions develop Burkitt's lymphoma, while others do not develop Burkitt's lymphoma, irrespective of being exposed to similar disease-causing pathogens, that is EBV and P. falciparum. Therefore, this study explored the role of hemoglobinopathies that are highly prevalent within this malaria endemic region for their role in acquisition of the Epstein-Barr virus that is highly associated with Burkitt's lymphoma. So our research methodology, I'll skip the objective. I've highlighted the objectives and look at our research methodology. This research was conducted in Chulaimbo Sub-County Hospital, and it was part of a bigger project that used archived DNA samples that were extracted between the years 2011 and 2013. And our population targeted pregnant women who were attending the antenatal clinic at Chulaimbo Sub-County Hospital for enrollment based on its inclusion-exclusion criteria. So for the lab procedures, we used Tuckman assay for genotyping for the G6PD, that is glucose-6-phosphate dehydrogenase African A type. And standard PCR was used for genotyping for the alpha thalassemia and the non-African G6PD mutations and for MSP2 genotyping techniques. For our data analysis, we manage our data and analyze our data using SPSS version 23, where we used chi-square for comparison between groups, for comparing proportions between groups, and we used a binary logistic model to determine significant associations. Our p-values were determined as significant if the p-value was less than or equal to 0.05. So our major outcome and results, we had one journal article submitted to BMC Cancer as an output from this research, and we had 2 poster presentations at the 5th African International Biomed and Biotechnical Conference in Kisumu, and another virtual presentation at the American Society of Medicine and Hygiene Conference that was held in 2021. So based on our results from the from the modeling, binary logistic regression modeling, we were not able to determine any significant associations based on our p-values. However, our odds ratios for the different categories of the genotypes demonstrated a high odds of having an EBV infection in children who are below 6 months compared to those who are above 6 months of age. So for genotyping analysis, we looked at, alpha thalassemia, sickle cell traits, and other non-African variants that are highlighted on this presentation. That is the G6PD, Chan, Mahidol, and Union, which have not been studied within the sub-Saharan region. Within the sub-Saharan region, you have the G6PD African A that is highly studied for its importance in malaria disease. And therefore, our findings demonstrated that the genotypes that we were studying, the sickle cell, alpha thalassemia, and G6PD mutations, were not associated with EBV susceptibility in children from this malarial endemic region. Additionally, the MSP2, the Plasmodium antigen, was also not associated with risk of EBV infection in children below 12 months of age. Therefore, in conclusion, our findings provided an understanding that the genetic polymorphisms that are highly prevalent within the malaria endemic region, that is the sickle cell traits, alpha thalassemia, and glucose-6-phosphate dehydrogenase mutations, are not important in EBL disease management. The study also demonstrated that the MSP2 alleles, we looked at 3D7 and FC27, were not significant in acquisition of EBV as well, and therefore they had no consequence in management of EBL disease. However, our current analysis demonstrated presence of non-African G6PD variants within our study cohort, and therefore recommended further analysis to look at enzymatic and phenotypic characteristics that were associated with these mutations. In conclusion, I'd like to acknowledge Professor Colin Souma for giving me this opportunity to present, and is currently Director of Research, Maseno University. Thank you for listening.
So thank you. We appreciate your presentation. It was loud and clear. We have come to the end of our presentation for the day. So we wish that if we have any questions, either from the online team or from those who are seated in the auditorium, you can raise them. I'm hopeful that the presenters did not vacate us so that we don't end up having questions without answers. Thank you. Maybe we can start with the auditorium, those who are seated.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, Professor Susie Gumo has been on the waiting list. She was supposed to present before me, actually.
Oh, okay. I was checking the online team and I was informed she's not. If she's present, then she can present. She can go ahead and present. Thank you. Professor Susie Ngumo, you can go ahead. You have been given permission to share.
Thank you so much. My name is my name is Professor Susie Gumo from Maseno University. I'm a social scientist, and I want to confirm that NRF not only funds hard sciences, but also social scientists have benefited from NRF funding. And I want to say that I'm from the discipline of religion, and I have benefited from NRF funding as a social scientist in the discipline of religion. This project was done in 3 universities. That is Maseno University, where I'm the PI. Then we have Professor Colin Souma from Maseno University too. Professor Kennedy Onkware from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. Dr. Hezekiah Obuoge from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. So the title of my presentation is on an investigation on the role of African independent churches in the control of HIV and AIDS infections in Kisumu County. The problem area is to improve the overall livelihoods of Kenyans. According to the Kenyan Vision 2030, the country aims to provide an efficient, integrated, and high-quality, affordable healthcare system. Priority is given to preventive care at community and household level through a decentralized national system by improving the quality of health service delivery to the highest standards in collaboration and partnership with private sector. The prevalence rate of HIV and AIDS is alarming, and as the UNAIDS reports, HIV and AIDS pandemic continue to have a great impact on social, political, and economic spheres of many countries, with a more greater effect on economic productivity, and with sub-Saharan Africa being the most affected. In response to this pandemic, both government and non-governmental organizations and private sectors have set up strategies to network and collaborate in prevention and management of HIV and AIDS. This effort has been supplemented by the church and also faith-based organizations. They have also stepped in to see that they assist the government on how they can manage the prevention and management of HIV and AIDS. So despite these efforts made by the government and maybe non-governmental organizations, the role of African independent churches in the control of HIV and AIDS infections remains elusive. So the general objective of this study was to investigate the role of African independent churches in the control of HIV and AIDS in Kisumu County of Kenya. Specific objectives. Specific objectives 1 was that the study examined the theological and religious teachings of the independent churches in relation to HIV and AIDS. Secondly, the study determined the role of the independent churches in controlling the HIV and AIDS infection in Kisumu County. Thirdly, the study assessed the challenges faced by independent churches in controlling the HIV and AIDS infection in Kisumu County. And lastly, the study evaluated the intervention measures that independent churches could use to control the spread of HIV and AIDS infections in Kisumu County. The study design was a cross-sectional survey design in order to achieve the study objective. There was a self-administered questionnaire interview method that was used. This included both closed and open-ended questions. The questionnaires were administered to church leaders, chairpersons of women and youth groups, African independent churches representatives, and chairpersons of the church councils. Interview method. This was done through focus interviews, key informant interviews, non-directive interview, and semi-structured interviews. Then we also used focus group discussions, where we had 3 focus group discussions, which were engaged to represent each identified church. So the churches that were studied included Legio Maria Church. We also had Nomia Church and Nomia Luo Church and Israeli Church of Africa. Just for your knowledge, the Israeli Church of Africa broke away from the mainstream African Israeli Nineveh Church that was established by David Kavuli in Vihiga County. So there were 2 leaders for this church. that was Orua and Kavuli, who later on disagreed. And thereafter, two groups of African Israeli churches were created. One was the African Nineveh Church in Luya land, and Israeli Church of Africa, which is basically found among the Luos or Luo Nyanza. Okay, there are some church theological teachings on HIV and AIDS, and the theological teachings emanate from World Council of Churches, which is an umbrella Christian organization where the three studied churches are members. So generally, the church teachings are sourced from WCC churches and ecumenical HIV and AIDS initiative and advocacy, which was basically established to look into areas to do with diseases and many other issues that affect the society today. So the Ecumenical HIV and AIDS initiative was launched in 2002 as the Ecumenical HIV and AIDS initiative in Africa in response to a call from Christians and churches in Africa to the Ecumenical Fellowship to journey with them in overcoming the HIV pandemic. So this does not mean that the church was adamant to management and controlling of the spread of HIV and AIDS. No, the church got involved in these campaigns long before, but in the year 2002, there was an umbrella which is called the Ecumenical HIV and AIDS Initiative, which was basically a force to ensure that all churches follow certain strategies or teachings to guide them in the control and management of people infected with HIV and those ones affected by the same. So all Christian leaders in those churches were to follow the framework that had been put in place to ensure that the church is actively involved in the control and management of HIV and AIDS. So Christians in these teachings should be at the forefront of the fight against HIV and AIDS. They should be motivated by the urgent imperatives passionately felt for the sake of showing Christ's love of neighbor, to save lives, to work for reconciliation, and to see that justice is done for those who suffer as a result of the disease. So I will give quantitative results. Since if I go to the qualitative, both of them, it would be very large. So in this presentation, I summarized my results from qualitative data, quantitative data that was collected. So from table 1, we have the demographic characteristics of the study, which touched on gender, position of the people that were interviewed, their age, marital status, education, occupation, monthly income, and residence from all the three churches as presented. We also had data on how churches support the fight against HIV and AIDS. And from here, you can see the graphs were drawn from the three churches and how the churches have responded in the control and management of HIV and AIDS. For example, I would give Nomia Church, that is the first, Nomia Church. If we look at it, how has the church supported in the fight against HIV and AIDS? If we look at number 1 on the graph, the informant said that the church has been asking them to go and visit voluntary and counseling and testing centers. Secondly, so this is the highest impact that the church has had on the fight against HIV and AIDS. Firstly, they ask their members to go for voluntary counseling and testing. Secondly, they encourage the members to stick to one partner. But we need to know that Nomia Church encourages polygamy. They don't believe in monogamy, but at the same time, they encourage members to stick to one partner, maybe because of this HIV and AIDS pandemic. Something had to be done, but I want to state that Nomia Church actually propagates polygamy. But here, when it comes to fight against HIV and AIDS, they encourage members to stick to one partner. Thirdly, as we can see, they also encourage members to use condoms. At the same time, they encourage members to read the scriptures, which basically touch on diseases, how they can manage diseases with the support of the scriptures. We can also see that they have encouraged members to abstain from sex until marriage. This is the unmarried members. Other members thought that the church has also been very quiet about it. They don't talk openly about HIV and AIDS. Seventhly, we can see that the church has also been discouraging people not to be very free, especially for the unmarried, with the members of the opposite sex, because this can easily lead them into engaging into sexual behaviors that are antisocial, according to the church. On the role of the churches in the fight against same HIV, knowledge, when it comes to knowledge of HIV and AIDS, 10% say that the church has not taught them on HIV and AIDS. This is something that they already know. So some of them claim that they have known or had information about HIV and AIDS from the media, others from the family and friends, others from the community health, others from health workers, others from church leaders, and others from their school. So only 10% say that they heard about HIV and AIDS from their church leaders, whereas 90% say that they got this information from other sources. On factors hindering participation from visiting HIV/AIDS related facilities, from the graph put across, some members of those various churches fear that if they go to HIV related facilities, they will be forced they'll be forced to engage into circumcision. Others think that polygamy will not allow them. But from this, the factors hindering participation, if we look at the graph to do with Israel Nineveh Church, this is number 4. They feel, okay, these are various reasons as to why they fear going to visit health facilities like circumcision, like polygamy, because most of them engage in polygamy. They have a feeling that if they go to health facilities, they may be found with HIV and AIDS. And also ignorance, some of them are ignorant of the fact that there are those facilities that can engage in HIV and AIDS. And also they believe that there is the issue of unfaithfulness and adultery. So people tend to fear going to health facilities in case they're found with HIV virus. So they fear going to those facilities. So on knowledge of HIV from the various partners, we established that there is no significant relationship between knowledge of HIV and AIDS facility and spousal factors. So the spouses have no influence on knowledge of HIV and AIDS over other partners. On factors hindering participation from visiting HIV and AIDS facilities, as I said, when we look at, still on that, on factors that hinder congregation from visiting HIV facilities, others think that because of the family issues, because of ignorance, because of the sickness, they also fear friends, what will happen if they go to HIV and AIDS facilities. Others also fear that they would be going against the tradition. Initially, the church was very adamant when it came to the issues of HIV and AIDS, and they saw it. For example, those people who are already infected, that they had engaged in sin. So in most cases, most of the churches would exhaust those ones who had HIV infections as sinners, and they needed prayers, and therefore many people were discouraged from visiting HIV facilities because they fear that the church was going to condemn them. So as a way of controlling the spread of HIV, the church is encouraging faithfulness. It's also encouraging visiting. It's encouraging the followers to visit voluntary counseling and testing centers. They're also encouraging members to read scriptures. But from the graph, we have seen that majority of the churches are encouraging their members to remain faithful to one partner. Secondly, they're encouraging members to go for voluntary counseling and testing so that whatever results that come out, the church will be able to handle it depending on their status. They're also encouraged to read scriptures, among others. So in conclusion, we can say that the churches still play a key role in mitigating the spread of HIV and AIDS and should still be used as an anchor to train adherents. The church is also collaborating with other service providers where appropriate holistic care and support for people living with and affected by HIV and AIDS is provided. So we still anticipate to get more information on how best the churches can continue playing their roles by engaging the key leaders in church through key informant interviews. So in our next presentation, maybe next conference, we should be able to present the triangulated data that we'll have analyzed. So here are a few pictures for those three members of the three churches and what they do. And because of time, I was not able to have some videos to show how these people pray for people who are sick and those ones who are affected by HIV and AIDS. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Susie. We appreciate and we are thankful for your contribution. And we are even glad to know that you are one of the beneficiaries of the National Research Fund in the area of social science. We appreciate and we thank you for that. I'm looking at my audience here and the numbers I'm getting. Most of my presenters, due to the time constraints, have left the venue. However, we have agreed that if you have any questions, kindly forward them to grants@researchfund.go.ke. You can forward your questions to grants@researchfund.go.ke. we'll be able to forward them to the presenters and they will be able to get back to you. So I want to appreciate all the members present and all those who have been able to present online for your time. And we appreciate also for getting that opportunity to be able to participate in this second multisectoral conference, especially as beneficiaries of the National Research Fund. Until tomorrow, I would wish to close, and before I close, I can see the CEO of National Research Fund is here with us. Possibly before we close, we can give him just a moment to talk to us, then we can close. Kindly, Professor Adala, you can take the podium.
This yours, eh? I know it's out of passion that you're here, and if you're a researcher, I think it calls for you to be passionate with what you do. Reward is coming, and we wanted to ensure that we give you audience. We've recorded the proceedings, and they'll be there for us. Those who wish to listen to them, we should be able to share. You are making part of NRF history, and you will go into a repository, and we do much appreciate. And as I mentioned yesterday, we might be a small audience, but there is a bigger audience there online listening to you. And similarly, I'll need, when you wish to disseminate these findings to your stakeholders, also call upon NRF. It will be like a 1 hour or half-day sort of seminar that you wish to provide to those, like those who've been working with banana, those who've been working in social sciences, that is, and any other that has been presented today. I encourage you to have a small seminar to disseminate these findings. And as NRF will join hands and come and listen to you together, the stakeholders. Your presentations confirm that you did the work, and we are excited about it. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Professor Dalla, for those closing comments. We also appreciate everyone. So at this juncture, we close our evening sessions, afternoon evening sessions. Wish you a nice evening. Let's meet tomorrow. God bless you. Have a good evening.
We want to enable, create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society. And we want to show the world that people enabled differently, physical disability, can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training these students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there's any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
We want to create an environment for the learners with special need to be able to learn with ease, access education opportunities, business opportunities, and live a dignified life. How do we do that? We first give knowledge and skills and work on the perception and the attitude of the society about persons living with challenges related to their physical frame. And in these specific terms, we are talking about learners, children, who are our subject.
And we want to empower them. We want to bring them out from the hidden places in the society. And we want to show the world that people enabled differently or people living with physical disability can achieve it. And through CNET, we will reach them.
When we started the research, our plan was to start by training trainers of trainers. So we identified our students from Meru University of Science and Technology, and Kenya Methodist University, and Murang'a University. And these students, we have trained them, and they are quite competent now. And so the intention of training students was so that they can help us to train the teachers in the selected schools. We have also trained them on how to fabricate some of our technologies so that we don't have to import all the time, and basic hardware skills. So when they visit the schools, they train the teachers, but if there's any networking or hardware problem, anything malfunctioning, then they also correct the problems, they troubleshoot. And then from the TOTs now have helped us to train the teachers. And so with the teachers having then the skills on our technologies, they can now train the students, the pupils. And that has been done because we are not trained to teach pupils at that level. So you see, we needed that link from the TOTs to the teachers and then to the pupils. And that has been done in these schools.
Through Senate Academy, we actually appreciate this good initiative and innovation. I hope it is going to reach the long forgotten learners who have physical disabilities.
Ni shukrani sana kwa wale wametuletea hizi computers na watoto wamezifurahia sana.
They're able to access secondary schools and they're able to acquire technical skills that will empower them economically and socially. So that once they finish school, they're able either to equip themselves, to employ themselves, or to be employed by anyone, the government or any other person.
We expect that when the school comes back to normalcy, again, the students that we have trained, they will assist us in training other students in order so that we make CNET not really being a project, but something that is big enough that can be adopted in any part of the country.
National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, in collaboration with our partners, the National Research Fund and Konza Technopolis Development Authority, are deeply honored to host the second Multisectoral Conference on Science, Technology and Innovation. This conference forms a sequel to the first Multisectoral Conference, where stakeholders made key resolutions that have impacted on our national development. Now, COSTI is established by the Science, Technology and Innovation Act with the mandate